ultimately drop that snipe. So the theme continues, Tim. More sandbox control for the noobs, but we see the sniper back in the hands of guys like Druck.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just unfortunate. You know what it is? It's just like a slight missed shot here or there, and you just can't get your rhythm going. And Noble, he seemed to find his 3-1. Druck, though, uses the last couple of bullets in the sight. Oh, my goodness, I thought he was going to do it. But Sab pulls out the first flag, and now some pressure being mounted for noobs.
That's tough because, you know, going back to the eye test, it felt like the momentum and the slaves were swinging in favor of noobs, but it's actually the mercenaries who have the first flag out. You know, it doesn't really look like they're in too good of a position to do much with it, as yes, it does reset, but still, just to see the mercenaries pull first is interesting to note. But now the noobs have the team wipe. They should assuredly score right here. It would take a catastrophic fumble and misplay if Strikey weren't able to put this one in.
Yeah, I was a little worried there. I didn't know if they got like the cave spawns quick. I don't know what the first spawner was when the first spawner was coming up, but it looks like that is going in. 1-0, noobs lead. That is a good way to start, Mac. If I'm noobs, I am loving this start, and I carry this on. Now you keep going here. You continue to carry it on. 7-2 on a Noble. He's turning it around. That's gonna get your team riled up. Okay, Noble's not playing like crap anymore. We can step it up too.
Yeah,
it all comes together.
SSG plays next.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Я не против.
To start things off here, as the noobs have a 1-0 lead. It's been an impressive beginning and middle game performance for the noobs. It's really been the end game execution that has not been there. So it's this general progression throughout not only a series, but even from game to within game to get better as the game goes on. That's what I'm going to be looking here for from the noobs.
It's very important. Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that's where they've suffered the most. We'll see if they can close it out here or continue this first flag cap. Leora, a great job staying alive once again. He's going to end up falling. That'll be 2 down for noobs, and you see Sab taking that that center of the map, right? Getting away from his side of the base, wants to take control. Snipes coming up once again. Who will have it? It looks like there is a noobs player who does have those rockets potentially, but the sniper is coming.
Not a rocket took down Sab there, but it was the grenade toss instead. Nice frag placement there from the noobs, but not nice enough to maintain numbers advantage. This would be for the white. Druck gets it, now looking to stagger through on the spawns, but he will fall. All the while, though, the distraction enough to allow Soul Snipe to gain possession of the snipe. Eyeing, the no-scope! Oh my God, top of the cranium through the dome.
Oh, we gotta talk about how difficult that shot is. Looking straight down at someone with the sniper on a controller. Yeah, try it. It's not easy, especially in a competitive game like this. But Snipe does not miss. My man is pulling this flag in on his own without even touching it. Soul Snipe on the top with the snipe.
Oh my God, Soul Snipe put on an absolute clinic there, and what do you know, Tim? It goes back to that conversation around finding value out of things like the snipe. Here we see it for the mercenaries, and it allows them to tie this game up at 1. Gotta see better sniper play, not so much sniper control for the noobs, but they've gotta start making some plays like what we just saw from Soul Snipe. Otherwise, they're gonna get swept.
Yeah, and the problem is Mercenaries has always been a momentum-based team. So they're going to take that, and they're going to go 3 down. Never mind. 1-1, the flag is dead for now. But Rorsch, we'll see what he's able to do. Takes the 50% portion of the map and pressuring the spawns of Mercenaries.
Soul Snipe putting in work with the snipe, now doing it with the default. Bandit in his hands, encroaching on the space of noob spawn. That's a massive slay. It opens up another opportunity for them to score and regain the lead.
Great job by Druck as well, providing pressure on a very exposed area in the top of Rockets, but still so much damage is able to be done there. And this looks like it is going in. 2 down for the side of noobs. It's just what they do after this cap, and you can see that pressure is still mounting. I really love this by Mercenaries, making sure to not so much stay in the back of their base, but making sure to take that space forward. Strikey, though, ends up getting the first kill onto Soul Snipe, so it's up to Sab to trade things out, and he does.
Nice double there. Druck with 5 perfect shots. I mean, when you swap POVs like that and you say, nice shots from Sab, nice shots now from his teammate Druck, it's just all coming together for the Mercenaries at the time where they need it most. The opportunity to not only close out this series, but stamp their ticket to Los Angeles in November.
So, again, a great control of the power weapons here by Mercenaries. 3 down for noobs. The flag gets pulled out. Spawns are going to happen on the cave side or the back of base, and you're going to see Soul Snipe ready for it. regardless, like, how do you get out of this? You really don't. This is going to be a 3-1 lead here for Mercenaries once again, and that momentum's being carried on, and the spawners are not safe either. Look at Soul Snipe go.
They're going for the double cap, and they have the numbers. All 4 up for Mercenaries, 2 down for the noobs. Double caps are extremely difficult to do at this high level of Halo. This might just spell the undoing of noobs if they're not able to prevent it from getting to 4-1. That is a big lead to make up. Now, you could go cap for cap every 2 minutes and tie the game up at 4, but not what you want to see, especially with Roach getting quick scoped or no scope, back to the respawn screen, and back-to-back caps for the Mercenaries, 4-1.
Yeah, just a great job. They didn't, they didn't all go back with flag. Like, that's the thing. The space, again, I'm saying the word space many times. Space is so important, especially on Kali. Like, you have to make sure to try and keep that 50% portion, keep the pressure up, and if you're able to get 1 or 2 slays as you're getting that flag in, so the respawners, I mean, that's going to be huge for you. You're going to be able to transfer that into multiple flag caps in a row, and that's what we saw here. But it looks like noobs are mounting a bit of pressure, and they finally got a power weapon. The question for me is, how will they utilize this?
2 shots left, so you need 2 headshots. There's 1 on a Soul Snipe. Great job by Strikey, but he still needs to land a tough contested shot on a Sab, but he will not be able to. And I think you're right, Tim. That was really what was most impressive there from the Mercenaries, was the decision-making to not fall back. Sure, if you need to have all 4 players fall back to make sure you can secure the flag.
Obviously, if you're noobs, this is going to be a really tough comeback. It's possible. It's just going to take a lot. There's not a lot of time left. 4 minutes and 24 seconds, and you can see the slays coming out. Soul Snipe's going to get another kill here. This flag is secured, it looks like.
You can tell just by his body language, he is on the hunt. Double kill, killing spree, series secured. So too is their trip to Los Angeles. Mercenaries, the first team in the LCQ to qualify for the Pro League.
Wow, congratulations to them, well earned. I mean, these guys have been together for so long, a variation of them, obviously, for so many years.
Опа, Фейз. Фейз и какие-то best of friends. О, Unworld, там Unworld.
Chemistry is so important on a team. You want to build that chemistry with players that you feel comfortable with, and we see that with Shopify Rebellion, and we see that with those gentlemen as well. So, congratulations to them once again. And there it is. It's going to be FaZe as well, winning game number 2, and they're going to be up 2-0 in their series as well. So, once again, though, got to give the flowers to Mercenaries. Really, really well done there. A nice 3-0 sweep.
15.0 KDA for Soul Snipe. Not a single player for the noobs had 15 slays in total. My God.
Wow.
Soul Snipe with one hell of a game, and specifically the performance with the snipe, that was really what leapfrogged them into a closely contested Kali CTF into just an all-out trouncing. It was Soul Snipe with the no-scope to the top of the head. Rarely see that in Halo, like you said, on controller especially. So difficult to pull off. And then he lands the quick scope in the cave to just roll that snowball down the hill. It never stopped as Mercenaries make their way to the winter final. And again, most importantly, the Pro League. They have qualified for, so for now, they've got their
winners
secured.
final. Mercenaries?
Climb the seed ladder, though. That's going to be the key here. The
что? Mercenaries?
The team to win it all will take the 5th seed in Pro League.
Seeds are very, very important, obviously, when it
они типа уже в топ-4, что ли? Фейс сейчас столкнулся, скорее всего, с Clutch Academy, потом... Божечки, капец. Что происходит? Clutch Academy, да, нормально так.
Majin as well, and Max Passion. Any teams here in the lower side, Mac, that you're really excited about? I know obviously FaZe is a great one, but any others that really kind of shine to you?
Well, there's only 2 spots that can be secured here in this lower bracket portion, and I see FaZe as a viable team. I see Majin as a viable team, Legion Gaming as a viable team, and honestly, there's others. So you really have maybe 4 teams, 5 teams that could find their way into that top 2 from the lower bracket, and only 2 teams are going to get those spots. So it is going to be an all-out brawl to qualify for the Pro League. And going back to that conversation around seeds, you really want to find your way to the Grand Finals.
Area
Because
collectibles.
with the Grand Finals appearance, you'll take either the 5th or 6th seed, which allows you the cushion to get warmed up in Los Angeles on land at the Shopify HQ, right? Like if you get 7, 8 seed, you're going up against Shopify in round number 1. You're going up against that precision-led squad with the likes of Trippy and friends. That's going to be a really tough way to start your weekend on land. So if I'm competing this weekend, I'm just saying, boys, I'd love to win it, but if we can just get to the Grand Finals and secure the 6th seed, we're going to be in a great spot.
Well, you hear me talk about vibes often, Mac. The best of friends. You can't have better vibes than that, right? 2 down for them right now, but we'll see how they're able to do in this game against FaZe. Down 0-2 in the series. It's obviously looking grim for them, but they do start off with the camo here. Envor has that camo punched in. Yeah,
this is a pretty filthy squad here on Best of Friends side. I mean, we've seen all 4 of these players routinely make it out of pool play from the open bracket, maybe a couple top 8 finishes. At the very least, we know that their floor is top 12. I think of a guy like Ezzo with still just an undefined ceiling to his game. So this isn't going to be as easy as maybe what the series score looks like for FaZe. They still got a little bit of work left to do, and an oddball no less in game 3. So they got to find 2 rounds back to back, or at least out of 3, as Renegade works his way up the B stairs towards the B rail, looking right, spots nobody now, pushing to his left. Has a 1v1 in the tires, but
boom,
gets traded out. Nice sticky there from breaking shot. Keeps things close.
Yeah, I really like that trade out, right? You're going to lose that fight no matter
Ну давай, Renegade,
to
соберись.
get that kill, so getting that sticky is actually huge. It takes Renegade off the map for a minute. He's going to come off a spawn and go right back at it, and actually it ends up giving him a really solid position behind the enemy team. But regardless, just a great job getting that trade out. 3 down though, Renegade. Great job once again with the aggression, pushing forward, and this is what he does, right? 1v1s are his game, 1v2s are his game, I would say as well.
Yeah, he can definitely take on all challengers, and this is a conversation I had with HunterJJX yesterday, and I thought it was a really good point. You know, a lot of people might be surprised to see 3 out of 4 Halo MVPs and even world champs in the lower bracket, but it's really not so much surprising as they go 4 down, in the sense that they're kicking some rust off the tires, right? Like Legend dove into Call of Duty, Renegade dove even deeper into Call of Duty, and while there are a lot of similarities between COD and Halo, there's a different pacing, a different TTK, just a different flow of how you got to play with your teammates and around things like the objectives. So this lower bracket is really a great opportunity for Renegade and Legend in particular to get more reps in and try to find their way back to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, honestly, I really like that they kind of branched out too, though. I feel like you learn some things there as well. Like you said, it's very different games, but I'm sure there's a lot that was learned, and you kind of take a vacation, come back even stronger kind of thing, right? And I'm really happy to see that, and I can't wait to see what they do. I'm sure they'll tear that rust off like you mentioned, and it looks like it's already happening here. Camo in the hands of Renegade, and ball time there for FaZe.
Yeah, nice 30-second advantage off the start for Best of Friends, but FaZe are putting something together here where they
Yo, what's up, mate?
Renegade
What's up? How are you doing?
If he can land one more shot on a breaking shot, he'll settle for the assist. And
what's cracking? What's popping?
Just 4 deaths. So Renegade really playing perfect version of
У тебя что, реклама началась? Потому что мне показывают, что 1 зритель. Правда, я смотрю с телефона, поэтому... Ты типа зашел и вышел, или как? Как так получилось? Я не понимаю, как им тяжко дается отбол. Дожмите уже их, и все. Ну, будет 3-0, пройдете дальше. Им еще играть? Часа 4, наверное. Из-за того, что они вчера отвратительно сыграли против Mercenaries. И из-за этого они пошли по сетке проигравших. Почему важно приходить в первый день подготовленным? И уже 2. Вообще должно быть 3, потому что у меня еще Сноу-то. Бляха, ну вот видишь. А что в магазе, что там, вкусняшки какие-то? Ты настроен серьезно? Что я сегодня после зала сходил в магаз, купил себе вафелек. В основном я покупал такое самое необходимое, но вот из такого для себя, из Стоп, что такое? Из чего-то менее важного Фенту взял себе. Фенту, короче, вафельки. Йогурты, много йогуртов взял себе. Протеиновые. Один уже съел, пока проходил ремикс кампейн. Сейчас думаю, ну сейчас мы попозже еще съем. Пицца? Пицца это круто. И когда я знаю, что есть брат, и я могу к нему прийти, то мы берем, иногда мы берем замороженную пиццу и делаем в духовке. Дело в том, что у меня нету ни духовки, ни микроволновки, поэтому какой мне смысл из замороженной пиццы? А просто, кстати, просто пиццу можно заказать. Не, смысла нет. У бабушки есть ужин. Причем то, что я сейчас готовил. Пиццу я, наверное, буду заказывать уже когда будут непосредственно сами матчи. Я надеюсь, букмекеры раздуплятся и можно будет ставить на матчи, как в прошлом году. В прошлом году это было охрененно. Я помню, каждую неделю шоу-матч. Шоу-матч. Только я не помню, там был 1 или 2 по воскресеньям. Там, наверное, было несколько. И там то ли Best of 7, то ли вообще Best of 9. Что-то такое было. Наверное, Best of 7. Но они прям долгие были, я помню. Это было классно. Очень классно было. И, наконец-то, вновь те времена возвращаются. Со следующей недели, каждое воскресенье, вплоть до какого-то там сентября, у нас каждую неделю, каждое воскресенье будут шоу-матч. Шоу-матч. Versus, типа команда против команды. Поэтому я очень хочу, чтобы Фейс прошли, чтобы потом SSG было против Фейс. Это же вообще просто синема будет. Ну, в смысле, Люсид против Стеллера. Ух, кино. Such a long time, that mental to be able to continue to push forward even though you're facing a 0-2 and you're facing, you know, у меня еще чипсы есть. Я еще себе колбасу купил. Колбасу, хлеб. В принципе, надо будет бутеры сделать, что я проголодался. Я надеюсь, там звук не дублируется. У меня еще на фоне же Infinite включено в окошке, но я окошко пока выключил. Что он творит? Он вот так вот смотрел. The push coming through, the hologram as Legend works his way into the back of PD, recognizing it are best of friends as they're cooking up a little bit. Давайте уже, раскатывайте их, идите дальше. Это можно долго смотреть. Best of friends, все, до свидания. Ребята, на выход. Решение. Графончик хороший, там у LVT мощный комп. Потому что тут даже не 60, тут, наверное, 120 или даже 240. Вот видно, что очень плавно. Эх, обидно, конечно, никто не зашел. Я кидал в чат Halo Universe, когда я сделал анонс, расписание. Не знаю, кто-то заходил, когда я проходил кампейн ремикс, но никто ничего не писал. Поэтому я не знаю, кто заходил. Это были те ребята или какие-то другие, или это подписчики были. Я вот ненавижу, когда заходят и в крысу смотрят, ну типа неинтересно. Что это? Эдвард что-то творит. Они на что-то рассчитывают, я не знаю, на что они рассчитывают. Здесь же вообще best of 5, по идее. Ну, и вот этот BOF, best of friends, ну просто сейчас вылетают. На что они рассчитывают? Что они сейчас 3 подряд выиграют? Looks right. Yeah. Now reverts his attention back to the initial damage he had towards the left. Turns 2 for the double kill, but 3 go down for FaZe.
Legend, the last player alive there on the C door. Gotta watch out for that frag toss. Surprised it didn't at the very least take down more of his shields. Because of that, he's gonna get back up to full shields a little bit faster, take space on the map on the high side, and regroup with his buddies here on the driveway.
Yeah, I like this push. Unfortunately, Bound does go down kind of early. Legend was...
Охренеть, Renegade 24 убийства, Bound 22. Stellar 23, а Лего, я так понял, как всегда на цели. Поэтому у него... А, ну да, у него 111 секунд. Мяч держал.
Can step up here. Sometimes all it takes is like, hey, all right, time to lock in, guys. And, you know, things start to happen.
Yeah, this is where Best of Friends kind of petered off a little bit in round number 1. Yeah, just as I say that, 3 go down. So despite the 62-49 advantage, this could fall back in favor of FaZe in just a matter of moments. And you're right. I do think, Tim, when you've got 4 MVPs, 3 MVPs, 4 world champions on the same squad, it really does just take that nod across the Discord to say, all right, guys, let's lock the F in and quit playing with our food.
Yeah, we got to respect
Let's lock the F in.
Four champs like these guys have been there, done that. We got to give them the respect they deserve. And sometimes it's just about, you know, leaning forward like in my day. Gosh, my back is terrible because of that. You know, the elbows on the knees kind of thing. But that's all it takes sometimes. And if you're the other team, that's how upsets happen, right? You take advantage of that. You make something of that. But it's going to be tough for Best of Friends. I like to still give them, you know, the chance because, you know, we're in a tournament here. It's a lot at stake, right? So we'll see if they can pull it off, but it's going to be tough.
A lot at stake. 128,000 reasons to play at your best and advance and just survive and move on.
У Ренегада уже 30 убийств.
We've already seen mercenaries.
Bound 27-14. 14 ассистов.
Plenty of teams left in this competition, so the intensity, the stakes are only going to heat up. 93 and rolling here for FaZe. One final opportunity for Best of Friends to push on through PD. They do get an opening frag strike from Haynes with the grenade. Breaking shot cleans up with the headshot. Trying to turn 2. Gets the assist, so hold on. Best of Friends. Still with a little bit of life. And a team wipe is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, 3 down. We're just going to happen, though. That's what we got to kind of worry about. I'm assuming on C. But look where Bound goes. Directly up the middle. Like, no care whatsoever. He's going to go down to Ezo. It's 85 and counting here. Best of Friends is going to look to extend this potentially.
Давайте. Пуш.
Here comes Renegade. Virtually tied.
Ох, нифига себе, как красиво кинул. О, даблкил. О, трипл-килл. Красота. Почти оверкилл. Что, Ренегад проснулся? Ну все. 3-0. Молодцы. Проблема в том, что им еще где-то так 3 раза надо сделать. Подряд причем. У них просто нету права проиграть уже. Нет, нельзя. Запрещено им проигрывать. О, сейчас показывают момент. Красиво навел на голову. А, почти оверкилл был. Типичные катки в ранговом ММ у меня. GG. 33 убийства, Ренегад, 11 ассистов, 33 убийства, KD 27. Мощно.
Was he able to get that first one with the grenade? I mean, that was really the triple was all in the grenades there. So grenade, melee, gunplay, those are the 3 pillars.
Куда? Open shot. О, можно смотреть в окошке. Прикольно, сделали так, что можно смотреть. SSG сейчас буду смотреть. Вот это мы смотрим. Нет, некогда играть. Прикол в том, что некогда играть. Сейчас... Что, одна команда круче другой сейчас играть. Что та, что это? Все, некогда. О, там, кстати, спрашивают, how can we get some aerial shots during the matches? Я помню когда-то, не когда-то, это был 1-й и 2-й год Infinite, Casters, ну или в частности организаторы самой катки, Бывало, просто брал свободную камеру и летал по карте, смотрел. Особенно это было интересно наблюдать, когда отыгрывали King of the Hill, например, там где гора. Очень удобно было смотреть, например, с высоты или со стороны, что вообще происходит возле горы. К сожалению, перестали это делать, я не знаю почему, но может быть LVT все-таки раздупляться. Да, надо как бы импровизировать, но если ты человек, который любит, например, фотографировать, там, подбирать разные ракурсы, то я думаю, это не проблема. Например, я это люблю делать. Возьмите меня, LVT. Проблема в том, что, конечно, я в Европе, а вы в Америке. Не очень удобно будет коммуницировать. И все это такое, и, типа, у меня же будут подтягивать европейские сироки. Это, наверное, надо, чтобы ко мне обращались European Halo League. Потому что они в Европе, или где они там, или в Англии, я не помню. Хотя бы можно будет с ними, потому что у меня будет подтягивать Германию. Это же, по сути, как бы главное сироки. Опа, начинается SSG против Vitality. SSG versus Vitality. Vitality, тут Ико, Unlegit, тут Ико, Ягзен, Descendant, Acid. Вот эта команда сильная будет. Ёлки-палки. Вот это сейчас. Вот это сейчас сражение начнется. Вот это сейчас мы посмотрим. Это будет интересно. Я, наверное, все-таки чипсы возьму.
$128,000 on the line to qualify for the LVT Halo Pro League. 7 weeks of an online gauntlet with $4,000 on the line each and every single series. That's sick. And then $100,000 on the line in Los Angeles on that weekend of November 14th. Thank you guys so much for joining us here. Mikowski on the mic alongside Active, who's back in the mix.
Max. Натурель написано. Натурально, короче.
At least so far, SSG versus Vitality.
It's good to be back, and I just want to give a shout out to the community. It's good to be back and welcomed with open arms. I really love you guys. I love casting Halo, so it's good to be here, and it's good to cast some very competitive Halo to start off. It's like I never left, and it's like Acid never left because he's got the snipe and the camo in his hands.
Да, такой себе старт по SSG, но ничего.
Can he open up the map? It's going to be SSG.
Сейчас они ответочку выдадут.
I mean, you look at SSG, and you don't really have to talk about how phenomenal that squad could perform. On the other side, you've got Vitality, which is Descendant and Yaxon. That's that top 3 duo from the Halo World Championship just about 8 months ago. So pretty recent success on land for them. And then you've got Unlegit, formerly known as Eco, and I guess formerly before that even known as Unlegit, is what he first started with. And then you've got Acid, who in my eyes is MX's top performer. And he might be the most improved player from year to year. Acid is absolutely insane. So this Vitality roster, do not sleep on them.
Yeah, it's so important to and you know Acid does this because of the improvement that you talk about. I haven't seen recent improvement, but I do remember very clearly his improvement over the past couple of years. It just takes that perfect practice, right? You got to sit there and make sure that when you're playing the game, you're not just playing with your mind off. You're playing to improve and to break bad habits, etc. And you know, Acid has done that. But now we move on to Penguin. Mr. Penguin with the snipe in his hands. Gonna miss that shot, but does get seen. So the value's there. Let's see what route he takes, though. Unfortunately, it's a route into an enemy player. Yaxon takes him out.
Yaxon also back in the mix. Saw that free agent tweet just a couple days ago, and what a team to get picked up on. Great opportunity to qualify. And this is the series to do it. You do drop in the lower bracket. You do have another opportunity, but man, with with what we're seeing in the lower bracket with FaZe lurking in the mix, I'd rather just stamp my ticket right here and there, as Vitality do take a 10+ second lead in this early strongholds here on Livefire. Yaxon bait and switch opportunity, and it's executed to perfection. You see all 4 still up for Vitality, 3 down for SSG, and all the while Acid picks up a free camo because of that bait and switch execution.
Ёлки-палки, 3 убили. 3 зоны потеряли, ай-яй.
And Lucid goes down as well. It is a 2v2 though. I want to see how Acid plays this camo. Has to try and keep it, but gets spotted out. These camo eyes have just gotten better over the years, Mac. I don't know how these players see these camos, but my goodness, they can see them. Acid still plays his life, though. Very important kill here. Not able to get it. Collect stays alive. That is disciplined Collect. I love to see it.
Also very disciplined here from Acid to maintain his life and strike at the perfect moment. All he needed was a melee on to Collect. It was one shot as the killing spree. Now has the snipe in his hands. Lines up two difficult no-scopes onto Lucid. And Lucid, another MVP back in the mix. Welcome back. Let's see what you can do with the snipe.
Okay. Lucid playing a lot. I watched a lot of his marathon stuff.
Let him cook, let him cook.
Now he's back, and apparently he learned a couple things over there, or maybe he just carried them over here and then back over here. I don't know, but still a boss with the snipe. Gonna push up the triple cap, potentially being locked in here for SSG. Lucid decides to take space instead. The spawners come up onto C, has to hit the shot, the body, the head. Acid goes down.
Yeah, Lucid's content focus has primarily been focused around 1v3, to load into ranked by himself against teams of 3 and still find his way into the upper echelon of rank in whatever game he decides to play. So Lucid, despite focusing on content for the last year or so, has made sure to tilt that content towards just unfathomable skill.
I love it. I love to see it. A lot of these players are like I always say, like generational talent, right? You know, if you're a top player in Halo, I truly think you can do anything. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased, but I feel like Halo players are built different, and we're seeing that in Lucid and the rest of this SSG roster. If they can maintain some sort of control here, maybe they take the lead, but Vitality are making that difficult. They do go 3 down, though. Acid, the last player alive. Lucid going to play slow and allow the spawns to happen onto A, and he'll get some damage, and he'll play his life as well. I love this. Camel's coming up.
A highly contested start to this series as we're virtually tied here on the strongholds. Lucid working his way from the cuts down to the scoreboard, descendant in a 1v1. Perpendicular grenade isn't going to do too much damage. My God, how quickly can you possibly turn on an opponent there? Takes down Yaxid, works his process towards the camo, doesn't want to engage so he can grab it freely, and I don't think he was able to burn it. No, he did not. Descendant picks it up instead, and now we see what he can do with it.
I like that he backtracks back to C here, just to like maintain this control to make sure they don't get triple cap. One mistake, and this turns into a triple cap here for SSG. They create space towards B, going for that. Look at Lucid on the split here. Beautiful nade, by the way. But Descendant still not spotted out. Oh, the jump doesn't work out. The clamber doesn't work. Penguin ends up falling. Descendant, though, gonna try and get towards C, but can't make the jump, and he can't make anything happen right now. Still alive, though.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him. I think he heard footsteps behind him and might have caused an errant jump and timing there, but he's no worse for the wear. Still takes down Falcated with the use of the fist. Decent value out of that camo as he now protects the top side of the snipe tower, but it's the snipe in the hands of Penguin instead. Rips him through the lungs, and Penguin now with a chance to turn 2 does so on a Yaxin, but he drops the snipe shortly after. 116 to 135. It is as back and forth of a strongholds as you could want.
Yeah, and Vitality got a lot of points there with that triple cap for what was it, like 10 seconds, so it's solid of them, even though Penguin was able to get that double before he died. Acid's going to take that snipe once again. The triple cap locked in. It's going to be SSG that do take C here in a moment if they can get that kill on the C side. But Acid trying to find that player. It's, I believe it's Yaxin potentially, but he has to hit these shots. These snipes are very important, and Lucid takes him out and takes the snipe for himself.
Could clean up on Descendant here. He looks weak, doesn't need to hit the snipe, but he does go down shortly after. 3 go down for Vitality, just 2 for SSG, so here's their chance to flip the score in their favor as they do just that. AC in their control, but ultimately Eco and the rest of Vitality are able to take down 3. Eco does fall inside of B, but Collect still has one more player at the very least to take down. He's got some help though. Oh, but Descendant, great plays. Acid with a great play. Make sure to retain favor of B, and B is such an important cap on the map to control. Yes. It's really it's that fulcrum. It's that in between A and C, and I think if you're going to hold any of these 3, B is the one. So a huge win there for Acid to maintain a crucial cap point.
Yeah, I love that, right? They get B, and then he reroutes towards the camo side. The only time B is not that important is when camo's coming up, but even then, teams choose to go for B or stay on B and still have presence on B. But I love what Acid did there, the multifaceted approach. Falcated, though, going to answer back. There's still a snipe down on the camo side, I believe. But again, Vitality have been in the driver's seat this entire time. They have continuously scored points. The QT is coming up on the back of B. And SSG need to find a break here on that B side. Like you said, it's very important. So SSG, they need to throw some numbers that way.
What was back and forth all throughout game number one has now turned into a double up advantage for Vitality. Penguin has to stay alive. He's got to watch his back. That player's still above him. I thought maybe he worked his way down the stairs, but Penguin is able to sneak control of C, still trying to spot that player behind him. I think it was Descendant who ultimately goes down on the C platform. EC now in SSG's favor. They've got to hold on for quite a while to bring this one back. Lucid with a double kill could turn a triple kill into a trip cap.
Lucid, big fight here. 1v1. Descendant, very smoothie. He still gets the kill, though. The killing spree's there. They're going to clean him up, but that's still time they have to spend inside of A, right? The double cap comes out for SSG, and look how quickly things turn. Jackson ends up losing a fight as well, so that'll be A once again for SSG. The question now is, do they get Sniper, and can they stop Vitality from capping B?
I love the decision here from Penguin not to set foot inside of A. He already had a teammate doing that. So to retain control of the trip cap, Penguin proactively works his way to B and turns it into 3. 2 kills, 1 assist, all 4 down for Vitality. And SSG are surging at the moment they need it most.
How the turntables, Mr. Matt. This is insane. Triple cap, SSG. Looked behind. They were behind the entire time. All of a sudden, someone turned the lights on. They can see clearly. The triple cap is still in. Collect. Great ears out of him. Gets another kill there onto Descendant. Do not peek your face. This man is in a flow state. Once again, it's going to be Vitality going for B.
SSG are back on top. SSG are back up on top after going down by more than 100 seconds. They secure control in the end game, but it looks like Vitality have a little bit of a surge. Falcon trying to shut it down, but no, staying alive with 1 HP is Acid. He's the last hope, but he falls too. SSG might have just stolen.
Yeah, this is huge here. Collect was going for that route anyway, but he's got the sniper to utilize. 2 shots in the chamber. The QT as well. He'll be able to create some space. It is Vitality, though, that do pick up that camo.
Опасно.
With the camo in his hands, a.k.a. unlegit. 247 and counting.
Gotta get in.
249. Ёлки-палки, 1 секунда.
2 down for SSG, just 1 for Vitality. They have to maintain their life force here if they want to come back. Down by 20 seconds, 249 to 235.
Ну уже! Ну уже! Ёлки-палки, 1 секунда. На A, иди на A. Давай, зашел, успел. Ну уже, 1 секунда. Люси, давай, покажите. Бляха, они B потеряли. Нет! 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 Как? 1 секунда. That is horrible. Not just insane, that is horrible. Holy balls, Ико! Какого хрена? 1 секунда для SSG, вы серьезно? Это как маг какой-то. Ико makes me Lico, пишет. Big brain play by Ико. Ага. Кошмар. Да. Не, вот это кэмо Ико, забрать твое кэмо. Кто ты без него? Да. Очень жалко. Это уже тяжко, да. Ну, непонятно. Вроде и нормально шло, но такое бывает.
Push A, that's the contested point right now, but realizing he still has 10 seconds left of the camo, knows that he can take it before they can take a single shot on him, and he obscures his visibility by crouching into that little lip over the top of B, and my God, I mean, Eco was -7, I think -8 that game, and the casuals would say, yeah, Eco's washed, he didn't have a great game. I do not care. It comes down to making the play that matters most. And when you have the decision-making,
кошмар полный. SSG проиграли первую карту на 1 секунду. Всего лишь на 1 секунду. Ну потому что у Ико было кэмо. Он просто обошел полкарты, давал много инфы. Пока Люсик и Ко брали точку А, они потеряли в моменте точку Б, потому что туда подошел Ико. Кошмар, ну это круто. Damn good Halo.
You know, the players that make the play calls or make the plays, and you know, you're always looking at the KDA. That is an example right there, like you just said, Mac, of a player who...
Вообще чертовски мощную команду собрал Ико, хочу я сказать. Descendant, Acid, Yakuza. Ну вот Yakuza на Descendant, ну это же вообще жестко. Это жестко. Acid тоже неплохой. Ну и Ико. Ико это Ико, но... Как оказалось, он еще что-то могет в свои 30 с чем-то лет. Умеет удивлять. Да, ну круто, смотрим. Как бы я все-таки ставлю на SSG. Скорее всего будет 4-2. А, нет, здесь же Best of 5. 3-2 будет, либо 3-1. Я думаю, сейчас 3 подряд выиграют SSG. Ну или 2, потом отдадут и потом опять выиграют. Короче, будет 3-1 или 3-2. SSG точно пройдет. Кстати, надо посмотреть, а вдруг реально эти ставки появились. Конечно, вряд ли, но... Почему бы не проверить просто? Есть на Rocket League. В среду будет eSports World Cup какой-то. Класс. Невероятно. Зачем это надо? Вот, подожди, давай на GGB гляну, сейчас VPN надо включить. Что там с Европы нельзя смотреть. Кошмар вот этот момент. Ико, я тебя вспомню. Я тебе припомню это. Так, Rocket League, Hearthstone даже есть, Call of Duty. Нету. Давай, поскольку Bad King их никогда не добавляю то, что их прошу, попробую попросить GGB. Потому что, ну, катки сегодня будут очень интересны.
We're keeping the LVT's keeping Halo alive, okay? Like show them some love, okay? Do that for the community, for the Halo community. Come together for this organization. Again, it's so great to be here and be accepted. You know,
я надеюсь, нормально слышно трансляцию. Ну, имеется в виду вот эту трансляцию про лиги.
FaZe hosting a tournament in the off-season, Shopify hosting this Pro League. I mean, everybody across the community has come together when there's no officially sanctioned competition. I don't feel that, though, as an observer and someone who loves Halo and casts it on the weekends. I don't feel like this is like an off-season or an in-between season. This feels like pure Halo to me. 3-3 off the start. SSG and Vitality still deadlocked in this series. The first game came down to 1 second. Can this game too come down to the final kill? That's asking a lot, but it feels like it could.
Yeah, it's very close. These two teams are very, very close, and it's going to be Jackson. Before I stopped casting for a little bit, he was the most improved player for me of the season, and I
Новый фон? Ты что, только сейчас заметил? А, ты же не пришел на ту трансляцию. Ну понятно. Я тебя понял. Новый фон случился. Который час я уже его показываю. А, новый фон. Ну, а в смысле? А какой будет? Ну, хочешь подвину сейчас? Плед будет на фоне. Ну, я могу поменять сейчас в любую секунду. Если вам не нравится дела. У меня вот там вот. Вешалка моя с пледом. 11-8, хорошо. О, привет, дорогие зрители, кто на трансляции. Приятного просмотра. Надеюсь, все супер. А, Кюлик на двоих. Я никого не забрал, серьезно. Ну как же так? Там, кстати, есть дропс, но это какие-то бестолковые дропсы, брелочек. Булчу. Не то, что было. Вчера было поинтереснее. Сегодня какая-то херня. Интересно, а будут ли дропс на шоу матчес? Я думаю, что да. На каждый. Ну тогда Halo Studios придется напрячься. Я бы на их месте все-таки начал делать дропс эти. Позы, которые мы вчера нашли, которые нельзя никак достать. Пусть добавляют вот эти штуки, которые были временно эксклюзивными там во время первого, второго, третьего сезона. Не добавлять в обменник бестолковый, а добавлять дропс и говорить: все, кто успел, тот и съел. Ну а что, мотивация будет. Вдруг людям понравятся эти турики, вдруг они будут дальше смотреть. Потому что сцена, ну, син, да, как называется, син существует только благодаря поклонникам. Это касается любого спорта, абсолютно любого спорта. Потому что откуда еще брать деньги? Ну, да, есть, конечно, какие-то организации, есть какие-то там меценаты, еще кто-то. Но, типа, опять-таки, а смысл им вкладываться? Ради чего? Они разве что-то на выходе получат? Потому что если нету никакой аудитории, которая будет готова платить за это штуку, там, донатить, платить билеты, да, или там, как-то поддерживать, выражать как-то благодарность, тогда какой смысл? Хочу дропс в виде дани уважения MLG. Что ты, как ты это себя видишь? Как? Или ты имеешь в виду просто какая-то надпись MLG, ну типа их логотип? Брелочек какой-то, типа ничего. Просто MLG не может быть. Microsoft не сотрудничает с MLG. Была же какая-то Virgin Gaming или Virgin что-то там, короче, какая-то вот эта вот студия, которая должна была заниматься киберспортом, но потом ее расформировали, и в итоге Microsoft просто как бы создала Halo Championship Series. Да, был 360, да. Зачем ты, кстати, подожди, а нет оригинала? Есть, кажется, Дюк, или нет? Я бы хотел себе оригинал, который европейский, 2002 года. Это же как бы мой родной. Я хочу белый. Тот же, который ко мне скоро приедет. Ой, что? Я этого не говорю. 33-25. Ну, я же сказал, сейчас 2 или 3 карты в сухую просто возьмут и сожгут. Shared high train starting. Спасибо, я не буду в нем участвовать. Collaborate to achieve higher levels and unlock more emails. Потом как-нибудь. Выплаты дадут, тогда буду покупать подписки. Тем более, shell matches будут. 36-28.
Nickson will have more to use. Still an 8-kill game, though. Starts with one team wipe, flawlessly working through the map to bring it back to within 4 can.
Что-то Яксон и Эсид что-то слабенько на этой карте, я смотрю. Люсид вообще монстр, 13 убийств. Как назло, нам еще и не показывают его POV почему-то. Ико убил, туда его. Заслужил.
Yeah, very unfortunate right there, right? You want to get, like you said, value out of that camo, but when the timing's not in your favor, what are you going to really do? Collect on that B side. Penguin once again pushing up very aggressively here. Doesn't have the help he was looking for, and because of that, he ends up going down.
А в прошлой катке, кстати, Full K тут невероятно себя показал.
It's still a 9-kill game. SSG looking really good for game 2.
Yeah, and I don't think Penguin makes that push without the lead at the point it is in this game. You just afford yourself so much more freedom to move on the map, knowing that you could afford to make those little mistakes. You don't necessarily want to, but you know that you can. You're not going to be hurting for it. And right now, hurting is vitality from the likes of Lucid and Falcade. I mean, look at the performance. The grouping is especially impressive. And my God, Lucid with a double kill. He gets to 18. unbelievable plays from Lucid. Lucid has been such a joy to watch. It is so good to have all of these MVPs return for the Pro League.
Yeah, just it made me really sad when they switched games. I completely understand though, right? They were, trying a new route, but it really is some generational talent that has returned, and it's very good to see. The game of Halo never escapes you, right? You're always going to be invested, and there it is. SSG just invested in a 2-0 lead over Vitality. Man, they're looking good. I'm not going to lie. They're looking very solid.
Yeah, and these players matter a lot. Not only... Yeah, 1-1. These players matter a lot, Tim, not only to their teammates, but just to the scene as a whole. Sure, people have their teams that they root for, but I really think more than anything, fans root for players that they like the most. And so with Lucid coming back, you bring back a lot of interest and intrigue in the league. I know one of my good buddies, Blake Jones, who produces for the Dumb Zone podcast here out of Dallas, he texts me a lot when Lucid's playing, and the texts have started coming in again this week because Lucid's back. So I know that that's just a microcosm of what a lot of other people and friends are doing across the world when a guy like Lucid comes back.
Я слышал, там была реклама какого-то подкаста, и что-то говорили про Lucid, что-то постоянно кидают. Вернули бы BI, нет.
Kind of put out feelers that he was going to retire and not play until the next
topic.
Back. So it is just such a thrill, and we are so lucky to have all of these incredible players come back because it
Давайте SSG вторую. О, вот это сейчас будет Origin Capture the Flag, кстати, 5 флагов. Не 3, а 5 теперь. Все-таки дошло до них. Они, наверное, поняли, что после вот этого кошмара, когда Shopify просто 3 флага доносили за минуту, они подумали, бляха, ну что-то надо изменять. Давайте сделаем 5 флагов. Я их понимаю. Это какой-то ужас был.
Yeah, we sat down with Sundance, the co-founder of Major League
Gaming. 3 флага за минуту,
ну
это ж...
And he said the archetypes, thank you. He said the archetypes,
это невозможно.
The archetypes weren't necessarily built around the teams. They actually initially
как с этим
focused on
бороться
building
вообще?
around the teams and didn't find as much
Я
success
думаю, что
in
если
it.
команда сама по себе слабая, то
Individual players and storylines, knowing that that
что
would
5,
filter
что 7
through
флагов,
the
они
team
все
and
равно
the community
сольют.
as a whole. So, these
Вот лучше бы
players,
здесь
again,
бомба
just
была,
a-
если честно.
We are just so lucky to have so many incredible players still
Я
playing
считаю.
Halo, as we are live and
Вообще
kicking
флаг
off
сам по
game
себе не
number
очень
3,
интересный
Origin.
режим. Вот бомба.
CTF
Очень жалко, что
as Acid
ее не будет в пролине.
maintained positioning on the snipe side. Not sure who grabbed the snipe itself. Long range shots across the map to take down Lucid, and Acid will rightfully earn
Опа.
the snipe. Gets a body shot
Улетал
on the
эти
Penguin Descendant. Holds onto the
снайпуха.
rocket there. I think for 2 reasons. One, his opponent was 1 shot, didn't need the rocket. 2, he didn't want to take splash damage as well. So he retains 2 shots with the rockets. And Acid has just about a full snipe to work with. So
Ни
this is
хрена
about
себе,
everything
они
you can
уже
ask for.
похитили
And a flag
флаг.
on the run. So
Люсид, давай,
2, 3
аккуратненько.
on the priority list
Офигеть, как он
checked off for Vitality
дважды
here
увернулся.
early.
Оу!
Yeah, Lucid playing real sneaky right there.
Десенда.
Almost showed his
Что-то
pride.
они вообще какие-то Васи. У них снайпуха была, спенкер был, и они никого не смогли... Не, ну может быть Десендент убил кого-то со спенкером, но в итоге он умер. Давайте SSG, ну. Красава, Lucid. Просыпайся, мой мальчик.
Oh man, that was too easy for Lucid. You got to understand if you're Acid, you still got some work left to do. You still got to take down the reigning MVP if you want to score. So Lucid, he'll take that free back smack every day of the week, and because of it, it turns into a counter cap situation for SSG.
There it is. Lucid taking control once again of that snipe side to allow for that counter cap situation that you talk about. A lot of damage goes in. Oh, there it is. The flag gets pulled here. Eco's going to play that mid map though, being kind of a surprise.
Попытка
They weren't
похитить
aware of his
флаг.
position exactly, but Lucid knew there was something amiss. He ends up
Оказалось
taking him out.
безуспешной, ладно.
Send it armed with the carbine and the bandit.
Причем у обеих
Swapping
команд.
between both. Really intriguing positioning here, but I thought maybe he was going to get a couple of free opening shots, but he gets spotted out, gets down to 1 shot. Frag takes him down to 1 HP. Yaxon also goes down to 1, and they both fall. So Yaxon does get the trade on Falcated, but 2 fall for Vitality, so it's a +1 net outcome for Lucid and the likes of SSG.
Да, Ико хорошо играет. Что вчера, что сегодня. Я так понял, он лидер в команде. Ну, по крайней мере, неофициально называют команда Ико. Команда Люсида против команды Ико. Я вообще, честно, в шоке. Я всегда угорал с Ику, а тут вот такой вот сюжетный поворот оказался. И я не против этого. Смотри, уже 6 минут прошло. Никто еще не похитил флаг. Не, подожди, сейчас SSG все-таки донесут. Или не? Что происходит? Что происходит? Обсервер, покажи. Да, донесли SSG. Отвратительная работа обсервера. Почему он не показал такой важный момент? Что за дурня?
The rockets in the hands of Vitality. Jackson's gonna end up falling. That'll be a rocket here for Penguin. It doesn't turn into anything. I'd really like to see rockets used for those flag pulls, but in the hands of Penguin, right, he ends up getting a kill, ends up staying alive, and he creates pressure. So value is there. You're not always gonna get the full kill. It's Ascendant playing sneaky in that cave. And it's gonna be Vitality now with the power weapons in their hands. It's again, what you do with them is what matters.
Yeah, it feels like I think every snipe and every rocket has gone to Vitality. Despite that, they are staring at a 1-0 deficit here in a highly contested 1-1 series tie. Jackson with the high ground just to really pick and move around the map strategically to get that slay. Does so now, pushing into the cave. As Vitality have encroached into SSG's side of the map. They do a great job to take down Lucid. Now two players out on the elbow, working out towards
Интересно, случится ли мое предсказание? Ну, в смысле, с обложки. Будет, дойдут ли фейс до четверти? И, так подожди, это если SSG сейчас выиграют. Они вот в полуфинале, они, получается, автоматически уже проходят про лигу. Они, наверное, не столкнутся с фейс. Ну ладно. Это так, если, конечно, SSG сейчас не проиграют, вот это будет, конечно, очень обидно. Если SSG проиграют в целом против Vitality, тогда будет очень обидно. Что, ничья? Ё-моё. Да охренеть. Я что-то пропустил этот момент. Реально, ничья была. Окей, все становится все интереснее. Почему мне показывают лиц? Так это же онлайн. Дело в том, что не все игроки проводят трансляции, а те, которые проводят, не всегда используют вебки. Или кто-то и вообще не заморачивается, не покупает веб. Видишь, как у нас в киберспортивной составляющей Halo. Не на профессиональном уровне. Нам фейс показывают. Ой, как-то неожиданно переключились, я не понял. Фейс против Clutch Academy. Ну, тут фейс выиграют, тут понятно. Clash Academy это вот просто отряд самоубийц настоящий. Я тебе больше скажу, на оффлайн туриках не всегда вебки включают, или включают только в последний день. А ты просишь вебку на онлайн? Я надеюсь, что будут вебки... Хотя не, вебки даже в шоу-матчах про лиги не факт, что будут. К сожалению. Как бы это грустно не звучало. Ну а потом же в конце будет LVT-турнир на 100 тысяч долларов. Вот там вебки будут. А там будет вообще абсолютно сильно, потому что там у них такие заряженные компы, там что-то там... Что-то там 500 кадров, короче, что-то 500 герц. И это самое. Короче, там жесткие компы у них, и они просто сидят как бы две соседние комнаты. 4 компа там, 4 компа там. Ну еще коуч с ними там стоит. И все. И вот так вот типа друг на друга типа смотрят через стенку. Я помню, потому что в прошлом году я же смотрел. Оно что же самое будет, потому что это тоже будет проходить на локации у Shopify. Да, чувихи. Ну вот это ж в Classic Academy вроде одна или две чувихи есть. Эшли не играет. Ну их и нету. Command Station не играет по понятным причинам, как бы. Хотя я думаю, если бы у нее была нормальная команда, то я думаю, что они бы прошли в топ-8. Точнее, в топ-4. Здесь же, получается, топ-4 надо. В прошлый раз было топ-4. У нас команда PJ. Потом Shopify, естественно. Позавчера был шоу-матч. Решали, кто ж заберет 4-е место с первой квалификации, потому что SSG они были дисквалифицированы из-за того, что... Ну, я сначала думал, что они уволили Ико и Пингвина, а оказалось, что игроки сами ушли. То есть команда как бы распалась, потом FaZe их подхватили, получается, Legend и Stellar, плюс докинули себе Баунда и Ренегада, и SSG воспользовались моментом и просто договорились, ну, с Люсидом, получается. Вот. А я не помню, какая еще 4-я команда. Так вот, шоу-матч был, команда Рейнуба пришла. И это очень круто, потому что они уже будут, они уже в про-лиге как бы участвуют. И они будут на оффлайн турнире, это очень круто. Как бы будет за кого болеть в плане аутсайдеров, андердогов. Я думаю, что это будет одна из или вообще самая слабая команда. Если они что-то будут выиграть, это просто вот шок будет вообще. Я вообще в шоке, что они там, ну, вот это, прошли квалификацию. Ну, технически они не прошли, потому что они как бы заняли 5-6 место, в топ-6 попали. Но из-за того, что SSG были дисквалифицированы, получилось так, что команда Рейнуба получила шанс посостязаться за это 4-е место. И они выиграли против Legion Gaming, они играли. И они выиграли, кажется, 4-2. 4-2. Что там было Best of 7. Ну да, тут такое. FaZe сейчас выиграет, это понятно. Покажите лучше SSG, что у них там происходит? У них же там... И что там, такое сражение сейчас будет против команды Ико. О, все, показывают. Что-то они до сих пор не начали. Почему? What's going on? What's up? Он не в прайме, он это. Сделал вид, что он... Не знаю, короче, преобразился, скажем так. Показывает, что он что-то там еще, это, май год. Но он, май год, действительно, он умеет следить за собой, как бы. Умеет держать себя в форме. Опа, нам показывают сетку. Margin против Legion Gaming. Там, скорее всего, Margin выиграют. FaZe против Noobs. FaZe выиграют, они пройдут в Elimination Semis. А вот кто упадет с верхней сетки в Elimination Semis, интересно. Elimination Finals, это ж у нас, по идее, топ-4 уже будет. Да, у него сел жестко голос, с него еще угорали люди. Я заметил, у Шая, либо у Шая аудитория слишком токсична по отношению к APG, либо у самого APG его же аудитория очень токсичная по любому поводу, в том числе как бы к автору, то есть к нему же самому. Я не знаю, но как-то что-то что-то там, вот это, когда я был у Шая, они что-то угорали там с APG. Шай тоже поугорал, но потом говорит, ну не, мы ж типа кенты, все нормально, типа это, ну как бы, не берите в голову, как бы, это, я ж типа не всерьез, что-то такое было. Ну, очень непонятно. Ну вот, да, фейз разносит, понятно. Хоть это нам понятно.
A lot of pressure on you. You want to make it to LA. You want to be on land. You want to experience that. I think every competitor really just vies for that opportunity. So.
О, настраивают. Сейчас будет SSG против команды Ико. Вот это
Pound almost gets that double kill. Not able to do so though, and it's going to be 3 down for FaZe once again. Clutch Academy hanging on here, 13-12.
Fano, Biscuit, and the rest of Clutch Academy in the mix right now, only down by 2. As he works his way on the red side of the map, knows that he has an opponent there at the caution tape.
Что это за...
Has the high ground, but
Что это за выстрелы? Кошмар какой-то.
Ну,
он умудрился даблкилл сделать. Правда, после смерти. Ну, такое.
Renegade going to come off a spawn, and again, we'll look for this game to kind of open up at that 30 kill mark potentially. But Renegade going to get the trade and ends up falling. It'll be Kruvu, who is, you know, tell me a little bit about Kruvu, because you know it's been a little while since I watched. How is he doing?
20-20 углов не сравняли. Ого, не обгоняют. Не, все, потеряли лидерство. Баунд уже. Кемпит. Кэмо, не, о чем ушел. Они настолько крутые, что им даже Кэмо не надо. А, Стеллар взял. А, ничего себе, Wingman, вот это он прикрыл Стеллара. Неплохо.
Stefano is just, man, his ceiling might be the highest out of anybody on that squad. He sometimes does play at the level of a FaZe, but it comes down to more.
Ого, странно, а что оно тут не зарегало, как Бэксмэк? У него там совсем чуть-чуть здоровья осталось, этого Стефана. Ну. Все, показывайте SSG уже, они же там, наверное, настроились. You don't eliminate him from that side. You get the spawns on the cafe. They're going to come in a system, and now you're kind of. Да все, мы поняли, FaZe выиграли. Все, давайте дальше. Зачем вообще этот humiliation показывать? It's open wide open. Here, bound is 12-6, and we see we switch to him. He's definitely feeling very good as he goes straight in, very aggressive there. Gets a lot of damage though. I think you called it. Once we get into the 30s, the cream is going to rise to the top, and FaZe are that team 37-31 now, looking to take a 2-0 series lead as Legend finds the finishing touches onto Sylvanic. Their lead will stick at 7. Нет.
Speaking of stick,
да, начинают. Все locked in. Let's go.
For Lucid's crew, but we're going to reset. I believe it'll be 1-1. When we kick things back off, so virtually tied, and I do believe
организаторы настраивают, чтобы по-честному было. Ёма, они провалились под карту. Вау, very cool, одно слово. Вот это глич, конечно. Охренеть. Так долго ждали, чтобы в итоге они оказались под картой. Спасибо. Каждый день находим что-то новое. Да, potato code у игры, конечно. 8008. А, кстати, я же написал... Подожди, а мне ответили или нет? А то я что-то оставил. Мне сказали, зачекайте декілька хвилин, прошло 10 минут, и я ничего не понял. Пулина. Очікуйте відповідь на вашу електронну адресу. Мне ответят на... Ничего себе, они раньше мне всегда писали, типа, там, окей, мы свяжемся с провайдером. Сделаем, что сможем. В этот раз просто написали, ответим на электронную почту. Ну ладно. А ну давай еще раз зайду. Mercenaries! Подожди, Mercenaries. Кто из них? Mercenaries уже прошли? Ё-мо, это те челики, которые вчера обидели Фейс. Они прошли в Про-лигу, получается. Если я правильно все понял. Они уже, получается, в топ-4. Либо в топ-5. И им еще надо выйти. Скорее всего, они уже в топ-4. Так, а ну сейчас посмотрим. Rocket League, киберхоккей, Rainbow, какой-то есть. Mobile Legends. Есть какой-то King of Glory, League of Legends, Hearthstone, Fortnite. Вот возле Call of Duty всегда Halo было. Нету.
Majin was able to win against FaZe yesterday 3-1 in a really impressive hard-fought series. So don't count out Majin, despite being in the lower bracket. They have every opportunity to make that trip across the pond and qualify for the gold.
Я пытался.
Very cool. I absolutely love to see.
Ты можешь тоже попробовать написать. Может быть, они увидят, что есть demand и такие, ладно. Конечно, ну, как бы, нет смысла заморачиваться, просто то добавлять, там, вот эти маркеты, потому что не добавят. Получается, и что никто не будет ставить. And something we're going to have to see, but looks like we are getting into the FaZe Clutch Academy game and also the SSG Vitality game. Это же те самые FaZe, что частично основал Temper. This was a disconnect, so or a crash, so we'll see. It should end up 1-1 here in the series. And who the fuck is Temper?
Yeah, just really crossing my fingers that we get back into this SSG Vitality series. It has been an all-out.
Это House
Kid? And I don't see anybody below ground. So here we go. SSG versus Vitality, and it looks like they decided to just reset entirely. When we last joined them, it was 1-1.
Не, но он не основатель. Ну да, это же тот же самый FaZe Clan. Ну это же есть FaZe Clan. Все, начали наконец-то. Короче, они не сделали 1-1. Они, наверное, потом слева напишут черным по белому. Белым по черному напишут о том, что команде нужно донести только 4 флага для того, чтобы победить. Они обычно так делают. Чтобы вот это не заморачиваться. Ё-моё. Смотри, SSG уже лидирует 2-1. Что, они уже еще один флаг похитили? Да. Но что-то не получилось у них. Сейчас они нет, они понесли. Да, несут. Да. Втроем. Да. Молодцы. По левой стороне несут. Ага. Да. Этот. Ай, Эсид встречает. Плюс это аккуратно. Ай, ё-моё. Трое меня трыл, Фейс. Все. В смысле у Фейс, у SSG. Я смотрю на красный цвет, думаю, Фейс. Ну, почему LVT не поставят желтый? Ассоциации же не те. Ладно, это просто у нас типа Red vs Blue получается. Такое дело. А у SSG все были мертвы, не получилось. Некому было отбить атаку. Ай-яй-яй. Их уйдет уже. Ой. О, Люсит. Молодец. Обрутил.
Goes down quickly after switching to his POV, and Vitality, despite getting scored on early, have done a good job to maintain the numbers advantage. Now you've got Nickson in the base.
Nickson, карабинчик взял, что там рассеяно. Начал атаковать, это вообще бессмысленно было, считаю.
Acid goes high. Back of the spawn is one of those members of
SSG.
Ответная
атака. Что у нас сейчас будет? 2-2?
He did know he was there and far enough away from the play to get on the run with it.
Can Lucid push up though is the big thing, right? Acid is alive.
Так, там сейчас Пентер появится. Lucid, наверное, дал инфу. Ай, донесли! 2-2, да, 2-2.
So it could be rockets, it could be also a flag, but the spawns do happen on elbow.
Lucid в ответ собрал и понес флаг. И он, скорее всего, донесет. Да, что-то Vitality вообще не напрягались. Окей, 3-2. Not bad.
Origin CTF, Tim, and sure, Vitality are able to go bar for bar, flag for flag with SSG, but look how much easier and clean and smooth the run is for SSG every time.
Это да, я согласен с
The
комментатором.
counter cap is right there for SSG, and they've taken advantage of that. Now up by 1.
Senat's gonna grab this, has those rockets I talked about. I really truly want to see what impact these kind of give to the game here. 2 rockets, essentially becoming 2 kills just like that is enough to open a flag round, open a flagpole.
Большой урон на CT. Йой, no scope! Страшно. Страшно. Что у нас сейчас будет? 3-3? Капец, бок о бок.
Having to work between the weapon swap and pickup from one power weapon to the next. I mean, T2 would be proud of that rocket sniper combo 3 down that we saw from Descendant. Has to watch his back. Aware of Penguin.
Ай-яй-яй, 3-3.
Vitality off of
SSD, ну, лаким, давайте, ребята. Что ж такое?
Oh my goodness, beautiful, absolutely insane out of Descendant. 10-7 here. That cap.
Ой, хорош. Давай, ну, ай. Опасно. Пережил, давай. Обойди. Люсид красава, втихую несет флаг. Ай, пингвинчик, ну что ж такое-то? Есть, донес. Пока Виталити Фолкейтед вообще просто взял, выдал трипл килл. Нам этого даже не показывали почему-то. Втихую донес флаг, пока остальные были заняты друг с другом. Опа, Кюлик взял спенкер. Что-то не очень, не реализовал. Ну ладно. Что-то, ну хотя бы инфу дал. Давай, хоть кого-то забери. Ай, что это такое?
They take advantage of it every single time. Those rockets were kind of crazy, though. And they're not going to be a factor. Regardless, he makes up for it with the beautiful melee.
How did Collect not trade that out? And he's still staying alive. Finally goes down to Descendant. Still 3-2 here. SSG up by 1. Jackson in tight quarters. Takes down Lucid with the fisticuffs. Goes down shortly after. 6:20 left on the clock. We've reached the halfway point. And this game's still close.
You see it once again, it's SSG pushing forward. They're always in the base of Vitality. Vitality truly can't move out of their base, and if they do, they're going to take a lot of damage doing so. Falcon is somehow going to win that fight. The flag will be pulled, but he'll end up going down. There is a snipe, though.
All 4 dead. I think you're going to worry more about taking control of this snipe, though. Eco takes down the teammate he qualified for the Pro League with last weekend. Pretty interesting narrative right there as well. Eco going up against his former organization. He's brought banners to SSG. Now he's looking to bring death upon their name.
Да, ведущий тут говорит о том, что Ико до этого как бы за SSG был, а тут хоба, а теперь он уже против него. Так, а что мы теперь делаем на SSG? Мы теперь в защите играем, я так понимаю.
But no, he gets taken out. It's going to be Penguin. That's a double kill out of him. It's 3 down. Descendant, the last player alive. They know where the spawns are going to happen. Acid.
Ай, пингвинчик, ну нет бы переждать, чтобы щиты восстановились.
Shots off. I see Frosty do that all the time when he knows danger is nigh. He'll just start depleting resources. Penguin left 7 shots in the sniper.
Да я хотя бы контроллер выключу. Вот это самое, а то у меня сейчас монитор включен, Xbox включен. Короче, все включено, я же уже типа в Infinite уже собирался искать недостающие предметы. Искать секретики вот эти. Ну и миссии перепроходить, которые мне надо. А потом понял, что там Фейз играет, SSG играет, думаю, ё-моё, так играть некогда, тут же смотреть надо это все. Не то, что даже надо, это просто хочется смотреть, это интересно. И это действительно так и есть. Пингвинчика вдвоем зажмурили, короче. Аккуратно надо им быть. Не, они все-таки хотят в атаку пойти. Люсид рассматривает сейчас. Что ты аккуратно, давай инфу. Да, молодец, 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 молодец. Опа, отбивай атаку. Хорош. Так, пошел. Со стороны смотреть. Люси 20. 21. Да. Ну да, отец вывозит. Ты шо? Мужик играл в марафон последние, сколько, 4-5 месяцев? Вообще практически в Infinite не играл. Он играл в Infinite только последние там дня 4, когда он сформировал команду. Все. Ну и до этого там периодически что-то заходил, там, может быть, играл там пару часов в месяц и все. Еще что-то, видишь, мое. Да, уже 23-9.
This is why damage matters, though. In that last play, Acid gets the kill and wins the piv onto one player, but then gets Penguin down to one shot, which makes
Так, у нас получается 4-3, да? Бляха, смотри, что творится. Что творится со снайпухи, а? Аккуратно, восстанови. Ай! Не успел восстановиться, пингвин поздно пришел. Да. All eyes on Lucy, да, это точно.
Hopefully pick back up that sniper rifle, send it, takes down collect. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, so Vitality with maybe 2 or 3 pushes left on the map.
Collect.
Otherwise they're going to go down 2-1.
Сказал ведущий. Collect.
Great shots.
Collect. Collect, а collect. Как collect получается. О, Люсид хорош, в размен ушли. Collect. Взял снайпу. Да что ты творишь? Что это было? Срал все патроны. Ее, Ико в атаку идет. Что сейчас будет?
Corner of the map has a good angle, and Descendant has the opportunity to clean up on this damage. Turns to for the double kill.
Двое мертвые SSG. Виталити идут в атаку. Нет, они не спешат пока. У них есть 1,5 минуты. Они ждут. Наверное, сейчас будут убирать по одному. Да, пингвина Кюлекта убили. Что сейчас будет? С двух сторон они пытались зайти? Видимо, да, но SSG сразу задавили атаку. Ничего не получилось у Виталити.
Playing defense now. This is like the first time in the game that you see SSG on their back foot. Still, though, Penguin finds his way towards their side of the map. This is always what they do. Make it very mixy and stagger everything. Penguin's got this angle. He's got the damage. They can just play defense for a minute if they want to. Stop the routes. There's the first kill on a Falcated. Nice and clean. Very clean.
Ну смотри, Falcated догоняет Люсида. 22-14. Ё-моё, у пингвина 20, вообще 18. 18 ассистов. Вот что он все это время делал. Он помогал убивать. И донес флаг! И донес флаг, все. 5-3, 5-3. Да. Да, ну смотри, пока что по моим прогнозам идем. Пока что идем по моему прогнозу. Две подряд они выиграли. Давайте еще одну, и можно им идти уже. Подожди, если они сейчас выиграют... Надо, чтобы они сетку показали. Разве они не пройдут сразу? В топ-4. Или они будут в топ-6? Наверное, в топ-6 будут. Не, они будут точно, они будут в топ... Там 2. Это, скорее всего, будет топ-5, топ-6.
And create content, but I do feel like there's something to be said for just taking a break. You don't want to obviously take too long of a break, and now Lucid hasn't been on Halo for the last few months, but he has been playing, so it's not like he's completely coming in dry.
Что у нас? Реклама. Так, а ну давай в окошке будем смотреть. Recharge. Звука тоже нету. Eco needs to take a break, perhaps. Да, break from esports. More like it. More like it. Мурлыка. Бурлака.
Mais on peut aussi rembourser sa collègue en 10 secondes avec Wiro. Et ça, juste avec son numéro de téléphone ou avec un QR code.
Опа. Что происходит? Это у нас продолжение. Кот! У нас кот. King of the Hill.
Goes down on the camo box. Lucid trying to turn 2 on Descendant, but he takes him down. It has been an absolute POV roulette. Every time Cal switches to a player, they go down shortly after.
Публикую в инсте. Тоже как-то попробовать привлечь аудиторию. Не знаю, может уже, конечно, поздно, но лучше поздно, чем
Beautiful to see, but the grapple comes in. Here comes the pace that we're talking about. Descendant takes him out, though.
We're talking about
Descendant staying alive on the plasma pistol, now working his way into A, but he's got a player there just before him, blocking him off with the zone control grenades. Falcon ultimately goes down. Shock rifle still up all the while. Descendant's going to want to get his hands on that. No more grapple to Deadly is catching his direction. And flanking and sliding his way through gold is Lucid. Now he's got the next best chance at the snipe, but he's got to take down Eco, and he's not able to.
Комар какой-то или что это такое? Triple kill от Ико? Да ты что, прикалываешься? Нельзя такого допускать. Вы шо? Где такое видано?
Eco trying to help his teammate out here. Oh, a nice double there from Lucid. That's a trade, but it's a net positive and a net win to turn that into a +1. Vitality, though, with the early lead in this King of the Hill, just crossing the 50% threshold, about 25% on the board for SSG, but they are in the hill for now and seem to have a decent setup.
Well, the setup is locked in for now. They've got that cross, like you said. The setup looks good. Lucid, nice shots out of him. They do get out of hill momentarily. Bass is going to try and get some damage in. An aggressive jump there, but very confident in his shot. With Camel coming up very shortly, this bottom center control isn't bad, but the timing might be off just a little bit as the spawns come out from A.
Descendant with an opportunity for an easy cleanup on a Falcon. It does just that. Camel up once again. We saw it get burned earlier.
Я думал, что это пахнет, а я вчера лук резал, у меня пальцы до сих пор пахнут. А, они отдали гору первую, серьезно? Ай-яй. Не очень хорошо. Так, это будет долго, подожди. Это я буду вот так вот смотреть. Надо будет потом подушечку взять, или даже две у меня есть маленькие. Turkish Airlines. Причем две одинаковые. Они у меня вообще возле кровати лежат. Ну, по факту на кровати. Возле стеночки. Легкая сторона. Возле заборчика. Пилили нас теперь Спайдермен? Теперь вы пингвины ведь Спайдермен? Ясно. Что такое? Что это было? Что это было? Какой-то тильт начал снял. Нормально, даблкил взял. Все, отступи, отступи! Отступи! Ай-яй-яй. Опасно. Бим, 1-1. Хорошо. And this is actually a little bit of a tough break. I don't think there's anyone on that glass side, though. Maybe there is. Unlegit ends up getting that kill.
Eco ain't alive inside of the inside of the hill, but the push is coming on strong, and he'll go down because of it. 2 go down for Vitality, just 1 for SSG, so they do have the numbers advantage to take control of the hill back. And they're pushing Vitality back to the C spawn, so they're trapped a little bit with these predictive C spawns. You can see the ping come in. They knew exactly where Acid was going to be spawning and pushing towards as Yaxon tries to make his way out of the tower. Nice peek and pop shot there on Falcade. It takes him down, and now Yaxon has control of the hill.
Я думаю, LVT специально на этот Qualifier выбрали галимый drops, потому что они знали, что в любом случае будут смотреть, вне зависимости от того, какое будет вознаграждение. Ну, потому что все-таки, бляха, решающий. Тут у нас SSG, Face, команда Ико, ну и вот эти какие-то там Маджины, вот эти Лиджины, вот эти... Luminon Europe, я так понял, выбили. Бляха, жалко, они мне показались достаточно такие интересные команды. Кажется, они вылетели. Обидно. Вот. Да, поэтому, ну, бляха, тут такие эти команды, что ты шо? Тут в любом случае как бы хочется посмотреть. И, наверное, они это сделали по той простой причине, что, опять-таки, в любом случае люди бы смотрели. И можно оставить что-то более интересное на потом. В принципе, я бы так же сделал. Галимые сюда, и ну, можно было бы и вчера тоже галимый. Но вчера был классный дроп. Вот эта поза. Battle Cap Opener. Там, где он стоит, открывает. Снаряды. Спентера, прикольно. Оказывается, что даже у меня не было этой позы.
Spawn at C, and we saw the numbers drop, but they were still able to take that early advantage, and here comes the push from SSG, and they handle it clearly.
Так, наверное, пока выключу Xbox, потому что мы в любом случае это смотрим. А вдруг сейчас еще Vitality выиграют эту карту, тогда у нас будет пятая карта, это шо? Долго. Это мы подождем? Я смотрю, уже что-то темновато, да? Меня уже плохо видно через веб-то, наверное, надо будет скоро включать лампу, чтобы она слепила мне глаза. Получается так. Получается так, сейчас я настрою хотя бы. Организаторы не меняли скорость передвижения и т.д. Вижу, только отключили. Но они не отключали радар. Это же ранговый режим, ранговый тип этого режима. Там в любом случае нет радара. Вот. По идее нет. По идее нет. Потому что даже видно, что они выбирают, когда они в лобби. И там они обычно просто выбирают ranked какой-то там. И все, и карта ranked. Тип, все. Бляха, Люсит, ну что ж такое? Подорвался на 2 гранатах, давай, текай оттуда. Инфу, давай. Аккуратно, аккуратно, аккуратно. Бля, он даже его не забрал. Забивай, фолк, давай. Он убежал. 2-2. Елки-палки. Опасность. Они начали теряться смерть за смертью. Двое мертвы у SSG. Опасно. To be able to do this, and now it is a tie game, and with 1 minute left, that's exactly what you're looking for, and you're also looking for a lead, which is what they're getting here too. Collect is kind of the player to watch here, right? He's the one that's going to break this setup, and if he does, if he gets the first kill, it could be huge. There's the first kill right there. Yeah, and we haven't quite heard Jeff Steitzer announce overtime just yet, but this really feels like it, Tim, that with just 60 seconds left in regulation, this could come down to one final hill. 2 players down on each side. Lucid falls inside of the hill. Camo, I believe, just бляха-муха, опасно. Остается меньше минуты, и SSG сейчас потеряет 3-ю гору. Ай-яй-яй.
And overlook this hill. He's going to choose a C platform, jump up to the stacks, go towards the tower, and this is exactly...
Бляха-муха, походу все-таки у нас будет 5-я карта. У нас будет Qualifier, резня.
Yeah, really solid timing there by Acid once again. He's got to be my MVP in this game. The 1v1s, the massive pivs that he's winning, plus the plays that he's making, I absolutely love that, right? They control his timing on the spawns from that A side.
Ого! Ого, что пингвинчик вывел. Хорош. Он же знал, что этот гад будет целиться в голову. Он такой, не, ни хрена, я на тебя напрыгну. Как умирать, так с тобой. Вот это молодец. Давай, убей его. А, они его отпустили. Они его отпустили с кэм. У них 20 секунд, чтобы взять 6-ю гору. В общем зачете. И 3-ю для себя, чтобы хотя бы сравнять. Не, овертайм походу не будет от Джеффа Стайсера. Я не знаю, это очень сложно сейчас. Ну этот Криса... А, Кюлекта убили. Да. Ну все, они слили тут. Ладно. Да, это очень интересно. We are going to game 5. The game 5 или map 5? Не to game, говорят, to map. Подожди, а что это?
Is coming that just, I don't know, it gets me all excited, and this is going to be a thriller. Vitality versus SSG in a qualification match to make it to the LVT Shopify Pro League. It all comes down to this.
Может быть, какой-то еще вентилятор купить для коробки? Сзади. 28 шоу-матчей будет. 28 шоу-матчей. 100 тысяч на офлайн турнир и, соответственно, 28 тысяч выделено на вот эти шоу-матчи. На шоу-матчи. А ну, они там статы показывают. О, вот так вот. А я пока, наверное, включу эту лампу. У меня она немного, не то чтобы сломана, но что-то с проводом. И ее очень трудно включить. О, получилось, она с перебоями как-то. Она у меня блымает сильно. Так, бляха, это что, максимум? Это минимум, ну ладно. А ну, начали. Какой-то замес жесткий. Во, вот так вот. Вот так вот будет нормально, я надеюсь. В принципе, я могу немножко ближе. Могу немножко ближе подвинуть. Чтобы не поломать. Тут крепление у меня тоже оторвалось при перевозке. Или это поляки так, я не знаю, подергали. Вот так можно сделать.
That's why timing is so important. You saw Falcated in that play, going towards that A plat side. Lucid thought he was there a bit quicker, but he wasn't. It does turn into Vitality, getting a very big snipe and camo in the hands of the Senate. And when this man starts to heat up, you need to start shaking because it's scary.
You need to start shaking because it's scary. Что он несет? Because it's scary. For SSG, да, наверное, бляха-муха. Это что, они встретятся с Фейс, если не прав? Не, они не могут проиграть. Они выиграют 3-2. Надо только сейчас смотреть сосредоточенно, обычно это работает, и твои фавориты выигрывают.
To send it with another one and still plenty of time with the snipe. He could extend this lead to more than just one team wipe.
Credit to SSG though and how slow they're playing, right? They know the camo is going to run out very soon. They know that they can play back. Oh my gosh, it doesn't matter. Beautiful. Gets the kill, gets the double. He's heating up, and SSG are 4 dead.
SSG had just qualified last weekend for Pro League, and they might just have to do it for the lower bracket if things continue at this rate, 9-16. In the early goings, now 10-17 as Vitality continue to grow on their lead. Unlegit, turning back the clock for the double kill. He's got the most slays for his team.
Давайте, парни, догоняйте их.
You see how aggressive they're being, the confidence in the fights they're taking as well. SSG really got to shut them down here. That first kill could potentially do it. The route coming out from Collect has to go for the kill on Acid, but Acid does not lose his 1v1s in the series.
Точнее, на 9. Уже на 10. Давай, ну, по максимуму. Не в рассыпную, вместе ходите. Юсит, собери их всех в кучу. Опа, пингвин, красава. Давай, Зейн. Отработай Кэмо, давай, на снайпу иди. Аккуратно, давай, убирай этих крыс. Бляха, Люся зачем-то в соло пошел. Пингвина заметили вообще? Они снайпу потеряли. Так это если SSG сейчас выпадает. И что, они потом встречаются с Фейс, и это получается одна из команд только пройдет? Не-не-не-не, SSG вообще нельзя проигрывать. Живи. Давай, снайпу отработай. Отработай ее. Has really given an 11-kill lead here, a 10-kill lead for the side of Vitality.
Here it is. The game is in Penguin's hands.
Хорош.
If you could have lined up the double kill, there's just a
Вместе ходите, сокращайте отрыв.
Goes back to SSG.
С фолком иди. Давай. Ну что ж ты не смотрел туда? Эй! Что ты куда спрятал? А, там чувак! А, они разменялись. Ну хоть так. Окей, Фолк, отходи. Ай-яй-яй, Люся долбили. Давай, дави. На Никсон, давай. Аккуратно. Сбитый щиты. Так, сокращают на 8. Сокращают отрыв. 8 уже. Если что-то там прячется.
From 3 team wipes down to 2, SSG are making their way. The thing is, you could run out of time. You could run out of slays.
Ай-яй-яй.
Not missing any of those shots. 5 perfect shots.
Ай-яй-яй. Нельзя так рисковать. Какие размены? Давай. Опять размен. Да что ж такое? На 8 отстают. Есть, Томми, красавчик. Все, не спи. Нет, куда ты в своего кинул? 6 на 6. Давайте, догоняйте. Уже на 8 отстают. На 7. Не, прикрой. Давай. Аккуратно. Есть. Хорош. Все, подходи. Давай, аккуратно. Заходи туда. Да, биарку можно взять. Да, он взял биарку. Давай, аккуратно заходи, давай. Инфу сразу, давай, инфу. Да, вот там, да, бляха, Клект, скажишь. Шо он? О, Томми красава, двоих забрал. 35-39. Пипец, Виталий, остается 11 убийств. Нельзя допустить того, что они выиграют. 36-39. Отстают. Нет! 37-41 на 4 отстают. Давай, 38-41. Догоняют. 39-41, ну же. Давайте, ну. Ну, давайте, парни. Фол красава со снайпухой сидит уже. Встречает уже, в обнимке идет. Томми дал инфу. Ага, где-то там в турбинах. Да, ай. Прячется в той комнате. Все, вот гады, кучкой ходят. Томми, аккуратно, не иди сам. Ну, ты же лидер, ты сам должен это знать. Ну, Коллект красава, Ико убил. 40-41. Ай, Томми, что ты сделал? Куда ты полез? Ладно. Не все потеряно. Фолк, да... А, нет. Аккуратно. Да шо ж такое, 42-45. Ико забрал снайпуху, 4 патрона. 4 шальные пули. Не, та ну не. Да, это решающий, сказал ведущий, это решающий. Это сейчас борьба за, ну, грубо говоря, за топ-3. Потому что если ты сейчас проходишь, то ну, ты как бы автоматически... То есть, если ты побеждаешь, автоматически проходишь квалификацию. А там уже и не важно, что ты займешь. Грубо говоря, как бы место зарезервировано и все, как бы приходишь в про-лигу. Бляха, 4. 45-49. Нет, Клект, текай! Нет.
The spawns come out of the brutes, and there it is. Vitality do just that. They stamp their ticket to Las Vegas, $128,000 tournament. Beautiful job.
SSG and both FaZe fall to the lower bracket after all 4 of those players across those 2 teams had already qualified.
Команда Ико прошла.
They took the risk. They made the gamble, feeling like this could be the squad that ultimately allow us to win the whole thing.
Ну все, я проиграл все свои деньги. Ну, если бы я, конечно, поставил. Как? Дидис, это точно.
Louis V. Titan was already reaching out last week asking for their flight details,
Да.
their birth date, their names.
Да.
It's insane to think. It really is. 2 powerhouses gonna have to fight it out in that lower bracket, and Vitality move on to the winners final.
Это кошмар. Они встретятся с FaZe. Все-таки. Вот этот прогноз по обложке трансляции, видимо, сбудется. Либо Noobs сейчас, ну, это получается FaZe не пройдут. Если честно, я больше... Бляха, FaZe это ж по идее God Squad, я не знаю. Как они могут не пройти. Это же проблема в том, что они же, видимо, уничтожат команду Люсида. Или нет, я не знаю, они как-то умудряются сейчас нубам сливать. Может быть, они проиграют. Я уже не знаю, что ждать. Я в шоке. Команда Ико прошла. Как эта команда Ико прошла? Ну как такое может быть вообще? Сброд непонятно кого. Это типа вот эти leftover players, которые повыбывали с команд или которых поувольняли. Что? Как? И они уже попали в про-лигу. Да.
Yeah, when doubt starts to creep into your mind, it gets harder to reach flow state. Because you're thinking about all these tertiary things in your mind that don't allow you to just play subconscious Halo 40 RPM heart rate. It's hard to do that when you're second guessing yourself.
100%. FaZe, though, they're not second-guessing anything, but it's 3-3, though. Noobs have put up a really big fight, but it is now 3 down. Stellar going to go for this last kill. Instead, decides to go for the flag here. I like the decision. The flag makes it all the way towards that mid-side. He ends up dying, but that flag is very far, and FaZe, with a couple more kills, can secure this.
Oh, yeah, it's only at the 50. I thought maybe it would have made it into the courtyard. You don't want to work your courtyard now, because that is way too exposed for Renegade. Smartly works his way into cover. In the generator, he's taking some nades. Rorsch is there in the spawn. Renegade with a huge slay, might have just secured it. He did. 40 seconds left. Can FaZe hold the line?
That's just beautiful awareness right there. Understand and trust your teammates that there's a one shot there, and trust your teammate Legend to put it in, and he does.
Я думаю, это бессмысленно смотреть. Тут FaZe выиграют нубов. Будет там какой-то, я не знаю, 3-1, наверное, или 3-2. Сейчас это идут.
Not far enough on the map. 12 seconds is not enough time despite how many G-slides you can hit. As FaZe secure game 1, a hard-fought game 1 at that.
Yeah, just great out of them once again. They're going to stop the last player from going in. But yeah, FaZe securing that game 1. That's some good momentum going into Aquarius. And like I said, it's gonna be rough for them, because I feel like the more FaZe play in this lower bracket, the better they're going to get. We'll see exactly what happens with FaZe, but what a good start to the series against a very solid LATAM roster.
All right, we're not going to go to break. I do think Tim is going to take a quick break, so we'll take you guys the next couple of minutes solo. My God, I'm glad we go back to this screen because I guess we're not going back to the screen I was thinking of, but that Vitality SSG series, guys, how compelling the storyline that Eco thought of as the weakest link on that SSG roster. Let's not lie here. I read the chat. I see Reddit. I see Twitter. Everybody's kind of down and out on Eco. And after SSG disbands, the one of 4 to have made it and secured their spot to Pro League is that man himself, Eco, who all but single-handedly won a crucial game 1, where if he hadn't made that play with the camo, rotated from C to the mid-map to the A and then down to B, we're talking about Eco potentially not making it to Pro League, and he does. He qualifies. So, I mean, my God, can we get some W's in chat for Eco? Can we get some respect for this man? Yeah, he's a little old, but I mean, it's Halo. Everybody's old that watches Halo. It's a pretty 30-plus crowd when you talk about Halo, from viewership to competition and otherwise. So, yeah, big ups to Eco, man. I will think back to that camo play for weeks to come, even all the way into November. I'll think back to when Eco made that play to get to land. So big ups to Eco. W's in the chat for him. As we get set for a game 2 here between FaZe and Noobs. MX's best versus 4 of the best to ever grace the sticks. It was not as easy as maybe FaZe would have liked, though, in game number 1, as they took a 4-3 win on Alco CTF in the final seconds. So Noobs know how to slay out. A lot of free-for-all prowess on this squad, which does lend itself to success in Slayers, but Legend with the snipe off the start, lands the no-scope, half shield, so he's going to reset, work his way back to his teammates instead. Legend now regrouping, finds a way to somehow land that shot on the Roach. That'll back him up. But the bait and switch is there for Noobs, as Lure is able to take down Renegade. Legend spotting Renegade go down, knows he has to back up, but they are pushing for him. They want that snipe. They want Legend down. Love this rotation. Legend actually works his way not only away from danger, but back into the safe arms of his waiting teammate Spawn. So despite being down by 3 here in the early goings, I'm really impressed by Legend's play so far.
I love his position here on the nest as well. He's gonna watch that big door, and they don't expect that angle, right? You usually expect someone on the bridge towards that seaside. Instead, he takes a weird angle towards the nest, a little bit more exposed, but gets that first pick. Still though, Noobs up by 4.
This is their game to take, especially when you talk about being the underseeded underdog. You got to win the Slayer at the very least to tie up the series, because you probably lost game 1, all things considered, historically. And just to talk about the difference, Tim, to be staring at a 2-0 deficit versus being in the mix 1-1, that's got to be everything for the mental.
I 100% agree. Like, you got to carry it on, though. You know what I mean? It's got to be one of those things where you start to see the number go up, and then you continue forward, and then you get hyped up on the team. In terms of the Noobs roster, I'm not sure who's like the hype man, but you got to have one of those. I feel like I think it's good for the roster morale. But tied up now at 14 with 10 minutes left.
Renegade working his way into A. Just a 1 kill now. Tied. Match here, 15 all. Renegade looks out towards the nest bridge. Has Noble there inside of B. He spotted the QT trail, though, so he knows he worked his way into A. He's going to let him take A, while Renegade looks to take space in the tunnels.
Taking space and taking face. Oh, no, he's going to miss that last shot. Camo is up, though, so this pressure is invaluable for Renegade. The damage he did to the player on Big Door got cleaned up. Now they're able to push in. Great shots once again. He stays alive the entire time. They're able to secure the camo, and with that, they're able to secure as well a 5-kill lead.
22-17. Just as it looked like Noobs were positioned strongly enough to tie up the series at 1, they are going to have to work their way back from a somewhat difficult deficit. Now back to within 4, back to 5, make it 6, make it 7. My God, Legend takes down 3 in 0.3 seconds.
That's multitasking at its finest right there. You love to see it. And that gives them the 5-kill cushion, I like to call it, right? You're in a position now where you can start to maybe think about trading a little bit as well, if you're, if you want to. A little 2-for-1 trades potentially, but 1-for-1 would even work. But Leor looking to take that tower side control. They do so. Strikey doesn't even go down there, so some good control. But look how quickly FaZe come up and just demolish the tower side. On top of that, it is going to be Legend who ends up falling off, but that sniper's still in the hands of Stellar.
Stellar with the snipe, known as one of, if not the best snipers in Halo. He made a couple of insane plays last weekend, overkills with the snipe on this very map at that. Didn't have enough ammo resources left to do much more with it. He's been depleted there, but still maintaining his life. 31 to 25 here. His phase maintained that 6-kill cushion.
They can keep pushing forward and being aggressive here, but those are the big kills that matter, right? Getting that kill and then staying alive there for noobs is huge. They can continue to 2 for 1. It'll be a big step up, and then they'll go for that next camo as well. Spawn's trapped on the B side. It's going to be Noble. Puts that damage in, stays alive. That's a big factor of a solid player. They catch him off, though. Catch him off guard. He ends up falling, and it'll be still a 7-kill lead for FaZe. And this is the aggression that you're going to consistently see. Look, the multitasking damage that comes out of Renegade is insane.
This is what Renegade is known for. He can multitask. He can take down any opportunity, any challenge that comes his way. I think Renegade, until he's on the respawn screen, I still have hope. Is Bound working his way to the nest bridge, still with that 6-kill advantage. Down the entry fragger, looking to open up a couple of lanes with all 8 players still on the map, going for that opening break, like he's known for. Peek and pop damage, really. We're doing a great job. Didn't expose much of himself. Maybe all you could hit there was his left elbow, but he still does enough damage to find 2 assists. That is quintessential Bound right there. And look at his stat line as well. 8, 8, and 8. You'll take that all day.
Yeah, the crazy part is like doing that damage, those full shots while not taking any, and also being a distraction so his teammates can come in. It's just being aware of the map, being aware of the position of your teammates. It is so big in a Slayer. And that 43 to 35 score continues to pile on. Noobs have to do something here. This would be their chance to tie the series up and make it a competitive one, but looks like it's slipping out of their hands at the moment.
George trying to find a crucial slay that his team needs, down by double digits now. This lead, just in a blink of an eye, just continues to extend and extend further for FaZe, and it's about all but over. 48 to 36. I hate to call game before we're on the stat screen, but FaZe seem to have all but secured game 2.
Я вернулся, и что я тут наблюдаю? Ну, естественно, 2-0. У меня вообще такая гениальная идея посетила меня. Я как-нибудь поделюсь ею. Вскоре после.
Yeah, I mean, top fraggers, the likes of Renegade, 2 of the best with the snipe. Stellar, obviously the name that comes to mind first, but man, I love watching Legend with the snipe as well. And then you got just the perfect complement to any team, really. And I think that's one of the reasons why SSG won Worlds a few years back, is because of Bound and his opportunity to open up lanes and to play the entry fragger role and maintain a closest even to sometimes even a positive KD. Like, that's not what you expect from Bound. It's okay if he goes minus 1, 2, or 3 in a Slayer, because he's opening up so many opportunities for his teammates. For him to play such calculated, chaotic Halo is really why I think Bound is one of the best in Halo.
100%. That entry fragger role is very, very tough, and like, the ability to go in there, cause chaos, and do enough damage to potentially get a double kill sometimes, or do enough damage to just break a complete setup. It's a lot. It is very tough to do, though, and your stat line's not always going to be so pretty. You know, it's not always going to be incredible, but you're doing so much for the team. You're doing so much to set up your roster to succeed. So Bound has always been that player, super aggressive, super hard to kill, and also just an individual talent in terms of the accuracy in the shot category.
Yes.
Well, there you have it. That winter final lobby is starting to
Show us Vitality versus Mercenaries.
From each Vitality and Mercenaries will face off and make it to the grand finals. Now, both of these 2 teams have qualified for the Pro League, but Tim, just like we talked about before, the seeding is going to be so crucial. You make it to a grand final.
Вот, сказали, что и Vitality, и Mercenaries проходят. А можно тогда FaZe, если тоже пройдет?
You don't have to go up against Shopify in round number 1. You don't have to go up against the likes of Precision and Trippy and that God squad that's really contested most closely to Shopify. So this is despite both teams
Ага,
not having
там у
quite the
нас всё
stakes they
seeding
once
тоже
played for
что-то.
having to qualify, I
Короче,
still
решают
think this is just
квалификация
as big of a
seeding.
series because
Я
you do
хотел
not want to slip up
вот это
and find
сделать.
yourself in 7-8. 7-8 is going to have a tough going on land in November in
Такое
Los Angeles.
хотел
You do not want to be in those
А?
spots.
Как вам?
I 100% agree. And the
Ну, ракурс
crazy
только не
part is,
очень.
like, SSG or FaZe, right? The
Бля,
fact that
это не
SSG are now
настроилось
find themselves
сделать.
on the lower side, it's gonna be insane. It's gonna be a slaughter
Потому
either
что
way.
не то
The
потянул.
competitive Halo Infinite Day is today, and it's been a great championship Sunday so far.
Yeah, everything you could ask for. And again, I just go back to the fact that, hey, the top 4
А, ну,
teams have
это если
already
я вот так
qualified
сижу.
for the Pro League, and you still see
Как это
top 4
выглядит?
players, you could argue, in total competing this weekend. So, man, we have just been just so thrilled to have such
Ладно,
high-level
немножко
competition to
пошаманим
still
тогда.
enjoy. And there is still a lot on the line. Once we get towards that lower quarterfinal matchup, those will be two qualifying matchups. I do believe that this is to make it to Pro League right here. So if FaZe are able to win and clutch up here and take one more game, they'll make it to the elimination semis, which in total gets them to Los Angeles. And then we're waiting on Majin versus Legion Gaming. That series is tied 1-1.
Подожди, так им не
And then the
придется
winner of
сталкиваться
that won't have but a
с теми
second to wipe
гадами
the
или
sweat
что?
off their brow and then take on SSG to qualify. So, I mean, it's actually, again, it's the storyline's insane that both SSG and FaZe, those four players, or at least 3 out of 4 from the SSG team that qualified
Да,
last
там все
weekend,
подстроено, наверное.
will have to come down to a do-or-die elimination round to
Do-or-die
get here.
elimination
So,
round.
I mean, the storylines, the narratives, about as intriguing as it gets.
Yeah, you'd expect
И
that
давай
this lane to Halo Infinite.
сюда.
It's really, really cool to see.
Это
What I
сюда.
want to see is this Noobs roster, right? I know they're it's a
так
roster
как-то.
full of heavy hitters from Lat AM, but I want to see what they're capable of. I want to see that kind of that prowess that we know all of them have, and see them come together. They
Ну,
seem a
херня
bit
какая-то, если
disjointed.
честно.
Obviously, it's against FaZe. Obviously, you're against some of the best players in the game. But regardless, I hope to see them kind of make a little bit of a comeback here and make this series interesting.
Strikey, not too comfortable or content with his PC's performance. Looks like he just reset that. He's back in the lobby, and we don't wait too much longer after that to get this game number 3 kicked off. An oddball match on recharge. Do or die in all caps for the Noobs. They need a reverse sweep to make it to the Pro League. As we settle in, FaZe versus Noobs. FaZe got knocked into the lower bracket yesterday by EU's best, Majin. And just got word from our producer, because this is a qualification match, it's a best of 7. So the Noobs aren't going home if they lose this game. But man, a reverse sweep in a best of 5 is hard enough, Tim. A reverse sweep in a best of 7, that is rarely been seen throughout 5 years of Halo competition.
Yeah, I really like best of 7s in general because again, those 2 words, competitive integrity, right? You give a team all the chances that they require, especially when their back's up against the wall. And I think Noobs could really use that right now. So let's see if they take advantage of it. FaZe 2 more wins, and they'll secure that of course that Las Vegas spot, but. Noobs have a chance to answer back, but you got to get this shock rifle out of Renegade's hands if you want that to happen.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to see Renegade run amok with the shock rifle. He's already picked one off. Easy frag tosses there. Triangulated was Noble there as he was dead to rights. As FaZe win the opening break, they're the first to get on the oddball, and Renegade still has 5 shots left in the shock.
Okay, let's see what he's able to do here. Spots 2, he at least gets 1. I think he thought maybe he got that shot and the melee, which would secure that kill. But regardless, it is 3 down for the side of Noobs, and it's ball time for FaZe as they secure this camo, and they've got the pipe side potentially secured with a couple of kills on a Stellar, but he ends up going down.
Renegade back on the map with the back smack. Legend with the heady rotation. Well, I think one of the best in the game with the OBJ in his hands, whether it be the flag or the oddball. He just knows where to run with it as he works his way into C. And look at this, another heady rotation. Recognizes once Renegade goes down in the back of C, it's time to get on the high horse and run it to gold. So Legend, just a masterclass of oddball rotations right now.
Yeah, Legend's always been such an insane objective player, and it's just like the decision-making he makes with these objectives that just makes him so solid. And you really see that showcased in Oddball. Noble, great kill out of Noble there. I mean, that's a good starter, 4-2 as well in this game. They've got ball control as well. They've got information on a player, and they've got them kind of trapped inside of that pipe side and an A. So good setup here for Noobs.
Yeah, good job by Noobs to take that oddball out of no man's land in the long haul. FaZe were eyeing the gold hold, but instead they're able to get back on the oddball, try and rotate it to C, but you can see FaZe are occupying the space between that objective. Stellar goes down though, so Noble with two really nice frags onto Stellar. He'll eventually fall, and it looks like the rotation for Noobs not as highly qualified and executed as we saw from FaZe and the likes of Legend because of that 32-12 FaZe on top and back in control.
Some great pivots there, though. One, it is 2 down for FaZe. He's going to force Legend once again for the rotation. I believe he anticipates the pipe side spawn. There it is. But because that rotation had to happen, it will be Noobs with this camo in their hands. Can they catch out Rorsch? Rorsch taking a big 1v1. I mean, that is a lot of confidence right there to take that 1v1. He ends up losing it.
Yeah, and a lot of confidence in the camo to think that Bound wasn't eventually going to see the shimmer of that power-up. Bound was actually able to get the first shot despite not having the camo, so a little bit of a misplay there from Rorsch. Renegade just trying to use the geometry to stay alive a second or two longer. Add a couple more seconds onto the clock. Bound grabs a new shock rifle, but he'll fall. And 3 go down for FaZe. So here's your opportunity if you're Noobs. Spawning across the map in gold or FaZe, Noobs take the oddball to C, so they have the time, space, and separation to bring this back to 55-50 or so.
That's really Rorsch's opportunity here on the top of the blast. They're going to know that, though, and take him out immediately. He was kind of the stopping force for this push, but Legend takes him out, understands the importance of it, and because of all that pressure, that's going to force a play ball, but they do get 32 points out of it, so not too shabby, but we've got to do that a couple more times, and against this FaZe roster, it's going to be tough.
George push along gold side of the map, not able to quite get to that 50-second threshold like we were hoping for in an optimal situation for them. We bring it back to within 20 seconds though, but FaZe are back on the oddball, and they have just been so efficient with their holds and the rotations. And look at Legend just leading the way. 50+ seconds. He's been the MVP with the ball in his hands. And what do you know? Another well-timed rotation. Legend's so good at securing the G slides to get a little bit faster to and from, but he does get taken down trying to make that rotation. Stellar trying to prevent the reset. Gets 2, does trade out. I do think the oddball fell off into the drink. It did. So it resets, but you can see FaZe are set up for the reset. And Ledge in the process played so perfectly, grabs the grapple, uses it to grab the oddball, and then trades out with Noble. Nice play from Legend despite going down.
I really like what he did there, too. He didn't generally you see the ball played off the back of C, right? You see it played off the back of Hydro, but he doesn't do that every single time. He goes for a rotation on the long haul side because he knows the spawns for his team are coming up on pipes or on that side, and he's got support. He does it every single time. They were able to get the ball back in the last play, but regardless, I love the confidence in his teammates that he has.
FaZe not as efficient with their accuracy, missing a few crucial
Жалко,
shots.
что нельзя еще ближе.
Turn it up a little bit. And now they're back on the oddball, 71-40.
It's crucial.
Floor looking to open up the space to rotate that back to gold. That's a huge slay onto Bound. And that does open up the entryway for Noobs to hold it at gold. Nice sticky there by Stellar. Only good enough, though, to secure the trade. Rorsch across the map, earns the assist, taking on Legend, sliding his way through it again. That's been a theme for the last 2 minutes or so. Just 1 or 2 missed shots in these pivs for FaZe, and Noobs are taking full advantage, and they're only down by 10 now.
Yeah, they are with the nice 2 cleanups on the batteries there, and like you said, they're winning those pivs, and that's the big thing. You're winning the pivs against this team, you've got to feel really confident, and they do. They've got that rotation onto A. The ball does fall, I think. I don't know if it's still on the Legend. Yeah, it does fall, so they'll have to work their way back towards the back of Hydro, but they do have 2 down, so they feel a bit comfortable to potentially get the lead here.
Yeah, Noobs will regain the lead, and I really like the way this oddball sets up in the series for Noobs, going down 2-0. You've been a little out of sorts. It's just not all coming together for them. Oddball's the best game mode to find it and figure it out. You've got probably the most team-oriented setup-based version of objective gameplay here in Halo, and it's also going to go 20 minutes usually on average. So if you're not warmed up just yet, if you're not firing on all cylinders. This is the game to get back on your steez, and noobs are back on top, 83-71. Impressive bounce back.
Guys, a minute and 20 seconds left. It's these next couple of plays that are the most important in this game and in this series. I mean, to bring it back 2-1 is really good, especially in a best of 7. You know you've got a lot of cushion to play with. It is Strikey. Strikey's going to miss a couple shots there. Those were important ones because that would have been 3 down for FaZe. Now FaZe continually... Oh, there they go. What about the A spawns, though? He's got to worry about those potentially. I'm not sure if he is. I believe it will be long haul side spawns. Yep, it is long haul side. So he's safe for now, and he'll get that ball time. 7 points is all they need.
This is it. Closing moments of round number 1, and good zone control there from Lure. He's just going to pre-fire all the way through the bat ledge. Oh, but noobs aren't on the ball. I thought maybe that would have opened up the opportunity for them to take it to 100, but no. Renegade and the rest of FaZe are closest to the oddball, and with a few slays here, could assuredly grab 20 seconds to bring it back to within a few seconds. Renegade wanted that camo, but he wasn't able to secure it. Nade shot goes out for Legend. He gets the slay. 3 go down. Camo's still there, and Stellar's able to pick it up. 30 seconds left. Oh, but the ball resets, so that's going to add a few more seconds then dwindle off the clock.
Yeah, a little bit overexposed there by Leor, though. It's already 2 down, and the other 2 players are on the A side, so FaZe get a free setup on the pipes. And Stellar's in a prime position to do exactly this. Damage, damage, damage. Prevent the push. He's in a perfect spot here on the bat ledge as well. If they do the pipe side push, you can help out with that. But, oh my gosh, FaZe might close this out potentially for round number 1.
And this is where the best teams in the world turn it up the moment they need it most and just execute in the end. And they're doing just that. 89-96. Just 12 seconds left of regulation, though. 2 down on each side. Really a 1v2 in the sense that Bound has to grab this oddball. Stellar's the lone protector, the lone bodyguard. Here comes the push from the top side of gold, taking on 2 challengers. Bound not able to get away, but he does tie it up. He does get away. He does get away. 97-96, but they have enough time. Do the noobs to get on the oddball, but you can't. Oh my God, you can't waste a single second. And they waste all 4 in the life force of FaZe, taking down all 4. The team wipe in round 1 secure.
Wow, that is a huge round 1. You've got to feel really good about that one. Obviously, it's not over yet, but that looked it was real close at the end there. I didn't think noobs knew they had to pick up that ball, but they do just in time. They get the slays first. There was a spawner on A, and they close it out. Round number 1 goes to them. Can they continue this momentum, though?
Yeah, really good spatial awareness there from noobs. I mean, 5 seconds is a tricky spot to be in. That's not a lot of time, but when you're within arm's reach of the oddball, it is enough time to focus on getting the slays, to focus on securing the round ultimately, which is exactly what we saw them do. Roach now with the camo in his hands, looking to pair it with the shock. Nobody contesting that for now, and now they do, though. He'll likely fall, and he does, so he loses the crucial kit. Camo and shock go down. Shock still available.
You're such an important player when you have camo and shock in your hands because you know the other team is prioritizing you. They're calling you out. They're making sure they have the inflection in their voice to know that you're a very important kill, and you have to play extremely slow and just smart in your routes there. But when you're playing against a team like FaZe, they are very tight-knit. They're going to take you out very quickly, so they do so, and they take the lead as well in this round number 2.
Legend, able to secure it, but does trade out. Nice heads-up play there from Stellar. 3 go down for FaZe, who would not have been in position to hold on to the seaside of the map and the oddball with it. So a nice heads-up play to drop that ball off into the drink, reset things. Just about virtually tied here. 18-16 FaZe, up by a couple seconds.
Noble, last player alive, understands the importance of his life. He will be spotted, though, and taken out, and that will be FaZe grabbing control of the ball. Once they take out Leor, who does get that spawn on Tay, they will be safe. Look at the routing, though. It's noobs that just come in so fast from every angle. 3 down, though, once again, and it will be Noble.
Была эта карта.
You can't approach too far on this. Really good timing here. Playing at the perfect pace. Takes down 2. Needs to win this 1v1 to take down 3, but Stellar has other thoughts. Stellar does get taken down, though, so enough damage done initially by the noobs to clear out A and get back on top with the oddball, and they should be able to regain the lead here. Strikey's going to be able to communicate to his teammates that the spawn is coming from C, the push is coming from tower. Let's see how they handle it.
There's the first kill onto Legend. That ball still in their control for now. One more player to take care of. It's a 1v1. I love the route by Strikey. That was so beautiful. Gets the kill on to Stellar. Now they can move in for Camel, have the Shroud ready for it as well. And with Stellar being down, oh no! Yeah, you're not getting away with that one. Bound takes him out.
Where did Bound come from? And as quickly as Bound got the back smack right there on the stacks, he was back on the bridge. So my God, Bound moving at about 1,000,000 miles a
Ну
minute.
что, я
As fast as we're used to
сейчас...
seeing from him, and he's having a great game so far at 21 and 16, contributing in oddball control as well. With 24 seconds to his name. But now it's they're putting they are forcing the ball into Legend's hands. Anytime they need to make that rotation, they're calling for Legend to pick it up and get across the map quickly. But Noobs are able to stop that from happening. 3 go down for FaZe, and because that rotation got stopped in no man's land, it wasn't on the edge for a potential reset. Noobs have full control at C. And the lead once again.
Yeah, and that shot's going to make things even more difficult for FaZe here. Leor hitting those shots, securing his teammate on the back of C. And he hits another one. This is what he needs to do. This is what Neebs
ничего себе, у меня её не было.
in this game. We'll see if they're able to do it. It's going to be Renegade you have to deal with, though, and Renegade ends up falling. There we go. Leor again. This guy's on fire. He almost gets the triple. That would have been disgusting.
Diabolical, premeditated murder was on his mind. He wasn't able to secure it, though. I love the setup, though. That's a no aim assist shot there on the sticky pad, too, so... Talk about being on fire there. Lure with a great sequence. Has his team up by 25 seconds now. And this, like I said, this game mode really presented an opportunity for the Noobs to bounce back and get back in the series. Not only back in the series, but with confidence. Renegade, a little bit of a duo grapple there. Could have rode Stellar all the way to long haul, but he gets cut short. Takes down Noble. 2 down on each side. Oddball precariously sitting out at the bottom side.
Нет, я не находил
Last
её.
player alive. He can clean up on one though. That's Roach on the oddball. He takes him down. One for the double. It's the trade.
Again, it's the lives that are so important. Like the value out of these players' lives that are really turning the game. There's a big life out of Renegade. Leor had his big life just a moment ago. And Legend, I mean, every single time he spawns, he's going for this ball, so it's valuable every time. But they're going to get a backside C spawn, or a backside C setup here, but it's going to be a play ball here very shortly. And I like that by Renegade, right? You don't give more information than they deserve. You just try to get the trade. He doesn't do it. Oh, he actually does get the trade on Noble, which is a big value in my opinion.
I almost feel like we're seeing something strategically here for the Noobs, where they're really playing chess, not checkers. They're starting to identify Legend on the map, calling him out as an individual, and almost preemptively expecting that rotation. That's the last 2 or 3 attempts at a rotation that Legend has tried to make, where he has got stopped at the halfway mark. So it does feel like Noobs are starting to pick up on what we mentioned, where every time FaZe want to rotate the oddball, they're looking at Legend to do it, and Noobs seem to have picked up on that.
Yeah, and I think that's where you kind of change up the game plan a little bit. Instead of playing that scrappy rotate game, instead you show force, right? And you catch him off guard with positioning. I think like it's really good of you to like recognize that. I think these teams need to recognize it too. Like, hey, okay, they're catching us on the rotate every time. Why don't we counter that by doing this? And that's I think where the high level of play comes in. But look at this, 10 more points, and Noobs will secure this game, and we'll be in a 2-1 series.
This could get interesting at 2-1. FaZe seemingly had full control of this series until they did not. And Noobs not only take the oddball, but they take it 2-0. Seemingly a dominant performance here in Game 3, and arguably the hardest objective to win with oddball. So Noobs down 2-1 in the series, but right back in the mix.
And again, when you have Slayers like that, of that level on your squad, it's always the question. We've seen it many times in many different teams, like who's getting objective. But you don't have that problem on FaZe. Like Legends, like I will get, I'll take care of it. Even if I'm out of position, I'll go get it. Like I'll get it, I'll rotate. So objective, not really their issue there. I think maybe, not on fire much.
Так, Mercenaries готовится играть против Vitality, ну понятно. FaZe каким-то образом умудрились проиграть нубам.
At this point, but regardless, we'll see if FaZe can recover here. I'm sure they will. But this is a chance for Noobs to take this and run with it. That's what you got to do in this position. You're in the lower side. This is do or die, best of 7. This is your chance.
You see Druck really raising the stakes. There is no tomorrow, he says in the game chat. And then Soul Snipe says, this is like an 8th lobby. Just like the ultimate dichotomy of 2 teammates with the banter, which I always love to see in the chat. As we see ours across the screen, FaZe and Noobs will continue to duke it out. We'll go picture in picture here as your winner final kicks off. This is for an opportunity to guarantee and claim a 5 or 6 seed in the Pro League, which is absolutely massive. When you just look at the ladders and the tiers of teams, the top 2 teams in Halo right now are really on another level. So you do not want to fall to 7-8. And if you lose here and then lose the next series, you might not get that 5-6 seed you were right on the edge of. So here we go. Vitality versus Mercenaries about to kick off on Aqua, CTF. Game number 4 kicking off here between FaZe and Noobs as Stellar off the rack finds 2 for the double kill. Nobody left on his screen to take advantage of as he will rotate here towards the hillside, anticipating the spawns at blue.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on that FaZe side, of course, FaZe and Noobs, but Vitality, Mercenaries, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, this is a very big matchup. Like you said, the seed is a very important thing, but so is qualification. It looks like they'll take a little break there for a moment and get that restarted, and we can go back into this FaZe and Noobs series. The Noobs, again, coming off with that last win, is going to feel pretty solid here, but now you once again hop in a situation where you've got to stop these players. Stellar's already starting 3-1, and when you see that scoreline, you've got to be a little nervous, or you want to shut them down at the least.
Yeah, you've done it once. Can you do it twice? I think that's the MO for Noobs right now. And if you do it twice and you tie up the series at 2, you start to creep a little bit of doubt into the minds of FaZe. While Game 3 was an impressive win for Noobs, I don't think it made FaZe doubt their ability to win and qualify for Pro League. But you win this one back-to-back, and you might just do that. Striking one shot left in the snipe. Doesn't connect. Does ultimately earn a trade out, which looked unfortunate at the time, but then it glanced up at the top left. All 4 go down for FaZe, so they were the first to score, but Noobs should be able to regain the lead here with a good hold.
Hey. That shroud screen, I love that, right? Waits for all of them to spawn, waits to be in trouble, then uses the shroud to try and extract as many seconds as possible here in this hill. Ends up going down there, but there's 3 down for FaZe, an opportunity to get back in that hill if you're Noobs, and they finally do so. A little bit of time here for them. Roche takes space.
Tough fight from the low ground. As Legend will win that. Stay alive. Take down another one. 3 in total go down for the Noobs. So despite regaining the lead, FaZe regain control of the hill and the map, and Renegade is set up, and he's going to push out aggressively with this QT. Double jumps there, up onto the high side. I think he heard Roach below him. Yes, he did. Wow, great game sense. I guess audio sense in that case.
Renegade. Sniper coming up in about 25 seconds here. And there's that audio. Here's the footsteps up above. Renegade ends up getting the perfect in a trade. But again, 3 down for FaZe. And they do have a lot of time on this hill, though, so Noobs have to play catch up just a bit. And with those spawns coming up, they've got to continue on those slays, and that's going to be real tough when you got down. Putting damage in. Stays alive as well.
Right there, though. They're right
Ура,
there.
evacuation у меня все есть.
They might just still hit
Дальше погнали. Мне надо найти 6 Wingfall и Railway.
Gets into the hill. Noobs ice up on hill 1.
They really, I mean, I thought they were good on that in that situation, but there was just so much damage coming out from Noobs. FaZe wasn't really able to do much. The standstill on a strike, he almost worked out in his favor. He ends up going down. But that's we'll see what happens with FaZe here. Remember I told you that, what I tell you, the elbows on the knees. It's not gonna happen though.
Если я тут эту нашел, то скорее всего я там записку нашел. Ладно, перепроверим.
Yeah, FaZe have got to slow down these frustrating sequences. Game 3, somewhat frustrating loss for them, and hill number 1, a frustrating hill to lose here in game number 4. So Noobs are quickly grabbing momentum as we are quickly restarting this winter final between Vitality versus Mercenaries. It's Jackson off the start with the camo, working his way past the 50-yard line, fully obscured in invisibility. Trying to spot and eye the next opponent to enter his reticle. Has to watch out for the group grenade there. Ooh, and he's very lucky to not take one. He was 1 HP. They're sliding in, trying to find him, but he does a great job to get back up to full shields.
Yeah, I like that. You got to stay alive and continue that presence so that you can push in for flag with a couple of kills. There's the nade. Not going to do any damage, though, and Druck's going to go down as well. It's up to Acid. Great shots by Acid. Ends up getting 3 down for Mercenaries. He's going to pull the flag, and there we go. It doesn't make it through, though. Again, suppressed. The machine gun suppressed, just putting damage into everybody.
Yeah, suppressed stayed warmed up in between series because he is picking up right where he left off, it feels like. As he'll try to stay alive in the generator. Great nade shot there. Keeps him alive. keeps the math in his favor, but they do clean up on him. Nico now pushing in, and Druck now is on the run, and he gets through to the other side, unlike Vitality weren't able to on the other side, and this sets up for a good opportunity for the Mercs.
And in our picture-in-picture, we are tied 1-1. FaZe gonna get their second hill.
The ring fault
for them. That flag will run through. They'll get potentially towards the closet. I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to make it that far, but Descendant really assisting things here on the side of Vitality. And that flag is going to be stopped. I love that kill. It's a huge kill once again on the P side, right? You want to make sure to secure that side of the map, and then he reroutes towards Car. Ends up going down though at the end of the day.
1-1 in the bottom right.
Эту гляну, ну вроде бы я вчера ее... Вчера она, кажется, подлетали туда.
Gonna flag out, but not able to do much with it. As the camo spawning up now, Druck trying to maintain his positioning there. At least towards the middle of the map, ideally on the high side so he can grab onto it. Clambers his way back up, earns a slay all the while. But because he's low shields, has to
вроде...
down low once again. Not able to grab that camo as really as he'd like, and there is still pressure on that middle of the map. But all the while, Druck maintains the distraction, and Acid procures the camo.
Yeah, I really like that he kept camo here, and he gets 2 off of it as well. Like, really solid in general playing defense with that camo on his side of the map. Druck ends up going in, and because that player's not there to assist Druck, he ends up falling as well. And that's the domino effect of Halo. And it's very good for the side of Vitality. Playing real slow with that camo, making sure to get a defensive hold. Positioning is key, and they make sure that's a priority.
Yeah, and an important capture on the bottom right of your screen as FaZe have stopped that momentum that we were discussing there for the noobs, as they have taken 2 in a row to take a 2-1 lead, and there's only 1:40 left on the clock, so we could very well be witnessing the final, if not the final, 1 of 2 hills here. The noobs would need the next 2 if they want to win this game and prevent it from going to match point.
Yeah, you saw down there at the bottom right of the screen. They're just starting to get hot, starting to warm up, and that's what's so scary about FaZe as they go through this lower bracket. They're going to get better and better, in my opinion. Well, we'll see how that pans out. Back towards our winners finals. Once again, it's going to be Descendant on your screen. Still on that defensive side. Mercenaries trying to play more aggressive here, but they're 3 down, so they can't do that. They're 4 down now. Druck's the first one to spawn. They know he spawns in the back of the base. They got to push in, but if they can get this first kill onto Druck, it could be the opening they need.
Eco glancing up. Thought he had a grenade in the back pocket. He did not. Still a great job. Keeping Druck at bay. Not able to push freely out of their spawn as Descendant continues to encroach and suffocate the spawns here, as they have plenty of weak opponents to take advantage of. Acid now, a little bit of a buddy system, trying to make sure that this flag gets on the run cleanly. Last time he did not make it around the corner, but now it looks like he will. And he's into the generator, on the run, should be able to cross the 50. And they stop this first score from going in.
Let's see how it goes. Press pushing up here. Looks like he is not going to be in time, though. That first cap does go in. Vitality's going to be the one to punch it in. As the last player alive, though, counter cap potential is there. Where's the spawns? Looks like they're going to be on that fridge side, so nothing really to worry about. And it will be Druck with that camo, so they could potentially turn this into 2 caps. And speaking of caps, FaZe ends up getting one at the bottom right of the screen as well, so that score now 3-1 for them. And it's a tied game here in the winners finals.
A fantastic job to counter cap that for the Mercenaries, not let Vitality breathe with too much of a lead, and an opportunity to build on that cushion. As Druck, he was eyeing the previous camo, it went to his teammate instead, but now he's, he went to Acid instead, so he did not go to Druck. Druck not able to do much with the camo there, as he'll go down. Descendant now working his way through the middle of the map. 1 HP, just a body shot to the backside would take him down and suppressed. Able to accomplish that. Staying alive in the generator, taking on all challengers, but now he's got help.
What's the help there? Great shots, suppressed. Again, the ability to stay alive. Now he's helping his teammate there as well. They have position to pull this flag. It's 3 down. Suppress gonna pull it towards the fridge side. There might be a, nope, they spawn on the car side. Acid's gonna put that damage in, stop the flag for a moment, but it looks to continue to go. This could be another cap here potentially. We'll see what Druck's able to do.
Across the halfway mark, both teams still notched up at 1, and my goodness, Descendant turns on Druck. Great use of the plasma pistol to deplete the shields, melee to clean it up. Now Descendant goes from offense to a little bit of defense here. Nice quick snap onto Soul Snipe. Oh, wow, that was a 3.9 seconds out of 4 for the double kill as he earns the multi-kill. Working his way now into the base with that plasma pistol charged up. A mixy scenario with both flags out.
And at the bottom right of your screen, it's 3-2 with about 5 seconds left. So if nothing crazy happens, it should be FaZe up 3-1 in that best of 7 series, and it is. FaZe will win that game against Noobs, and they'll go on to the next one, potentially closing out that series. Now we're full screen here on the winners finals, of course, and there's going to be a flag pull by Vitality and Acid. Acid seriously has impressed me so much in every series we've watched. He's just improved so much as a player, and you're seeing it come to fruition. Another cap goes in, 2-1 Vitality lead.
Yeah, and if the Noobs fall to FaZe, Acid is MX, the MX region's last gleaming hope for representation in the Pro League. Doing a great job representing at that, like you said, really playing at a high, if not even phenomenal level throughout the day and the weekend. Druck, though, on the other side, going to get a flag out. A little too mixy there at the front of the base. He's going to have to walk away from that flag, trying to prevent Eco from getting the camo. He'll burn that out. Druck trying to turn 2. Does go down, but does earn the assist. 2-2 split. The flag out momentarily. About to get reset.
Yeah, great timing there to make sure to burn that camo that Eco picked up on Druck. Once he gets that flag out. So overall, good play. Doing multiple things at once. Value out of every life is what you want. Everything you do is a percentage of value, and you just try to extract as much as you can every life without going in the negative. You see that out of all these players. They're able to provide so much value every life. They play their lives really well. They play mixy. And there's another cap. 2-2 now. We're all tied up. Mercenaries versus Vitality in the winners finals.
Mercenaries have done a great job to countercap their way to a tie, but they did utilize a lot of resources to tie it up at 2. For now, though, both flags are out, so Jackson had one on the run momentarily. Acid looking to make sure it stays on the run with the double kill. Jackson gets clear. Hey, look at that. The perfect timing. The reset comes through just as Jackson reaches the scoring point. And now a countercap comes through for Vitality, and they're up by 1, but got to worry about Suppress. If he keeps doing these things inside of the base, it's going to be 3-3. We're going to witness another countercap.
The counter of the counter of the counter, Mac. It's insane. The pacing is nuts. They get that flag towards the 50% portion. 3 go down for Vitality, though. And it looks like Sab has got a free lane with 4 dead to put this flag in once again. My goodness, what is happening? We're going to be tied at 3-3 here very shortly. It's going to be Soul Snipe still trying to maintain control of their base, but he gets taken out, and there it is, 3-3 tie.
I mean, 1 counter cap in 1 match is pretty impressive, but to see 3, I mean, every single cap has been answered back with a counter cap. For both of the 2 teams, they've both accomplished that feat. Acid now going for the triple kill, gets his opponent Soul Snipe down to just 1 HP. Will it get cleaned up on? Yes, it does. And Soul Snipe not able to earn the trade, so that's going to open up on the other side. Jackson an opportunity, but he's the last player alive. He's going to have to drop this flag, reroute himself back to the base. And on the other side, Sab is on the run. So they do have to get a reset, but they're in a much better position, our Mercenaries, to take this lead in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, it depends on his next couple of kills here. Vitality is trying to do all he can. He ends up going down. It looks like the flag return is in. 4-3 now. Mercenaries, just no gaps left open, right? They're taking every single opportunity, and they're making sure to get these counters, these clean caps with slays. It is great to see, but honestly, just no stone left unturned.
Yeah. For Vitality, you've got to find a way to work out of the base. You cannot stay glued to your spawn, and Truck is making that
О,
super
неужели,
difficult.
что я
Another
нашел?
camo. Takes down another
Вырезанный
He's going
транспорт.
to draw in with the invisible hand into a bait and switch. That was all
Повозка.
premeditated. Those first 2 or 3 shots that you saw Druck not take were setting up his teammate to take the slay instead. And now Druck gets back to work with the battle rifle. Close range win.
Ну, хотя бы мега
against
набор
Eco.
сделали.
And this could seal it here for the Mercenaries. Still only a minute left, but that feels like a lot of time.
Что там,
It
Виталий
is a lot
проигрывает.
of time, and it's even more time now because
Так
Druck
подожди,
just got
тут же
spotted with
череп.
the camo. Somehow he's still alive though, and still doing damage. at the best of his abilities here. He definitely does want to get this flag out. They do have 3 down, but that's a ninja. That's a ninja from Ego. Oh, to potentially stop this flag. That was a huge kill. They get 2 down as well. Oh my word.
They're in a good spot. They're in a good spot, but they still need maybe 1 or 2 slays to feel comfortable.
Я слышу,
Get that flag off the stump. Sab, though, sneaky as ever. And the generator finds 2. How did they not know where Sab was? Now going for the triple. And he gets it with the trade, and that might have just secured it for the Mercenaries. 30 seconds left. Vitality have to push out almost over extensively off of spawn.
Yeah, I mean, his top center presence on his whole snipe is really huge. He's got to stay alive, though. He will be the center of focus. Does get 1 kill, it looks like. It's going to be 2 down for Vitality. Make that 3. Acid, the last player alive. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like it's going to be all over. I don't think there's anyone in position whatsoever, right? Mercenaries could potentially close out game 1, and it looks like they do. Mercenaries in the winners finals in game 1 goes to them.
And it really looked like in the beginning and middle portion of that match, Vitality had the edge, but Mercenaries were just so strong. 3 countercaps to the 1 countercap for Vitality, and ironically enough, it was not the proactive caps, it was the countercaps that was the name of the game there on that Aqua CTF as we go back to our qualification match from the lower portion of the bracket. Renegade. Good to see him back in Halo and back doing what we know and expect from him. 17-7 now. The noobs, their life force is starting to get sucked out.
Yeah, you're playing on a, well, you know, one of those old Halo 5 maps. Renegade has a lot of experience on this. Bound has a lot of experience on this. Stellar has a lot of experience on this. And I'm sure Legend as well. It's going to be a playground for the side of FaZe. It's going to be very tough to win this out if you're new.
Strikey with the high ground, the delayed step jump potentially there. That could throw Renegade's timing off, but Renegade still wins it from the lower portion. Luor loses his piv, and this is getting from bad to worse for the noobs. They put up a hell of a fight. They won that game 3 convincingly, 2-0 on the recharge oddball. Stayed in the mix, only lost by 1 in game number 4, but this is getting a little out of control, a little out of hand now as FaZe are starting to flex their muscles.
Yeah, this is just their map. It's you look at that roster, and that's the first thing you think about. 25-14 now. 12 kill lead now mounted here for the side of FaZe. And it's rough, right? Because they win this, they're gonna end up qualifying. So it's noobs have to do something right now, and this is your last chance at this point. And they put up such a good fight in that game they won. So I really want to see something here.
I really thought we were maybe going to get to a game 6 after how well we saw noobs play in that objective oddball. Stellar though. Doesn't even trade out despite sticking his opponent from about a meter away. That usually results in a trade. Stellar's going to continue on his reign of terror with the camo, and it's a reign of terror in totality in this game. 33-19. FaZe might just be cakewalking their way to LA.
Yeah, 11-5 out of Stellar, 9-2 out of Renegade. I mean, what do you do at this point? It's going to continue on as the lower bracket goes through. Great shots by Stellar, another kill out of him. 3 go down 36-20, a 16-kill lead out of FaZe.
Stellar, most kills, most assists, least deaths. When you hear that come out of a caster's mouth, that means that that player is the MVP of the match and playing at a level far above what this match would require to come out on top. So Stellar, a big reason why. FaZe are up by double.
It's insane. They're continuing
Я вспомнил это
to
место.
a map like this. It's so punishing. So 2 go
Я
down
еще в
here.
шоке был.
Now
Как
they're
это
gonna
так?
spawn
Тут нет.
and try to get these other 2, and while they get these other 2, the other 2 will spawn and they'll go for them. And it's just constant pressure that you're under. There it is. So 2 go down once again, and they end up getting 1 spawn, so they have a little bit of life here. But I mean, this game is it's so tough to come back from something like this, especially on this map. It's nearly impossible.
Legend and Renegade. A trip to the Call of Duty side of competition. Came back to Halo just a couple months ago in that doubles in Dallas 10K tournament. Qualified, I think, from the lower bracket. Actually, no, they won the whole thing. Excuse me. But they did qualify in the LCQ, if you will, to make it to LAN. And they're going to do the exact same thing here today. Returning for one final run, and their career is going to continue on as they're going to have the opportunity to compete for the lion's share of $128,000. Legend and Renegade cannot be denied.
There it is. Last couple of kills, and there it goes. The
Я ж помню это место.
spectacular phase. That's the qualification for them. And got to give the flowers to Noobs, right? They had a really solid run. I thought they were going to come back through that. But, you know, FaZe still a menace in this bracket, now playing for seeding going forward. And we move back over to the winners finals. It's Vitality versus Mercenaries. It's going to be Soul Snipe with his beautiful sniper in his hands. See what he's able to do. That looked real clean. Let me tell you, that looked like it was gonna hit. But 6-1 is the lead so far.
Yeah, and that FaZe roster still has a lot left to accomplish despite qualifying for Pro League. They want to make sure that they don't go up against Shopify. Ironically enough, this team FaZe, you could argue formed to take down Shopify, but you don't want to take them on in round number 1. As we switch gears here to your winner final, seeding still on the line here between Vitality and Mercenaries, as Acid has that sniper in his hand. Druck, don't peek the camo, at least without putting some shots onto Acid. I thought Acid was going to be set up a little bit better than that, but looks like he's going to maintain his life.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mental game, right? When you challenge something like that, you say, okay, hit it, you know, hit the shot. And if they don't, then it kind of makes you second guess the next time. Like, you know, Acid probably, hey, I'm not going to challenge this time or whatever. You know, it's constant mental battles throughout the entire fight against all of these players. And you know, that's one of them that I think was won there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that mental battle that results in a heat check. As Acid starting to warm up with that snipe, lands the no-scope through the vents, now working his way out towards the B side of the map. Goes for another no-scope, and he lands it, misses the first shot, but he's good on the second.
My goodness, okay, well, the mental battle has not been won. Acid got angry like the Hulk. This man is on fire. Another kill goes in. 15-10 so far. And Acid still alive on the back of B, and he's got a QT to work with.
Looking like Wemby with the block, sends that frag back to Druck, puts him back on the respawn screen, and he is pestering him off of his next spawn, still putting out damage. Acid's like a thorn in the side of Druck right now. It's a living nightmare for him.
Goodness me, he's playing so incredibly. He's only died one time in this game. Everyone else on his team, 3, 4, 5 deaths. Oh, he died his second time. Sorry.
Welcome back, Tim. There's your first caster curse. Now you're back.
Wouldn't be a cast without that one. 19-15 though. Yeah, you love to see it out of Vitality, right? The way to come back in this series. This is only a best of 5 here in the winners finals, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, because we're playing for seeding, not so much a qualification. We'll see what Rest is able to do against that cleanup.
Oh, nice swipe shot with the battle rifle. Switches to the Bandit. 4 good shots onto Acid. It's Acid trying to scurry away to safety. Does that grenade? No, Acid does not work his way through to the mud. So a great job recognizing that Suppress is going to toss that grenade out. As Acid maintains his life, he's still alive. And he throws a great grenade on Suppress. Suppress does a great job to then dodge that grenade. And Acid's still alive, though. They finally resume the fight. Acid stays alive. And Suppress chases him down all the way from the nest bridge and wins it.
My goodness. And he's still alive. It's just insane. Acid has been playing out of his mind. Soul Snipe, he doesn't get that. He wanted that spread, but by the spike grenade, but didn't get it. And because of that, he does fall. 27-28, Acid! My goodness gracious! Calm down! No, instead,
Надо было просто полететь на Асе. Надо было просто полететь на Асе.
The improvement. You said it earlier. I gotta give you your flowers. It was a good call. I definitely see it in tenfold. I see the improvement out of Acid. It's great to see him play this way.
Toxic ooze scatters the battlefield of live fire as Acid, venomous and poisonous with his bite, finds 10 slays but before anybody else is in double figures. 30-25 though, so despite Acid's performance, still a close game. 6 kills now separating these two teams, so Vitality are starting to grow in this lead a little bit, and they could go even further. Send it as the snipe.
It's the tool in his hands. Acid's done something. Now it's his turn. He wants a bit of the spotlight for himself. 3 go down for the side of Mercenaries, and Descendant looking for the spawns. They will be on to A. There will be a player that sneaks through the bottom, though. I guarantee he heard that slide. I guess he did not, or maybe he didn't. He's ignoring it to help his teammate out. Selfless play here on a Descendant.
How confident Descendant is. I mean, you think going down to lower shields than the opponent Druck across map that's shooting you down, and he just takes him on, and he continues on. He will not be stopped. He had Druck dead to rights and make sure that he falls with him, but at 39 to 29, Tim. That's a great trade play there from Descendant.
Yeah, and you know, I was gonna say he'd be like me, but he's got skill, right? Challenging with half shields, but he knows that trade is there, right? He knows that his teammates are there to get the trade. That's all they really need at this point. Like you said, 40 to 32. Soul Snipe and Mercenaries, though, they are a momentum-based team. If they're able to bring this back a little bit, and Camo in the hands of Druck, I mean, if this goes to 40 to 36, I'd be a little scared if I was Vitality.
Yeah, this is the opportunity right here. You're down by 7, so it's a pretty considerable lead for Vitality, but hey, Druck has the camo, and if he can find a way to take down Descendant, not able to spot Druck at half shield, so Druck is going to reposition, reshield, work his way back to B, get some squad spawns over here. Looks like the whole squad is spawning for Vitality inside of A. Druck now getting some shots out, so Crest goes down. It's going to be tough for them. They've done well to keep it close, but it feels like every time the Mercenaries bring it back to within 4, 5 or so, it gets back to 6. And that's exactly what happens right here. 6 kill lead for Vitality. They're doing a great job just not letting Mercenaries gain any ground.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, the ebbs and flows continue. Sab, oh my goodness. Okay, there's one way to bring it back. That would be the way, but he ends up losing it. Now it's in the hands of Descendant, and all they need is 3 kills. Vitality will close this out. He gets taken out, though. Snipe gets used just a bit. Druck ends up falling, so one more kill is all Vitality need, and they will close this second game out, I'm sorry.
That should do it. And it does. Descendant. Look at the grouping. 11, 12, 13, and 14 respectively. Regardless of what your role is in a Slayer, you want to see everybody play their 25% and contribute that amount of slays to the net scoreboard at the very end. And that's exactly what we saw from them. Everybody playing their 25%. Acid really had a couple of incredible sequences with that snipe. And it was close until Acid just started to pop off. And like we said earlier, not able to really get within 6 after that were the Mercenaries. So Acid finds the separation. Vitality find their first win of the series.
Really solid series we're gonna have here. I mean, I like a competitive winners finals. We always know they're going to be competitive, especially at this rate. But again, these mix of teams, like I expect the Mercenaries side, but the Vitality side is a very interesting mix, and I love it. I think this works out really well. Eco, Nickson, a player that I was looking at back then. Acid's improved tremendously, and Descendant's doing some heavy hitting in terms of like his snipes and his damage overall. So. Really cool to see this team, form together and see this dynamic. It's very interesting, and I like it honestly. It works out well.
Yeah, talk about the team composition. I would not be surprised to see these guys compete for the top when all is said and done in the middle of November on LAN at the LVT Halo and Shopify Pro League. Just look at the composition again. You've got the old guard, the wily veteran in Eco, a world champion by the way. And I think back to sports and esports, any form of competition, when you got a guy in the locker room or on the field of play that's got a ring on his finger, it's just it instills a little bit more belief in the others that haven't earned a ring yet, that hey, maybe we could get to that level as well. He obviously sees something in me as a world champ to think maybe I could get to that level as well. And then let's not forget about Descendant and Nickson. These guys got top 3 at the Halo World Championship just several months ago. And then you pair them with the most improved player in Acid, who still seems to be working his way to the top of his potential and personal ceiling. And you've got the recipe for a team that could cause some upsets in the Pro League when we get to the later portion of the day. I expect these guys to be a top 4, at worst 5-6 team, but can they compete for the win? I think so.
Yep, recipe for success is exactly
I think
right.
so.
I 100% agree. I really like this roster. I like the Mercenaries. For them, I was always, and this is not a slight at them, I was always... My question for them was always like, where's your ceiling, right? And it constantly felt like they were at their ceiling. Like they have incredible placings together, of course, but I just wanted them to break past that and win some, showcase that talent that they have, get the momentum, win an event. Mercenaries, another squad that I really enjoy watching. But again, there's so much competition. It's just very tough. We have the teams that have already qualified and all of that, but it's one hurdle at a time, right? Brick by brick, we'll see which team's able to kind of come out on top with this winners finals. And right now, for me, Vitality looks really solid, just momentum-wise. I think they're looking good in the series.
And here we have another qualification match starting up between Majin and SSG. Majin were able to take down FaZe, a team that has qualified, so Majin should have the belief that they can spoil
Мажин против SSG. Вот это будет интересно. Это будет очень интересно. О, еще один.
had qualified last weekend, disbanded, and now have to fight in an absolute war to ultimately earn their ticket the hard way. So that's going to be an intriguing series to watch, as it looks like Mercenaries and Vitality will have to reset. Looks like a player lagged out or just wants to reset the PC, wasn't feeling something right.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? When you make a decision like that, there's got to, like, and at least in my eyes, there's got to be a big reason why that decision was made. And the first thing I go to is vibes. Like, you know, you want to have people that you want to go to war with. You know, playing Halo competitively, it is a mental battle throughout, like, you know, these long tournament days, a lot of money on the line, people that you trust, you know, all of that kind of matters. Play styles integrating well together. So for them to make a decision like that this late and lose qualification while making that decision, something tells me there was something larger at hand there. Yeah, I mean, shout out to them for trusting in themselves to make it happen.
Yeah, like you said, maybe just the vibes weren't right. And sometimes it really does come down to the vibes. That level of chemistry is such an important relation to chemistry and cohesion, which are needed at the highest levels of Halo. You got to be on point with the 3 C's. So SSG will have another opportunity to qualify as we get set to kick off this King of the Hill on Lattice. Vitality and Mercenaries tied at 1 in the series.
Well, here we go. This could be a very good series ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. If you're enjoying the stream, if you want to help support LVT and you got a Twitch Prime sub available, use it. You know what I mean? Gift a couple subs if you feel that you want to do that as well. Support Halo, support LVT, who has been supporting Halo forever. And yeah, I mean, it's been a great tournament, of course. Tony's gracing us with his presence on his birthday, which I think is amazing. I mean, I wouldn't do, you know, I wouldn't be watching streams on my birthday, but the guy just, you know, he's always supporting wherever he can. So really cool to see Tony in the chat too. It's been a great day, Max, so far, and very competitive Halo as well.
Yeah, well, why not be celebrating your birthday with Halo? And what a guy to be turning 367 and being an active part of the community. Creaky bones and all. Love that out of Tony. As it looks like after a couple of false starts, Vitality and Mercenaries will re-rack once again. Not quite sure exactly what's going on to force the reset, but these teams will presume competition here shortly as the match is starting now. Lattice, King of the Hill. Really no way to tell which series this which way this series, excuse me, is going to go, because Vitality and Mercenaries are the 2 best teams that we've got today.
I'm excited, and I think this is the one, Mac. I'm giving this my good energy. This is the one that's gonna go through here. You know, I talked about the momentum of Vitality. I love that word. I use it 25,000 times a cast, but especially that other word, flow state. I love those 2 words, or 3 words. But Vitality, all of that's gone now. The momentum is gone. Now they have to kind of start over for both teams. Like you said, they're both, the conditions are the same for both of them, but Vitality did have a little bit of a better situation because they were feeling really good after that last match to tie the series up.
Yeah. Iced out, which is fitting here on the ice map. Lattice, as off the opening break, Mercenaries are the first to claim points. Sab, with great use of the QT, gets to safety, gets the assist, gets back to the space that was opened up because of his assist, and he looks to grab the sniper with that well-timed QT.
Sab playing well, though, here. I was expecting him to kind of just, you know, play a 1-2 with his teammate, but a little exposed, ends up getting taken out. Regardless, that snipe is still there. Soul Snipe's going to get the spawn and the snipe in his hands. Now they can work towards that hill. It'll be Soul Snipe, the first shot. Gets the leg. That's enough to take down the shields, and it'll be an assist out of his teammate to go down. That should be enough to get control.
Soul Snipe checking and looking to clear the waiting spawns for Vitality. 3 in total on the respawn screen, anticipating blue spawns, and he's now getting that shortly after. Not in quite the position, though, to make a play with this snipe. He's going to rotate into red, anticipating the push, and there he goes. He's set up with the positioning and the accuracy to boot. Fantastic shot there to open things up. Acid goes down to 1 HP. Soul Snipe's going to not allow him a second to breathe, and already Mercenaries look to take a 1-0 edge.
And we'll see what he's able to do with the snipe, though. Unfortunately, misses 2 shots. Only 2 bullets to work with here. Mercenaries, though, does get the lead in the game. And this is what they need here. This is what they need in this situation. Great shots by Soul Snipe once again, but none of them connect. So not so great in the end. Regardless of that, He's going to end up playing his life, which is more important here as they can pressure through to this second QT and get that to potentially take space on the map.
Zap gets the sleigh, looks the turn 2. Ledge jump there from Descendant is enough to earn them the trade. Oh, it's a 1v1. Jackson versus Druck. Both players encroaching on the hill. Druck does have the high ground, though. Who gets the squad spawns? It's a 2v2 for now. Soul Snipe, his longtime duo, pushes in, but does not hit the shots he needed to on Jackson. Acid goes down. Jackson going to have a tough time staying alive here, but does a great job with the positioning and the timing to take down not only one, but potentially 2 here on suppressed. And he allows his teammate to clean it up. Jackson gets the safety, gets the assist. This is heady play Halo that we're witnessing here from Jackson.
Yeah, I love to see it. Playing his life, and you said that positioning the entire time. I love using his teammate, too, the bait and switch. That entire life was awesome out of Jackson, and it gives Vitality a bit of a bonus in this hill, but it is Mercenaries that get immediately in the hill once again. Eco, great shots out of him. Unfortunately going to miss. Now last one, so he ends up falling. But Soul Snipe looking to clean up a couple of kills of his own, and he will do just that. The double kill comes out. Soul Snipe starting to heat up with the triple.
Has the triple, the potential over, and he gets it, the overkill with not a second to spare. Going for the kill tack. Hardly see that in pro level competition, but he's good enough. Soul Snipe is for the overkill. And the opportunity for Mercenaries to take control of this hill. All the while, though, Acid was able to sneak in with the snipe. And on our picture-in-picture, you've got Majin versus SSG kicking off that best of 7 to determine who qualifies for the Pro League.
Yeah, it looks like we did a poll in the chat, and you guys spoke, and we listened. And now we're going to watch this qualification series. Penguin on your screen from SSG. Always a crowd favorite, this org. I absolutely love SSG. We'll see what they're able to do here. Penguins, some great shots. Great job by him to take them out and get the trade. Collect, though, the last player alive, has to scurry away.
Collect does get the trade. 3 fall for Majin, all 4 for SSG. So Snipe Drone is going to have that line of scrimmage being pushed out. My God! Predictive grenade from Falcated. Snipe Drone ate that one right in the face.
Snipe Drone, unfortunate. You hate when those things get in your way. Take you down to no shields. Great job by Lucid, though, cleaning it up. 3-3-3 is Lucid here. Wants to push in aggressively for this flag. Gonna take the jump towards the front side. It will be him. Has to clean up this kill. Great awareness by Snipe Drone. That stutter step to the side was absolutely disgusting. It threw them off, but really great job once again to just put pressure on the map from Lucid.
Allocated staying alive. Pushing up into the red base. The other side, Mercenaries taking a 2-0 lead in that best of 3, game 3, best of 5. Allocated now in the fridge. Ooh, nice close range win there on to Mighties, maintaining his positioning on the other team's side of the map. So this is going to open up the run here, and if Falcated can do one more and just continue to stay alive, it's going to be really, really hard for Majin to prevent this push from turning it into a score.
Yeah, it's really tough because you got to take care of Falcated, but you got to stop the flag as well. And now Falcated stays alive somehow. He's in your base and he's pulling another flag. This is really solid by Falcated if he's still alive. I don't know what's going on, Max. Someone needs to take him out.
He just will not go down. They're chasing him out with the frags. 4 go down for Majin. This could turn into a double cap, and it assuredly will. Collect puts in 2 in less than 60 seconds. Impressive opening sequence here from SSG.
Falcated finally falls, so they don't have to worry about him anymore, but a great job once again being a thorn in the side that entire time to allow those 2 caps to happen. We'll see if they're able to continue that. 2-0 still the lead. SSG really solid in terms of keeping this lead going and keeping pressure up, which is exactly what they should do. Lucid, though, down to no shields, wants to create pressure of his own, gets inside the base again. And we're seeing this trend over and over, where SSG is finding themselves in the base of Majin. Is it going to be enough? No. Lucid gets taken out.
Snipe Drone pushing past the 50-yard line, has to work his way back, trades out ultimately with Falcated. Mighties now in a tough fight in the middle of the map as well. The middle being so highly contested for, but it's going in favor of SSG.
SSG, 2 down for Majin. Gives him a little more comfortability. They're able to potentially pull towards the gen side, but looks like they're going to wait and maybe get a couple more slays. Select gets one of them. It's obviously one down for each side, but Lucid pushes in on the defensive side of his base. And again, this is the priority, right? You got to take that player out of your base because someone in your base can not only pull the flag, obviously, but just cause a lot of havoc. And it really makes it difficult to control the map if someone's pelting you from your base.
Mighty's looking to prevent this lead from going to 3-0, but my God, Falcated with the quickness gets across the middle of the map, gets into his base, but gets stopped short on the stairs. Lucid with the protective positioning takes down another one. Flag still on the run. One final player somewhat close to stopping it, but not close enough. 3-0 SSG.
Well, someone's got the camo here. If they end up getting taken out, it's going to be Mighty's. But yeah, 3-0 is a very good start to game number one. Collect pushes in again. You see the aggression is working. He's able to play really comfortably, I feel like, on this roster. Collect. He seems very comfortable. And he's finding the holes in the defense. Great shots. Ends up backing up here, though. SSG looking to get this flag returned, but it's Collect who's going to be the first one. He ends up falling. They take him out first, and now it's a little bit of a standstill.
At the halfway mark, it's been a pretty convincing game so far for SSG, up by a count of 3-0. Majin still getting skunked here. Got to get something going. And maybe this is their opportunity. 3 go down for SSG, SLG in the courtyard, and with points on the board. So a great job by Majin right at the halfway mark, right when they need to get something going. Now have a score, and now have the opportunity for a double cap. Can SLG stay alive?
Yeah, I love this. Again, this aggression is beautiful out of SLG. They're going to get that flag through, and look what he does. He goes back to fill the space, fill the spot in their base. Ends up getting taken out by the fridge spawner, and it will be 3 down for Majin, so we'll see if they're able to still make this happen, but it's going to be real tough. It looks like the flag is pulled out by SSG, and they'll get the potential return. They do just that. Wow, great stop.
Yeah, SSG just fully the reset there, doing a great job with their numbers now. Their numbers do dwindle down to nothing, so this is another opportunity. Unfortunately, Majin not in the base and ready to get a pull started, so they're going to still have to wipe another cycle of spawns as we take a look picture-in-picture at your winter final between Mercenaries and Vitality, and it's a close one. 30 seconds left, and Mercenaries are up by 1.
That's a great job by Mercenaries to kind of take control there, especially with the 1-1 series scoreline. We'll see if they're able to close it out. 18 seconds is all they need. Collect pulling the flag on this end for SSG, trying to give them a bigger lead. It's already 3-1. They've done such a good job just pressuring and being aggressive. And when you have that individual skill, you're able to do that. And when you're aware of the spawns, you're aware of where your teammates are. That spatial awareness that you talked about earlier is huge. There it is, 4-1 is the lead. And if you look at the bottom right, it's 2 seconds remaining in this game. And that will be Mercenaries now leading the series 2-1 on that winner's final side.
Mercenaries looking to stamp their ticket to the grand finals and a higher seed and a better opportunity on land in November. As we hop on board here with Collect, takes down one with a headshot, sliding and sliding his way, combining that all with a strafe. That was impressive. 4 minutes left on the clock as SSG look to secure game number 1. Collect stops to take on the awaiting fridge spawners. They'll go down. Lucid, though, oh, nice shot. Does eventually go down afterwards, but hey, every trade, every slay at this point in the game is inching closer and closer to a 1-0 SSG lead.
Yeah, it's looking more and more likely. Glory's the last player alive. He is in their base, so they have to take care of him first. He's the only player that's in position. It looks like he will be throwing some nades across. Falcon is going to make the jump. No, he missed the clamber. And Glory, that's going to give Glory time to pull this flag out and delay even a little longer, which is, I mean, good in the sense that if they make something happen of it, they could potentially save their first game of the series. Falcon, the last player alive now. Do they save their first game of the series so far? It looks like maybe that is the case. Majin, all 4 alive. The flag was pulled by SSG, though, to keep it alive. And they'll continue to do it. There's the return, and the curb slide should come in here from Falcated. Never mind, he's going to slide it in himself. SSG take game 1.
Wow, really impressive patience there on display from SSG and Falcated in particular. And I think that's impressive to note because Falcated played a little overextended a few times in the previous series we saw him in. So this is very, very impressive what we're witnessing from SSG. I think Falcated's overextension could be why they're in the lower bracket. So right there was a great recognition of maybe the mistakes he made previously in the day. Got the reset despite it being very difficult in the courtyard as SSG take a 1-0 lead as we're to go to a quick break as we return with more qualification matches and seeding matches here for the LVT Pro League presented by Shopify.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we have the Shopify Rebellion $128,000 qualifier for Las Vegas. My name is Active. It's good to be alongside you guys, the Halo community. It's been a long little while, but very glad to be back, and even more glad to be casting with Mac, of course, but also glad to introduce back Tools. Tools, it's been a while. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. We're having a great tournament, and honestly, this is a series that has me a bit concerned for both sides, right? Majin obviously having a fantastic tournament, getting up to this point. They defeated FaZe to get, a little bit further in that winner's bracket, but now it comes down to qualifying. And I mean, who has had a harder bracket than Majin? They had to play FaZe in the winner's side, Mercenaries, and now to qualify, they're gonna have to defeat a team like SSG, and that's not going to be an easy task when we look at the 4 players on this roster. I mean, everyone would be anticipating SSG to get in. Majin going to try to find a huge upset here.
Yeah, there's potential of it. Honestly, they showed life. We'll see if they're able to do it. SSG, again, like you said, a powerhouse. 23-20 so far for the side of SSG. And they'll continue to try and get these trades. 2 down, though, on their side. Will they be able to stay alive, Penguin, on that door?
So I like this cautious play in the middle of the map. I like them trying to get up to try to put pressure on the sniper in the tower, right? It's a 7-bullet sniper. Try to get creative, catch them off guard. I like the ideas, but at some point, someone needs to put some pressure on Glory.
Well, he's got pressure, but he's taken out all the pressure so far. Penguin goes down. Glory, watch the spawner. That's going to be loose, and that falls. The triple for him, and he's pushing forward. He wants the over. Penguin, though, going to be bait. Falcon and takes him out.
Incredible plays by Glory. Heads up, awareness on those spawns, able to get that spawn trap, and they are decimating the numbers of SSG, taking the lead, and largely thanks to that sniper. Glory at 11-6 after that life.
Yeah, the young gun still able to put up slays like the rest of them. Sniper drone's going to come in as well. He gets the cleanup kill, routing back towards the C plat side. He'll get a different angle, and look at the pressure he's putting down. The killing spree goes in. He gets a spawn for his teammate on that brute side. This could be 3 dead for SSG again.
Yeah, they could be in serious danger of getting a split and stagger here. Looks like they're going to slow down this game. I was surprised they do that, right? Because you had such a big numbers advantage. It always feels like you can get that good pressure on spawn, but SLG playing his life well, able to get that kill in the 1v2, gets his way out. Unfortunately, gets taken down onto that trade out, but at the end of the day, Majin, they just need to play trade for trade, and they're going to be good till the end of this game.
Falcon going to try and prevent that, though. Damage goes into the C plat side. A little bit aggressive there by Collect. Penguin goes down as well. Falcon, though, picking up the pieces, gets the cleanup kill. Snipe drone ends up going down, and somehow Falcon lives. But not for long. It's going to be a kill out of Mighties.
That's still a big differential that just keeps widening kills for SSG. Something needing to change here and now, and that might be the first step, but the trade-out's there. And that's what's been so impressive with Majin. All these one-shots just keep getting cleaned up that have been left behind, but finally a couple kills where no trades are found. SLG and Snipe Drone not in a position to take advantage of any damage there. This game going to slow down. It's going to be up to SSG to figure out how they want to break their way in.
Got 4 kills. Penguin, the sky is blue, yes. It is a blue sky. Oh, we'll have probably a reset here. But we'll see exactly what happened. Could have been a controller?
No,
okay. Oh, no, he's...
Yep. It seemed like there's a big network hitch that happened right there. You saw him like scoot forward the way that he did. So we'll re-rack that and get back into it when we can. On the other hand, we got Mercenaries and Vitality still going at it. And Mercenaries, the pretty commanding lead here, 190 to 101. And I gotta say, this Mercenaries team has looked incredible today. I was a bit surprised at how dominant they've been. I thought they would qualify for sure, but the way that they've gone through this bracket, it's like they've had no problems.
I love to see it too. I mean, there's been so many renditions of this roster, and I just, at the end of the day, I think they have so much talent. That chemistry, we see how important chemistry is when we look at teams like Shopify Rebellion, right? Been together for a very long time. I just think you build something up when you're best friends and you also game together, and it looks like it's paying off in their favor. Suppress ends up getting a couple kills here. 4 go down for Vitality, and the camo and Suppress hands.
Yeah, with that, Suppress going to be able to block out those A spawns, make sure his team's good on that end. B should be an easy capture for Sab. And now Suppress has this ability to really have a lot of pressure on the back line and play for the trip cap if they get the kills, and there's going to be the first, and he is immediately swarming his way over to C. This is a trip cap opportunity to potentially end this game, but looks like Suppress not even going to try to go for that trip, leaving it for his teammates, instead trying to keep that pressure towards A.
Suppressed. That pressure is mounting towards A, and that tower side with this camo is so very important. Double cap goes in. B looks like it's going to be traded out. I believe there's the reset. Mercenaries still with that control, and looks like there's still a fight for B, but 3 go down. Eco's the last player alive. Tries to do all he can, at least gets the trade, but points still going in the favor of Mercenaries.
I mean, Vitality quickly running out of time here. Just 30 more seconds of holding this 2 cap, and this is over. They quickly need to find a way to transfer out these hills, and that shock rifle getting to Suppress, despite him going down to 1 shot. Oh, risky challenge for him to go back up there, but they need to limit any opportunity of power weapon control for Mercenaries.
Very important to do. That power weapon control could be the difference of them coming back or not. B is going to be almost in their hands, but they get taken out. Solsnip gets another kill as well. That's going to be 2 down. Vitality, that was their last chance, I think. We'll see if there's any way to stop at this point, but 247 and counting, 248. There's no one in position, and Mercenaries will take game number 4.
Incredible work by them. That's going to be it for them. They're grand finals bound. We see this next game going to get started here soon. But before we get to that, why not be Cassie's going to be coming in active? Any last words before we switch on over? And, it's been good to have you back.
Hey, it's been great to be back. Thank you for the warm welcome for the Halo community, and thank you guys for having me at LVT. Support Halo, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to #save Halo, support LVT. They have been supporting Halo forever. Do it. And yeah, that's all I'll have to say. I appreciate you, Tools. It's good to have a little moment with you here.
Yeah, we'll be right back after this break.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and huge thank yous to Old Man Mikowski and Active. They were absolutely killing it. But now they allowed your boy to step in, get a little casting reps, and of course, I got my OG duo Tools with me, and we're hopping right back in the middle of the action. Tools, how have things been going so far?
It had been a great tournament so far. We obviously had three great teams qualifying. Right now, we're in the midst of discovering who's going to be that last qualifier. We're restarting this game 42-35 as of right now. SSG on the back ropes. So a sniper in the hands of Glory, it could be all over. He gets aggressive with that weapon, but he does eventually go down as Lucy tries to stay alive.
And with us hopping into the middle of this game here, or I guess it's in the reset, 44 kills already here for Majin. A couple things go their way, and it could be it. And with them grabbing both camouflage, and it looked like maybe having their eyes on the sniper, things are going to be tough. But Lucy, you know he's not ready to let go of it.
It looks like not a lot of pressure coming over on that camo side. Instead, Majin trying to break their way through this necessary camo in the hands of Snipedrone. He's getting good information. A one-shot player ahead of him. Oh, no, it's disastrous. And, oh, he's going to get a second to go with it. Snipedrone's camo is back-breaking to SSG as he gets the triple kill. They're just 2 kills away from tying up the series.
Grabbing the camouflage, making a huge play to take the skill jump, and turning that into a triple kill is all they must have needed in order to put an end to SSG in that game number 2. And honestly, doing it in a little bit of style. I've always been a big fan of Snipedrone.
Yeah, you gotta think about it. They reset this game at a high score rate. 39-35 is what they reset at. And when you think about that, it means that the camouflage, their opening sniper, are going to be that much more important to the start there. So I think Majin did an incredible job of ensuring that not only did they get the sniper, but also the camo off rip. Although the sniper might not have been super effective for a ton of kills up front,
Оставим это на потом.
for them to get away with
2 черепа осталось.
for that to win the game.
2 черепа осталось. И все... Я нашел все аудиозаписи UFC, спартанцев. Ну, это я до этого еще нашел. Эти самые... в самой первой миссии у меня одна аудиозапись. И там, где Эшером. Там, где Эшером. Но я думаю насчет последней миссии, там, где Эшером. Есть же достижения. Есть достижения. Сейчас я его найду. Покажу.
Game number 3 is where we go, and if I remember correctly, that might be Recharge Oddball, and for once, Tools, I'm right.
There we go.
Вот. Defeat War Chief Ashroom without ever fully losing your shields. А, то есть он может нам наносить урон, но мы не можем полностью потерять наш щит. Ну, в принципе, если я на изи буду проходить, то это же легко. Главное, чтобы у меня просто в конце самом снайпуха была. А, нет. У него что по фазам. Короче, какие-то пушки буду подбирать. Там главное быть осторожным. Реализуем. Окей. Окей, добавлю, чтобы не забыть. Вот. More than he... Как там оно? Чем я скриншот сделал? More than he bargained for. Это больше, чем то, о чем мы договаривались, типа больше, чем он просил. Окей. Окей. Так, 10 часов уже SSG играет, я даже не знаю. Бляха, ну тут SLG, ну это такие люди тут серьезные играют. SSG против SLG, вот так вот. Кстати, следующий матч, если SSG выиграют, они будут играть против FaZe, это же вообще шок. Ну, бляха, это сейчас так долго, 7 карт будет у них, они уже 2 откатали. Ой, SSG наконец-то владеют хоть чем-то. Так, Worship Bracken. Посмотрим сейчас, где аудиозапись, где я пропустил. Bracken. Как они там аудиолайв?
Snipe Drone didn't pick up that shock rifle on the ground, and by the time he went back over to it, you saw it actually despawn. So that shock rifle no longer going to be in play. Instead, it's all up to the bandits here.
Snipe Drone gonna snatch up that ball with the grapple. Absolutely love that. Now starting rotation through the tower side. While Might is a great job of making sure nobody is drilling behind that ball player. Makes it over toward the blue side safely, and now in a position where if things get a bit dicey, that ball will play.
Boom skull, я его находил.
To surround the members of Majin, you already deal with one perimeter player in Mighty's, and now Snipe Drone's down so much.
Там какая-то война у них происходит.
Majin, that ball does get reset.
Это моему ноуту уже плохо стал.
Although they are able to get off spawn fast enough to take care of the ball carrier, it's just the first step. You see that ball is heavily gonna. Ashroom's
testimony. Подожди, а мне там оно вообще по порядку? Да, мне вот это надо. When the room is clear, hold off on approaching the controls, so you can grab a banished audio light.
Meanwhile, Might is able to snatch up that camouflage, and once again, you have to imagine that's going to be maximum value. As Penguin has no ideas, he's the one being hunted as opposed to being the hunter. And Mighty spots a player high IQ to double back, try to get out of the situation. If he's able to stay alive, it could be huge as his teammate puts his body between him and the enemy and secures Mighty, getting away with this camouflage. Elects not to play for the ball, goes in for the shock. Majin with the favorable side.
It really heads up play by Mighty's. The way he doubled back there, sometimes the dangerous route is actually the safe one there. You have to make the play that no one would anticipate you making, and well, Mighty's, because of that, not only stays alive with his camo, but also got the shock rifle to go with it. Everything is looking great for Majin thus far. I think the only thing they kind of wish right now is that they were able to get that ball into a scoring position while this play had developed. They kept SSG onto those respawns. I think the only problem that I've seen in the last, 20, 30 seconds is that there was no ball type being accumulated.
Already with the 52-16 advantage, trying to get that ball over with the back goal side, Falcon reading the play and cutting them off. Gets the kills necessary. Now trying to defend the ball.
Окей, короче, это на потом. Я уже понял. Оно там в середине миссии.
Right now, it just feels like SSG don't really have an offensive push that's creating problems for Majin. And when we do see, that frontline player, we've often seen it in isolation. Here's Collect going into a 1v2.
Смотрим пока. Потому что это действительно интересно. Тут все-таки, бляха, SSG сейчас могут не пройти. Это ж неинтересно будет. Так, Окей. Прикольно, конечно. Ну ладно, тогда так и сделаем. Значит, почти перепройду первую миссию. Найду там предпоследнюю аудиозапись изданников. Потом пойдем к Эшерому в гости. Где он тут у нас? Здесь мы пройдем полностью, по той простой причине, что я убью 2 зайцев. Я найду здесь недостающую, последнюю аудиозапись изданников. И получу достижение, убив Эшерум, ну, победив, скажем так, Эшерума, ни разу не потеряв щиты. Ну, просто легко это сделал. А потом уже пойдем к последней миссии. Получается, тоже придется полностью... Ну, кроме босс-файт, его как бы, ну, я так понял, можно не доходить туда. Это, наверное, перед босс-файт. Главное просто не трогать Сентинелу. И все. В принципе, я думаю, это будет несложно, просто пробежать мимо них. Хотя бы уже знаем, что их не обязательно убивать. Такой вот тип, так сказать, подсказка. Так. Тогда пока смотрим, они же потом будут делать перерывы. Бляха, проблема в том, что следующее будет SSG против FaZe. Следующее будет SSG против FaZe. Это будет... типа, кто заберет 4-е место, получается, в этой квалификации. Но они уже пройдут. Если SSG вот эту битву с Margin выиграют, тогда они все проходят в Pro-лигу. Они как бы квалифицируют.
It ain't guaranteed until Glory's guarantees it. As Mighty's not only makes a huge play over toward the A side, but rotates that ball back over towards the back blue Martian. Ain't giving up this lead easily as they take it right back. 54 seconds worth of neutral time, and it's 3 down go Martian. It looks like that ball might be played early. No, Mighty's actually dropping the ball, getting the kill, getting a few extra seconds worth of ball time. Martian clearly are in flow state.
Yeah, with this, Martian have 2 win conditions now, right? They're only 18 seconds away from winning on time, but they could also play Slayer for the next 37 seconds of neutral clock and win that way. So a dominant position for Martian.
Херес, это что там так лагает?
They just went 3 down, and SSG was able to get that
А, нет, это что-то у меня просто.
early. Collect staying alive. That will significantly reduce the time that SSG has to wait to take this lead.
Так, дам тогда своему дорогому Xbox отдохнуть. Пусть остывает, все дела. Все равно пока смотрим. Давайте, хлопцы. Выигрывайте этот раунд уже.
Impossible for Majin. They have to play quick and to the point, but Lucid's going to be waiting around any corner and they just don't know where to look. This looked like a round that should have been Majin's to take. They were so dominant in the first half, but at the end, SSG are able to overwhelm and get to the 100 points.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda, didn't. That's all that matters at the end is they
Woulda, shoulda. Ладно, я, наверное, пойду поужинаю. Скажу к бабушке. Короче, скоро вернусь. В принципе, я чат буду читать и...
See already a very slow push out from Majin. They did not make their way out, and you know when that happens, you're usually playing for the burn on the camouflage. You're trying to get a numbers advantage early by catching players that are playing aggressively through the middle of the map. The problem is that just didn't happen for Majin. Those players that are standing back on those platforms were the first to go down. That gives a ton of space for SSG to work with, where they're able to grab that ball early and throw it out. But that being said, Majin work their way through, get a 4 down, and get a quick break. So, despite some early kills going SSG's way, it looks like the early ball time will go to Majin.
Enemy has the ball. Majin do take a slight lead here, but we're going to be told that he's down to Slay in the follow-up afterwards, and it's Lucid to take down Corey's and Falcon that gets his kill feed. Lucid not able to turn into a double, but does get the information for his teammates to get the kills, put them 3 down. You have to imagine ball should be back in their hands and back over toward Asa.
Oh, man, Snipe Drone just rips Lucid off from that ledge. Chaotic moment on the ball. It's a 2-on-2, and they are in close spacing with each other. It looks like SSG going to be the ones that come out on top. And you see the spawns from Penguin and Lucid are actually furthering their presence on the map over at that glass side. So they have a great position now to hold out this ball. And although Zane goes down early there, I like the aggressive play by Penguin because it's slowing Majin's ability to try to take space on the map.
Damage coming from Glories. Nobody able to get picked off just yet, but it does influence them to push through the gold side, which is exactly what Mighties and Majin want them. Already able to take down one. Collect continues to be weakened here, and now the rest of Majin decide to join the fight, and some huge 1v1s have to be won, and they are going the way of Majin. Penguin gonna try to pick up on some of the pieces, some of the chaos, and he's able to take down Glories, which honestly is a good pick for him. Still ball for Majin, but Majin not able to get that strong setup like they want.
Penguin's in a tough spot for Majin to deal with. In between these two players that are trying to work this ball, you see them have to throw it out and play for bait. They need both these bandits up to deal with the oncoming pressure, and unfortunately for them, Penguin's just not giving them what they want. They're setting themselves up in a passive way, expecting a push to come, but Penguin just hasn't really played into that. Instead, has been very cautious on that long haul side. And I think this is working out really well for SSG as that ball has not accumulated any time, and they're picking off Majin one by one.
Glories did end up winning a fight over towards the bottom mid side with that camouflage, but ended up getting cleaned up, so Camo no longer in the play, and neither is SOG after Collect goes after his former teammate. Lucid sees an opportunity to try to push this ball towards A. Only one player down right now, but a very objective, efficient play by Lucid and SSG.
That just shows you how well Lucid's reading the map. Great information from his team. He's picking up that ball while one shot in the middle of the map with 3 players alive for Majin. Usually that's a suicidal tactic, right? You're not going to get away with that. But he has superior awareness of what the players are looking at, where they're going. So he's able to, clip away 5-10 seconds there before playing out that ball. SSG, though, looks like they're going to lose a couple numbers here as Majin starts to win some gunfights. And Majin should be able to get that ball. Big grapple play by Snipe Drone to get it back.
Like the MVP of this game feels like the grapple. I mean, we've seen 3 or 4 different grapple plays to get them some extra ball time and really not allow players that to go into open field in order to grab it. Right now, Snipe Drone battling with Collect, a little bit of a dance, the most illiferent fight we've probably ever seen there, as he goes after Penguin as well. Snipe Drone even avoids the grenade. My man is still alive and kicking.
Grapple comes into play. It doesn't quite show on broadcast, but that's where that speed boost comes from. A few more seconds for Majin here as SSG's had a real struggle just getting to the ball to get this fight in the first place. And by the time they do, well, Mighty says, I'll just throw it on out.
Switch gears back over towards Collect. You see all 4 members of SSG alive right now. And a lot of space being taken at the moment here. If they're able to win a gunfight or 2, get first strike, it could be huge. However, Lucid is eventually the first one to go down, actually. So giving Majin the numbers advantage allowed him to push through the map and Collect just cross the street without looking both ways there. 2 quickly go down for SSG, but the third one was Falcon, who refuses to go down. Ball played as things once again get a little bit down and dirty, and looks like they have to do the same if they want camo.
Falcon might be the most important player for SSG right now. You look at his stats, and it shows the story of a Slayer, 27 and 20. Only 5 seconds of ball time. But what it actually should be is the story of a survivor. So many times where Falcon has been the last player alive for SSG. It has to make the play that either buys time or prevents Majin from getting ball time. And time again, he's come out on top and made those critical plays. Not an enviable position to be in when you're in those tough 1v3s. But what Falcon does so well is he never really averages out his life. When I say average, what that means is just throwing away your life, getting killed in a quote-unquote average way. And Falcade's anything but average. Incredible shots, great awareness, and more importantly, he's not giving you anything for free. I mean, just look at the way he maneuvers on the map. He realizes his space, what he's able to get away with, and he's just an incredible player to watch.
And, you know, I'm going to keep an eye on that. I mean, I've been gravitating towards Lucid because I love me the kills and the assists, but it does seem like Falcon is that last player alive often and is not losing a gunfight. We saw the crazy Hail Mary play. We just saw him go up against Snipe Drone, one of the better shots in the league. Now on a killing spree, you highlighted this man, and now he's turning this life into a highlight reel.
Yeah, look, he hasn't been able to get to that ball because he's playing on the weak side of the map for his team against the heavy side of Majin. And it's incredible that he's looking at number 7 here with another perfect shot. And you see him once again doing what he can in disadvantageous situations. He ends his life 35 and 22. And although SSG doesn't get any time there, Falcon is the only reason why Majin wasn't able to get any time. I don't think it's a coincidence that you don't see any time gotten until after he goes down, but it's a 1-second lead for Majin and only 5 seconds on this neutral clock. They need to get to it. It's only one player alive. Can Glory get to this in time? He needs to get the kill, but he cannot.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Wow. What an end to a round, which was a fantastic end to a swing game 3. The win on the fight. Able to grab it, able to put the extra damage, able to get a hold of ball, and this is where things get scary, but it doesn't. It couldn't even get to one kill. Doesn't matter if 2 players around him. That was just beautifully played by SSG. My gosh.
And you know, we gave our flowers to Falcon during the game. I thought he played an incredible position in isolation, and because he's in isolation, that's why you see the stat line that you do: 36 kills, 22 deaths, with only 6 assists. That's because he's largely there playing cleanup for his team and being that last bastion. On the other side, talk about a player that was aggressive throughout that entire game, that was a presence throughout that game. Lucid is back. Although he goes negative in the game, 26 and 27, he's dropping 27 assists in that game. You don't see that every day.
And that's exactly what I was saying. That's what I was gravitating towards when looking at the stat sheet, and everybody's calling for the damage, and so am I. I think I saw almost 10K damage being dealt. Even took a lot of damage. Well, so talk about using your body as a shield, doing max damage, taking about 9,700 damage. I mean, Halo's always just that much better when Lucid's involved, right? I think we all could agree on that.
Yeah, hey, look, I love that he's back. Also, another thing to note about that stat, right? When he has 27 assists, damage isn't created equal. You know, I think it's one of the things I hope that they change going into the next Halo game. Is to me, when a shot's fired, a shot that hits in the chest should be worth the same that's a shot that gets a kill, or a shot that's like a headshot in this game, because it gives you a more accurate representation of the actual damage you're doing on the map. The reality of how Halo Infinite tracks the stat sheet is if you get a headshot that finishes a kill, right? A no shield headshot is worth, I think, like as much as 4 body shots worth of damage.
It is.
So with that being said, you know, Lucid only has 9,800 damage on 27 assists. So Lucid's actually doing, I think, an unbelievable amount of damage that game. It's just, it's largely not translated onto that stat sheet because he's not getting those finishing kills.
I remember a while ago when I was streaming when somebody said that and actually did a test. I literally loaded up a custom game, put 4 shots to the body of somebody, ended the game, had somebody else put the 4 shots and then do a headshot, and you were absolutely right. It literally does more. I thought the chatter was crazy, but it is a fact. That final headshot does slightly more damage than the 4 body shots, which is crazy to think about. But what's even crazier so far is the series 2-1 lead in favor of SSG. Lattice, King of the Hill, coming up next here, and you already saw that swing game 3 kind of go the way of SSG, but I saw a lot of fight, a lot of good out of Majin, so hopefully we see things go their way and we see this back and forward that leads to a game 7, because remember, guys, we're in elimination time. One of these teams makes it to the Pro League, one simply doesn't, and I feel like the only way to do that justice is with a best of 7.
Go into this. Look, obviously the duo of Lucid and Falcon were potent in that game. On the other side, you know, Glory and Mighties are the players that I'm looking to back up their gameplay in this one. I thought those two were really, really impressive yesterday in their game against FaZe. I like to see them lead the charge once again. In particular, I'm looking at Mighty's to be an aggressive middle player throughout this game. Expect to see him get right into the action. He's not one to back down, and so far his routing has been fairly good in this tournament. If SSG can find a way to punish him on some of those routes, they're going to come out the winner. If he's able to have those effective flanks to get in and to cause mayhem in the middle of the map, then that's when I think Majin finds their win condition.
Last shot. Multiple going down here for Majin. Colette sees an opportunity to immediately hop into the hill without any hesitation, really. Shroud is put down here to block some of the lines of sights, but somehow not able to block the line of sight to Falcade, who does end up going down. And now Lucid looks like he wants to take height. Finds the backside of one, headshot right to the back of the dome, snap onto the second target. It's good enough for the assist. And Lucid flowing like water right now as SSG have the numbers advantage, and I was gonna say should have the hill soon.
Let me head over to Lucid's chat real fast and put exclamation mark sent. What is he playing on right now? Nice flicks over there, an aggressive play through the middle of the map, and that can be the difference between your elite players and your pro players. With the way that Lucid's able to play forward and on the front lines with that sniper, having a lot of confidence that he's going to get on, he's going to be able to come out on top on those gunfights, it is such an important aspect for a team. It just allows you to play for more. You know, you don't have to play safe if you have that confidence. Confidence to me is one of the #1 things the elite players have, because they will go for more. They will bat for the home run so much more often.
Waiting for that push here from Majin, who wins a important fight with perfect shots. Midas was there quick for the cleanup here, and somehow even turns it into a double. What a grenade that lands perfectly at the feet of Falcade, and that just might be enough to start an entire push here for Majin as Midas continues to get focused. But as the focus of the fight, the rest of Majin are able to push up and put SSG 3 down.
And it's one thing I love about Mighty's gameplay is he is not one to back down just because he's down shots, and he is honestly one of the best teammates to have on a team, because you know, hey, even if he's one shot, if he knows that his teammate's in a fight, he's not backing down from those fights. He's really good at zoning out angles when he needs to, but I love his double back approach. He's one of those players that just is constantly trying to do that max damage, and when he's on, I'm telling you, he's one of the better players in the HCS, in the Halo esports ecosystem. It's just how often is he going to be in that flow state, I think, is what the work he's been putting in these last couple of years. Because when he's on flow, he is such an incredible player.
Double kill.
Midas is getting up here, and so do multiple members of Majin. That was a momentary 3 down, and now staggered right now in Majin. Although a lot of progression as far as this hill, it is SSG that have a setup now.
You see the spawns from Majin not that advantageous here. Glory was able to get away with a full snipe, but they need to fight their way back in, and right now that sniper is not getting conducive angles to getting SSG out of this hill. And in fact, you imagine SSG are probably going to start putting pressure on Glory. You see that flank come in, prioritizing getting that sniper out of play.
Wow.
Double kill.
Wow, he's not done. Triple. No.
Hit it.
No. Oh my gosh, Penguin. Like you said, he was hunting that sniper down, gets it, puts it to work immediately with a quick triple, and just about gets the overkill there.
And right now, the strategy for SSG has been spacing. They take a lot of space on this map. That can be great for a team when it goes right, but it also comes with risk. Is Penguin like going to show off a new jump that I'm not aware of over there? Did it seem like he was going to like hit up to the top cat subway? I was going through, but back to my point before, SSG is taking a lot of space on their hills. We saw Falcade push all the way up in the blue. They had players pressuring over at Cargo as well. And that spacing, when you're getting first bloods, can create a snowball effect where you just get really dominant control. But it's also in the same vein a dual-edged sword because it's very fragile. So you have to be very aware of going first down. SSG on this rotation has been fantastic. You see them starting to take out their space here. As long as they're able to find first bloods, they're going to keep Majin completely back where they won't even have an ability to contest this hill.
And this hill could give them a 2-1 lead to SSG. And you're able to take down almost all the members of SSG, almost all of them. Finally, you get the final one out of the hill, but look at how much progression SSG were able to put on.
Yeah, and look, that's what you're going for, right? It's basically a home run strategy when you play that forward on the map, but it has given an opportunity for Majin to get into this hill where SSG's on a full reset on trying to find their way back in, but who else but Lucid to try to break his way through that door. Gets one player down and the other down to one shot. An easy cleanup for his teammates as they go up 2-1.
Many players push right on in and really force Majin away from this hill. Penguin not able to find the clean headshot there, but ultimately it is SSG that use that as a distraction to steal away their second hill with 2-1 lead. 2 minutes and 39 seconds worth of neutral time, and Lucid winning a nice little 1-1. Mighty's in a fight of his own. And what was that? Oh, he's not done. Double. Another player here. Is it a triple?
That's what I love about Mighty's gameplay, right? He does a lot, gets that first kill. He's down to weak, but he's not stopping his progression. Really confident on what can come next, finds that second kill. And although SSG's got a good initial time, that second kill is what stops them from getting any more. Falcated last alive for his team. It's going to be Majin that now spread out on the map. They are the ones that have the sniper, and it's Mighty's that gets to roam free with this sniper. This is a great position to try to tie up the game.
6 bullets in the sniper here from Mighty's, who really has been the MVP here from Majin so far this game, and showing why. Snaps onto the head, 3 down. Go SSG. Now they're right back in the hill, and Majin need the setup.
I like this rotation from Mighty's. He's anticipating more pressure on that ice side because of where they were positioned, trying to get spawn snipes there. And I like how fluid he's been with this sniper, not trying to keep it in one area. The best thing you can be is hidden with the snipe, right? You don't want players to know your position. So far, Majin been able to get a ton of time here, and it looks likely that they'll be able to tie up this hill.
Still on board now with Majin. Loses his shields momentarily, but as he gets them right back in, he's expecting a push here from SSG. He knows they're not going to allow him to live here for free, and at least is able to trade out his life. Meanwhile, Snipe Drone navigates his way through the red side of the map and over toward the tower, forces Collect down and away from the hill, and that's a good opportunity for Snipe Drone and Majin to start scoring and maybe finish out what could be their second hill. But Snipe Drone goes down. SOG's by himself. That's all 4 members down, and SSG back on the hunt.
And look at Majin spawn. It's the worst possible one, deep in that red base. It's going to be tough for them to get an angle onto this hill. They might have a couple seconds to be able to make the play. They need to get the player out of hill now, and it's Collect that just is winning his fights. SSG able to bounce back and take that 2-hill lead now with just 90 seconds of neutral clock remaining. SSG is in a strong position to finish this.
I'm actually surprised SSG to actually play the hill right now, but as they go down, 3 members down, it looks like Majin gonna hop right on in and try to get a setup of their own. 1v1 goes down, and what could have been a clean fight for Glories, well, Penguin, he is just too good with the thrust.
I don't mind SSG playing for the hill right away, especially initially on rotation, right? 40 seconds is a lot faster than 90 seconds when you get the capture. So I think you still have a little bit of time to play for this hill. It's more that you feel out what's happening after, because they're playing for this hill and they're getting these 3 downs, right? Their win conditions coming way faster than it would be if they just played for that initial time. I think too often teams play for time too early in the game. 40 seconds is a very short amount of time, especially when you're getting 3 or 4 downs.
As right now, SSG, they're winning every slide. They're getting every bit of advantage. I say that, but to that last gunfight that goes the way of Majin, it's just enough time for them to sneak right into the hill, but right into the hands of Lucid, who puts them down with the sniper and the eyes of the third. And if time didn't stop there thanks to the game ending, that would have been another clean triple and potentially more. But SSG are coming in hot, and they widen their lead in the series.
I think there's a lot of teams that would have seen the situation that they were in and played for time. and not gotten into that hill, knowing they had a 2-hill lead with just 90 seconds left in the game. I really like the strategy of SSG, and I love that Majin thought that. I mean, I love that SSG thought it was over. They said GG's, and Majin says, "No, I ain't hear no bell. We're going once again." Oh man.
I love how Clutch just being the instigator. Clutch, you're not teaming with SOG and Glories anymore. You're supposed to be on Penguin's side. You're supposed to have his back. I guess he got confused. He thought this was pre-Atlanta when he was still teaming with them. No, Collect. Don't instigate.
It reminds me of it reminds me of Worlds in 2018. I was watching a side stage event. I believe it. Man, what team was it? It might have been. I think it was APG's team in Ace. It was like APG Ace. They thought it was a best of 5. They won. They got hyped. Dude, Ace was going around doing high fives, going crazy. And it was like, no, they had a best of 7, and they had to continue playing. And I don't think it ended out too well for them. So, you know, a little bit different on LAN when you have that adrenaline dump. You know, when you win a series on LAN and you think it's done, I think, you know, you're letting off a lot of energy. Not quite the same online. I would expect to see SSG still playing at their top level.
I'm a huge Ace fan. That sounds like an Ace story, actually. I'm about to ask him next time we get in contact. That sounds fun. But also might bring up some bad memories. Maybe I need to leave it out. Either way, SSG and Bungie will continue this series. As originally planned, it is a best of 7, so Bungie still have a chance to come back in the series.
See, 3 players of SSG just trapped in the back of the map. And Glory's being very aggressive with the shock rifle, bringing it to this fight. Unfortunately, those bullets not connecting, and a tough moment. SSG were completely corralled, but Majin not able to make the most of that.
Tied up game here in the early match. Collect has some burst left in this shock rifle, but does he have a target in order to snap on? Right now, Majin taking some very interesting angles that he's not able to find. Finally, a player shows himself over to a drive win, is able to take him down and give Majin numbers advantage. They're looking for it. Not sure if there's any shock ammo just yet, but I do know SSG are 3 down.
We see 3 players of SSG trying to push their way into this hotel area, and Lucid leading that charge does get the first kill, and that seems to have a cascading effect onto the rest of Majin as they go 3 down. SLG, the only player alive, but not quite giving up on his life yet. I do, you know, I think one thing you can learn from pro players is how they play in 1v3, 1v4 situations. SLG, knowing how important his life there, isn't necessarily, you know, throwing it away by getting into a fight, but is realizing, hey, we're going to need a numbers advantage when we come off the spawn, and plays for it. But right now, the multi-kills are coming.
I'm back.
Blistering SSG. The amount of times Majin has been...
Вот это я вовремя, однако. 1-3 в пользу SSG.
Cannot sustain this style of gameplay, and you're seeing how it builds up. Majin.
Так, подожди, надо это убрать.
The other side.
Бэм. Слишком много белого, что ли? Так, пробуем. Надо вот так, света больше.
Majin's done, I think, a decent job in this last rotation of not falcated. A nice stick gets the kill. Camo's up, and this fight is all for this Camo. And Lucid, he's got 6 kills in this game already.
Ну что, ребята, ждем фейс против SSG.
As Camo become the focus of the fight, it's Lucid, who's already been incredible so far in this game. That is away with it. It wants to take it over toward the mid side here. It does so without being spotted, but has to be careful. Almost moonwalks himself into a couple of members on the snipe side. Here comes the fight onto 1 and anticipates the S3 player, but it was a bit early. SLG with the double.
Early, как он сказал. Early.
Majin with the lead.
SLG 9-3 so far this
With
game as well.
With the lead. Вот это было красиво.
Number 10 for him. A nice headshot onto the clambering Lucid, and
это
he
же
gets the
SLG.
back-to-back for the killing spree. SLG pulling his team forward in game
Мощно.
number 5.
Wow. Everything
Wow.
kind of falling apart for SSG as SLG was able to come in, take out the Campbell player, get himself a shock, and just go on an incredible reign of terror. 12-3 is a crazy stat line right now, considering the opposition have 19
12-3? Серьезно? Офигеть.
CSLG start to reposition
Тащит
toward the
всю
whole
команду,
side, but
весь
backside
мажин
of his
тащит.
forward team, and collect down over toward the low ground, big damage onto the players over towards him, and you can hear SLG calling for the reinforcements. He's trying to activate his team, get aggressive, I have damage.
Lucid and Valkyrie are in a tough spot here. They're trapped, and Snipe Drone had their exits. He's able to find one kill and, more importantly, stay alive while he looks for the next, and he should get just that. But Falcated with a quick stick is going to make that an even situation, and that's going to make Majin's positioning start to crumble. A huge plays by Falcated.
Lucid after Glory with the numbers, SSG starts to widen their influence on the map, attacking Bungie from multiple different angles, and Lucid feels the most important as he takes the most direct one. But Snipe Drone with the double to slow down that push. No, stop it. That's a triple. The nade onto Collect as well. Nobody there to finish him off just yet, but I started to see Glory's posture. Collect with
Майтис, одно убийство, 9 смертей. Но 10 ассистов.
Here comes Snipe Drone.
Double kill.
Snipe Drone feeling confident. I mean, SLG to Snipe Drone, the two vets on this team combining for 25 kills in this game thus far. Look, your responsibility on a Slayer is you have to get 13 or 12 kills, and you can't get more than 12 or 13 deaths. That's it, right? You've done your job. So far, we're halfway through this game. SLG and Snipe Drone have done their job. It's up to now Mighties and Glory, who have been the Slayers for most of this tournament, to start to come to life. Mighty's struggling on finding that finishing kill. He has 11 assists, but only 2 kills thus far. I think if Majin's going to finish out this game, I expect to see Mighty's start to turn that around. I mean, good damage thus far, but obviously 2 kills isn't what he's going to be happy with.
The assist, but maybe a little too little deaths and maybe too high of, too little kills and maybe too high deaths. Mighty finds a third.
Окей, это интересно. Маджин напряглись. Они понимают, что если не сейчас, то все. Больше никогда. В этом году уже все. Только на Halo Fest. Таки да.
Left side. They want to try to break through with Lucid being that front player, and here comes the comms. Lucid's gonna go. The one shot was to the right, but he couldn't quite commit because of the nade.
He's hunted. 42 somehow. Penguin gets the shock in his hands and gets himself an assist. Now trying to cover Falcated's back. You see Majin, they're not going to overcommit to that. They must know that Penguin can be lurking. And now a new angle, trying to be gathered. And Falcon goes down, but doesn't get the trade. Penguin gets his though. 43-42. We're going down to the end game.
Mighty's nade did find its connection there. Just a one kill.
Опа, 44-44. Ну, это же команда Люси, да, ну. Ожидаемо.
20 seconds, the camouflage comes up, and the camouflage might be the difference between victory and defeat. There's one player from Majin that has made it through the yard on a long-ranging flank. It's forcing SSG up the map, but not enough for them to get the kills. Just 2 more for Majin to take this game.
The early GG caused by the motivated Majin, because right now they're playing rejuvenated here with new energy. They had the 40-44 lead, fresh off of the 3 down. They're able to snatch up that camouflage, and although SSG goes down, it's still Snipe Drone that's the most important player on the map, and gathering information. Knowledge truly is power. Falcated gets weakened, but Snipe Drone not able to find that kill just yet. 46 on the board here for SSG. Majin needs to be careful. You can't throw this away.
Finally, Snipe Drone gets a kill. That gets them to 49, but they gave up 3 in the process. Snipe Drone got a ton of information, but the kills just weren't coming through. It's going to come down to this. Lucy gets around the corner, but Penguin slides in for the final kill of Majin's 50-47. This one ain't over yet. Game 6. Here we come.
And I may be way off on this, but it felt like when Snipestro grabbed that camouflage and they had that 48 to 44 lead, it felt like maybe they were playing a little bit too cautious, too defensive, you know, maybe trying to play too perfect, and something flipped in Snipestro. I almost felt like I saw it through his visor. He said, you know what, I have camo, I'm one of the best shots in the game, I need to end this. And you see him go in for the immediate challenge, win a fight, and then go right back in to get the cleanup that he needed. It felt like something flipped there, and Snipestro said, no, we're not going to continue this way because we're going to lose unless I take the game into my hands. That's kind of what I felt like watching that from Snipestro's point of view.
I wish you probably, I think they had a good chance on the first kill, right? He had a teammate up in the posters. He saw Collect sitting in loot by himself. I think that would have been the time to commit. And I did think with the way they were playing that camouflage, that SSG was going to start coming back. But I think what you said rings true to me, Tony. It just felt like he's like, okay, what we did wasn't working. Something dramatically needs to change. And got aggressive, got the kill, and with that, earned themselves another chance. And we're going to one of Majin's best game types, strongholds. They're such a strong rotational team. Obviously, SLG, part of that original Ascend roster that really mastered live fire back in year 2. This is always a potent team, and I would imagine this is going to get very, very mixy between these two sides.
Some teams and some players will crack under the pressure. Some turn that pressure into diamonds. We're going to find out what Majin have in them, because all you've done is give yourself a chance, an opportunity, but Collect, you get a triple.
Good damage from Collect. I love that off the opening start. You know, there's things that tell you who you're watching. At the beginning, and Lucid just grabbing that new combo and spraying it down range. It's like if I didn't have any indicator, I could always tell if it's Lucid because there's no one else that picks up secondary weapons like him. He is a sandbox master. And I love that. Initially, off start, he's grabbing the sandbox right away. I think that opening kill helped open up the map, and with it, they've been able to get a big advantage, especially now with Lucid having camo. They'll find another, and he has not gone down yet.
Третью зону забирают. Ёлы-палы. Неприятно. Ну-ну. Так, а что у нас происходит?
It's 3 that go down for Majin. SSG, although there's only 2 players alive, they have a chance to push in for this trip cap. You see a lot of pressure over at C. Penguin going down. It's going to allow Glory to at least rotate to B, and it looks like the spawns actually favor Majin here, as they had a couple spawn at A. So it shows you that although the trip cap is dangerous and it can win you games, if you get a little too aggressive for it sometimes, you open up a lot of space on the map. No one was back there to anchor out those A spawns, and it actually gives Majin a great chance to recover here, and they've done just that, a triple kill that comes out. They've been able to solidify their position at AB, and despite SSG having a big spree of kills, it's been Majin that's scoring, but Lucid needs to be stopped. Every time we come onto his screen, it looks like he's doing more and more, and Majin just went 4 down once again, meaning that a trip cap pressure could be on once again. With Lucid getting down that damage, it seems just systematic the way that SSG is starting to bat down the doors. The trip cap is in, and it could be devastating if SSG is able to parlay this trip cap alongside a camouflage. And right now, it just looks too easy for Lucid and SSG. It's 2 points for every second that they're able to maintain this hold. And with Lucid having camo to work with, this looks like a dire situation for Majin.
Давайте, SSG, посмотрим уже на вашу схватку с Фейс.
Longer. This has been an incredible sprint of scoring from SSG.
945 in favor of SSG. Lucid still with this camouflage and see the QT up, but as this happens, Majin end up coming out with a trip cap seemingly out of nowhere. Lucid now trying to navigate towards Nest, and he has to be careful. Glory has a sniper, gets a couple of shots in, but now Glory has an idea of where Lucid is coming from.
But his teammates have won the fights on the other side, so Lucid and Glory was just a side story of what was really going on at A, which was a win for Majin to keep this trip cap in. And now Glory getting up free on the map. he's going to be the one that is the focal point of the attack for Majin here as they try to collapse in the remaining players at A. I love how aggressive Majin's being within this trip cap. It's easy to say, okay, our trip cap's over. They start getting to a hill. Let's stay solid on our 2. No, that's not the strategy for these European teams. They are all gas, no brakes on their trip cap, and it's really hurting SSG right now.
SLG now gets himself a kill, but makes himself a tricky death. And oh, Mighty's not able to find that headshot. And Falcon makes him pay with a perfect 5-shot. Majin still scoring, but without having the numbers, it is SSG on the attack.
Okay, it has been an absolute nuisance to Majin when he's left in isolation. So often he's winning those critical gunfights. Was able to at least stop that pressure at C, but unfortunately for SSG so far this game, they've had a real struggle on keeping Majin multiple down. Right now, it has all been Majin, and this game is quickly getting out of hand. They are really aggressive into these trip cap plays. This is a scary situation for SSG, especially considering, you know, they thought they had won the series just 10 minutes ago.
Lucid on the push here. He's in abundance of 3 different members of Majin. You see him call for a bit of reinforcement. That's going to be one player going right through the mid-map. Falcon ends up with a double count of nowhere. Penguin was there to lay down the damage. Falcon from across the map gets the cleanups and Bravo at the exact same time. And this is a triple cap now for SSG.
Think about how effective Majin was in that last rotation. They don't have one player. I guess Rory just got that kill to go positive. They were up by over 100 points with 4 players being negative on their team. That just shows you how effective their trip cap pressure has been. Now, on the other side, SSG, right? You're winning the slay battles so far. If you're just able to stop Majin from getting to their top end, from getting those trip cap opportunities, you can 100% come back in this game. But so far, it's been hyper efficiency for Majin that's made the difference.
Lucid and Collect end up working on Mighty's over toward the back blue side, or back green side, excuse me, as Alpha and Bravo turn blue for SSG. Nades going down here to quickly do for Majin. Right back on the triple cap attempt are SSG. Every time they get Majin multiple down, they are pushing the issue. And in fact, Lucid's going to try to keep them staggered. Alpha does change, but the numbers, the momentum, all of it does not, as SSG are relentless, and so is Falcated with the S7.
Falcade's getting aggressive here. They're not going to be satisfied with what they have, and he fights 2 players looking towards the back. That's going to be easy cleanups for SSG, and there's still 4 bullets a sniper Falcade to try to stop A with. They cannot peek anywhere towards the middle. They do get this capture, and Falcade is not done. He is running to the front lines. The snipe shots, unfortunately, don't reach home, and that's going to be a sniper that switches hands with 2 bullets. SLG has the weapon to try to break this scoring spree of SSG.
Much needed heat check coming in out of Majin, but they still eventually go 3 down once again. SSG are somehow able to find the slaves even without the tools, the resources, and it's Collect a triple kill. He's a tool of destruction himself, as 3 down once again go Majin and SSG on a run and can potentially end the series here.
It's the spacing that SSG has taken that's killing Majin right now. The amount of times they're getting 3 downs and they know exactly where those spawns are going to be are just making this game way too simple for SSG. Finally, the break happens off the trip cap, but it's still scoring for SSG and a lead that they now have with camouflage to try to call the game. It's up to Lucid with the camo. He has his sights on the first. He'll get that kill easy enough. And I love the rotation here. He is anticipating pressure towards C. Come help solidify his teammates on the other end. But unfortunately, 2 players going down is going to make this calculus a little bit more difficult for Lucid.
Does change hands over towards Majin. Some way, somehow, Penguin does open up with a double kill, but has Lucid with him to defend off any attack. Majin actually going in for a bit of a rotation, and SLG going up high.
Lucid's come to life in the sidekick comes out, the sandbox master using that sidekick effectively. They know where the final player
They woke up, they woke up.
They're staggered. They are all around the map stunned right now. Majin can't get a thing going. They haven't got a kill in the last 8. This is all SSG as they're just seconds away. Glory trying his best to hold them off at A.
stamp their ticket into the Pro League and put an exclamation point on that game. And we got to take a look at these replays because they were absolutely insane here. And look at this. I mean, we're talking about a pivotal point in the game, and Falcated just goes on a crazy run along with some of the rest of the players of SSG, who, by the way, started the end game down, but the comeback was real, and SSG are in the Pro League.
Great aggressive plays from the players of SSG in that trip cap. Not satisfied with keeping two. I think the combination of every player on this team coming to life, there was critical moments for everyone, but Lucid's ability with the sandbox and the camouflage made a huge difference at the end game here. Falcated's fluid positioning with the sniper rifle really let them maintain that trip cap. Penguins play to get the double kill at the back of green, solidified their hold into the 200-point threshold, and Collect's ability to be on the front lines, pressuring spawners on the trip cap out towards camouflage was the nail in the coffin. Every player of SSG came to life. Truly everyone doing their 25% there. And that's a team getting the job done to get themselves qualified.
Taking a look at some of the stats here, the final ones, you got 20 bombs being dropped by both Collect and Lucid, and both putting up almost double-digit assist as well. 15.0 KDA out of him, Lucid, and 12.0 out of Collect. Meanwhile, I love the assist out of Penguin over on the low side. Like you said, it felt like everybody really doing their job in that matchup, and a matchup that, honestly, could have went the way of Masha. They had a lead for quite some time. You know, you have players that were part of that storied quadrant roster were the best strongholds team in the world at one point. Like, it felt like that was a game that could have went their way, and maybe we see a game 7, but it takes resilience, it takes strength, it takes ice, and that's what SSG brings to the table. At this point forward, we know who your 4 teams are that are going to be joining the Pro League. The final spots are in here, and right now it's time to find out what the seeds are going to look like. We can't end the tournament here. We need to find out what those seeds look like right now. It's the 5th through 8th seed that are currently on the line.
We have just a classic match ahead of us as well, with FaZe and SSG going up against each other. This is one where I think we're going to see a lot of fireworks throughout the rest of the season. I want to give another shout out to Loser. I think he shot like 73% accuracy at the end of the game. I felt like he came to life. We got the superstars on deck for our elimination semifinals, Tony.
That we do, and guys, we're gonna go on a short break. And we come back, we're gonna have a bit of what do they call it, grudge match. You know, you got players that previously teaming with each other now on separate sides of things, and an important seeding is going to be on the line. FaZe and SSG going to be duking now. We come back from our break. Don't go anywhere. FaZe, SSG here with your Halo Pro League qualifier.
FaZe versus SSG. Так, Elimination Finals это на что? Третье место? Так, а ну-ка зайдем к Шаю. Вообще, подожди. У меня же Drugs.
decided to throw server between each other. They made a decision together. They said it was going to be NA and then EU. So the reason we had a big delay was because they were trying to force EU.
Это жесткая лига, это просто сумасшедшая лига вообще. У нас почти все основные организации есть. Основной костяк у нас есть. Это Shopify, Phase, SSG. SSG, как и обещали, вернулись к Halo Fest, до Halo Fest по факту. Потом... Ну, все, For the Kind, скорее всего, их кто-то подхватит. Кто-то, я не знаю кто. Я не знаю, кто это будет уже. В принципе, это может быть тот самый Illuminant. Или кто-то еще. Sentinels, например. Если они вернутся. Опа. Все сдохло, что там.
Did they do this with an SSG module as well? No. So what was unique about Phase's circumstances is Legend is located in France and Europe. So he was polling the server by being there, and there was only 3 members in NA, and then the observer in NA. So you actually had a 5v4 Europe that led to a unique scenario where Europe was actually able to pull server more convincingly, I guess, than usual, right? So they decided to, I guess, create their own rules where they said, okay, NA gets a game 1, EU gets a game 2, NA game 3, and then EU was like what they kind of agreed on in the end. So they were trying to just like, yeah, there was some like bickering in between. I think Stellar wanted to pull the server back to NA, and then in the end they said, okay, give it back to Europe, and then they couldn't figure out how to give it to Europe because they kept running the game and it would go NA.
The higher seed will host lobby plus choose sides.
Higher seed host
if your
lobby
matches has an official observer in it from the partner/tournament organizer itself, in this case any LVT observers for stream purposes, you must invite and start the game with the observer in it. No ending the match if it is due to wanting to force a server. You must continue to play the series as is and whatever server it selects.
Okay.
Moving forward, if the host of the lobby ends the game without administrative permission, and it is because they are unhappy with the auto-select server, that seed will end and forfeit the map.
Okay, and this is something that I think ended up happening in the Discord while the tournament was going down because they continued to reset it so that they could force the Europe server, but it wasn't happening. And in the end, I think they just decided to say, like, we're just going to go with whatever it selects. And that's how it should have been, I guess, from the beginning. But I think what happened was, like, the first game that they played, Europe got the server, and then it created this dialogue because the NA guys' Phase wanted it back in game 2. And then I think it created, like, a scenario where they tried to agree upon, okay, we're going to get it this game, you get it that game. It should have been decided. So basically, they should have just kept running with it. Phase might have initiated, but they initiated because they had 130 ping game 1. So they decided in game 2, okay, how do we get it now? You know? Then I guess it created this whole dilemma. In the future, the first seed will set the game type and they'll set like the side of the map that they're on, and then whatever server gets selected when the observer starts the game is the one that they roll with. I guess is what we're looking at, which unfortunately for Europe and for Australia, most of the time is going to just be NA, unless of course you got a European observer in the lobby. That might pull it. I guess, I don't know. Is that the consensus in the end now? Okay. Now what? It's unfair for Europe, unfair for Australia, you know, all these outer regions. Yeah, I mean, that's why historically we have Europe play their own league and Australia play their own, and then we come together for the LAN, right? And also, Halo is just not designed to incorporate this stuff. Like, Halo, unfortunately, should have a server select feature. You know, it should have something that, like, accommodates. And it's something that was an issue back in Halo 5 as well. So the fact that we were, like, struggling with this in Halo 5 and it got worse with Infinite, very disappointing, you know? I don't know if there's a way that we can prioritize that and give, like, a server select or just something that, like, ensures that regions can play together, you know, with more fairness. Gotta wait for COD Finals. The last game's on right now. $7,000 watching Mr. Formal. So Optic lead 3-2, and they're up 2-0. They might actually win EWC right now. Good to know. Lobby forming. I'm going to open this up in a separate tab, and then if you guys want to, if we care about Call of Duty, I don't know.
No, we do not. We care about Halo
I also
and
got to go to the
Gears.
bathroom.
Fuck everything.
Can I trust y'all
else.
to leave it on Call of Duty without, I'm going to come back and everybody's gone. You watch
Fuck
the go
them
for it.
all. Screw them all.
As does
number 7.
And as does Mercury's.
I'll be right back.
Okay, he gets taken care of, so Optic gonna have to take this slow. These
waiting on the lobby
Heretics
at
players are swarming
Be
around.
careful here. Be careful here. Can't might get left out of the play here.
Hits the go button. Just trying to get out of position. Slow them down.
Shooting
a touch,
absolute
but this
wind,
looks
are
to
we,
be a
Biel?
We're right. 2, 1, 3 minutes to play.
Beautiful. I mean, just a great job on the swarm after the fact. I think, you know, Optic really do have a high risk, high reward play style. They're always trying to set pace, go for the spawn kills, get pushed up and aggressive. When it hurts, it hurts. When it works, it feels fantastic.
It's a good set of
They're taking
kills.
care of
Kill forward, can
Rancor
move
in
it.
the spawn. Trying to set up around this new device. Real
Defend the ball.
at 3 and 7 playing. Keep away is good for 1.
Keep away. Only lasts for so long.
Good clear out of Anthony.
Shotzi clearing up the outside of the bottom lane of the map. Now again, looking towards that B-Gods. We found our success earlier. The stun connection is only going to hurt for a moment longer.
Down, they sniffed him.
Optic clear their side of the map out, but Heretics clear their side. So basically back to square one with 2:20 on the clock.
Keeping a 7, trying for position. It's going to be taking our time. Gonna have to get maybe
Another
a
crack
3-man
shot from
light
Nate.
in
Is anyone else keeping that?
before you can truly make a move. Optic player is going to be
Must eat a lot
falling
of
towards the
carrots.
middle of the map, so Rancor with an opportunity.
good
Hit it
vision.
super to do some damage.
Give me
Not
2.
quite the 3 down
Those
you're
guys, the
looking
ball
for,
sends it
but
in mid.
Metals gonna go for it.
Oh, we're
Go
here.
for it,
We have
D.
close ones. We have close ones.
Could be a kill and a capture. No.
Good job.
Who? Defensive play. Saves it here for Optic, and the counter-attack is on. They've only got one man on the rooftops to deal with for now. Spawners are up.
Ant's already in this
Shotzi.
room.
That's right, going left. Trying to pull those defenders over. Mercury's there through the lobby. Makes his side of the map safe, and now with the numbers on the
Ant has a
attack
few
forward.
options here. You can pinch broken, pinch couches, or go back to the team. You can pinch broken, you can hold, wait for Ant.
Overload push, you're gonna see.
It's a big scam out of them right there.
All about the pinch timing here from Hercules. Doesn't win a gunfight. Rancor takes care
Okay,
of
we get you through the
business.
front.
Now last ditch effort. We're trying to go
we
in through the
can move
window.
one a little bit.
1v1
Doesn't matter.
defeated. And somehow, some way, Optic
3-1.
get it done.
Still alive. Watching out for the trophies now. Metals from spawn. You've still got numbers here. Bottom
Keep the
lane.
pace up, keep the pace,
Potential
keep the pace.
rally is on the cards here. If we get to 4, we end the
pace.
half
Ball resets here.
prematurely. Super's nade.
They have double
certainly
tropes
helping.
here. It's going to be a pretty hard push with no tax.
Watching out
Ant
for the
gets
mid
past
here.
number 4. This
This
is past him.
Steal.
Oh, Real, wait a minute.
Что теперь видно?
Oh, he gets, wow.
Сейчас
He does
попробуем
it.
поменять.
Kills. They're going
Gotta
for
kill
the
this guy.
kills. Real on the
That's a
front.
big kill by Kyler.
He's
Gets the
down.
close one.
Попробуем поменять.
Rancor
Actually, no, he didn't.
goes right. Super finds the kill. Gotta
О,
find the
наш
crack here.
5'9".
They just missed the timing a little.
А, это у него дверь такая?
Oh my god.
Стеклянная.
They missed the timing a little bit right there.
Прикол.
Heretics, they keep hesitating.
And luckily,
А, ну
Kyler's
такая
made
голова круглая,
safety
такая
now.
I
смешная
think they
голова.
could have gotten it
They could've
done
capped
a
that.
few
They could've
times,
capped
and
that for sure.
instead, 35 seconds left in the round. Optic
Такая голова, я не
get
могу.
it done.
We're not missing anything in Halo, yeah? Oh, they're about to start, Chad. They're about to start.
Окей.
Okay. We thinking Optic going to take that? They seem like they're in the best position to actually win a tournament and close out the year on top. So good for them. Jumping back into Halo. That's what we're here for.
О, SSG против Фейс.
Good timing. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing, говорит. Okay, we shall see.
FaZe versus SSG. Oh my.
Как старая
This is a
была.
series right here. Came here not to get stressed by the Optic final. Fair enough. I mean, we were just stressing like big time for SSG not qualifying, but they made it, and now they play FaZe. I mean, this is our marquee matchup right here, man. A lot of aura. A lot of aura on both sides. Whoa, Lucid. Whoa! Whoa, what was that? Tots. Thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome. Lucid got
Сейчас
real
попробуем
mixed
вот
up
так
with
вот.
that 10 cents right there.
The players, you got Bound, who took a bit of a break here. Lucid, who took one as well. Some players really starting to get back into rhythm, back into the flow of things.
Bound comes out with a kill, but more importantly, Lucid, what was happening?
For how long
Going.
now, but some way, somehow, it looks like he hasn't skipped a beat whatsoever.
It might have been Majin, but they're in the gauntlet now.
The triple.
They do get 29 off the open.
End up getting cleaned up in FaZe.
Matchup going to tell us a lot about how the tourney will go. I think if FaZe come out real hot, then this might be. Yeah, they might keep going.
They're gonna start trying to gain some tempo.
We'll see. Yeah, can SSG with
Renegade is saving C.
I mean, both teams are so fresh. You know, everything's just so fresh.
Here to try to allow his team to
Both teams are qualified. Yeah, we're good. They're both qualified.
Try to get one step ahead.
They are both qualified.
But really, it's gonna come down to the kills.
So they're just.
Now SSG is starting.
This is pride and this is seeding. The loser goes out as the 8th seed in Pro League.
Gets in there.
Last seed,
once
but
again, but
not a big
they
deal.
should have an ability to answer back.
Who am I supporting? I mean,
SSG,
damn good
of
Halo.
course.
Jumbo, welcome, brother. I
sure.
mean, damn good Halo is what we're here for, right? Thank you, Jumbo. Appreciate the 28 months. Welcome back. Safe to say I'm a bit of you know, it's like it's Optic plus Stellar. How could I not want to see this God Squad pop up?
SSG.
Waiting for the right.
Because here's the thing, if FaZe come out hot, I think they could run through the whole tournament. It's going to be crazy.
Some struggles there with the
SSG.
France.
Which team has a higher potential of doing damage to Shopify?
SSG.
Which team has a higher potential? I guess we'll see with the result of the series. Wow, you just sniped him with a 5 through the the bottom of the bridge right there. Crazy.
That's the second that goes his way. The third is joining as he gets a dunk.
SR already qualified, so they're not competing in this tournament. We'll see them. I'm not even sure when they'll get to play FaZe or one of these players. Hopefully soon.
Down legend. Falcon realizes camouflage is up. He's not looking for the C plat side. He needs to go after that camo. Gets a hold of it. There's a couple players from FaZe that are trying to get an angle.
Yeah, recently, like 2 years.
Trying to find where camo went, but Falcon survives, and this is not going to be good for FaZe.
Legend, I believe, will be coming to U.S. now that he's qualified, and we should be seeing announcements for the SSG and FaZe roster, hopefully. So that's a double.
Ну да. Это было бы логично.
Okay, some mid-map control and aggression here. Might give him access to hills.
Roster announcements, как
FaZe
бы.
with a break.
Команда
Looking for a
квалифицировалась.
cap in the moment here. Renegade getting swatted by Foul. They'll come out with the trade. Does he still have progress? He does. They could. Can they confirm the cap? They drop in to get it reset.
It looks like
Collect will take it.
hasn't been swapped just yet, and in fact, the reset does go in. Collect awarded that one Stellar, and now having to fend off multiple players towards his bottom.
Metro with the 5.
There's a weakened one over the corner.
W Metro, thank you. Shyway, have we seen the last of Piggy now that we have 8 teams? Would be a bummer if that's the case. Shame on Jackson for selling out Piggy. I don't think it's the last of Piggy necessarily, but unfortunately, I just don't know if there's much of an opportunity for him to play, you know? Like, there'll be like, so I think he can sub. He can be a sub for a team if, like, there's an absence or something. But outside of that, like, we're kind of waiting to see if there's going to be one-day events, stuff happening on Saturdays, stuff that, like, you know, other players can participate in. But yeah, it does suck because it's a bit of an exclusive opportunity for 32 players, and then outside of that, it's hard to justify competing.
So far, SSG's found some trade.
So winter finals is done. Waiting in grand finals is Druck, Soul Snipe, Sab, and Suppressed, and then in lower bracket finals is Eco, Yak, Acid, Descended.
106 to 63 is the advantage.
So the
here
winner
for
moves on
SSG.
to
Even though
Eco's
it's
team.
The ones that are scoring, eventually Lucid does find his way over to an alpha side, trying to find out if there's any pressure coming, any size, but almost a free alpha for him as
that is
FaZe
just good
puts
Halo
an
right
eyeball
there.
to
That is
switch
just
from
damn good
Charlie.
Halo. My God, Noctis, thank you, brother. Appreciate the 31 months. Welcome back, man. Good to see you. How we doing? Damn good Halo.
And Alpha Bravo setup.
Sorry, I got
Was that
distracted.
camo bird? No, Renegade has it.
Great job.
Yeah,
by
we got
Renegade
good
breaking
squads,
through
man.
his
Nothing but
lane
high
there.
quality
Didn't
teams
stop
in
at
the league.
camouflage,
All
instead
high
kept
quality
playing
teams.
through,
It's a very good
catching
league.
players off guard and looking for slays.
Who sent
for
phase to losers? Majin did, the
advantages
same
for-
team that SSG just defeated. But anyway,
is
we're moving on. It was a bit of a unique series.
ability to find the opening kills.
A lot of
The
online
game
shenanigans.
becomes So much more simple when you're able to have a big numbers advantage.
Faye's looking for a trip here. If they can stay alive, Collect comes out with a trade.
To get away with more. And right now,
Collect
Renegade
really
has
milking that
been
fight.
the
Good looks
big
at him.
reason
Renegade
as to
finds
why
his
Faze
timing,
is
though.
in this game.
Okay.
14 kills, but Collect.
Okay,
just
Mr.
added
K.
His 10th death of the game.
Renegade tried to like retime his approach down low and catch Collect off guard, but Collect pulled out the fanciest of footwork to just finesse that. Oh my
Trying to
god.
play mind games, making it seem like he was
Danced
jumping
on him.
which
I
way
mean,
high side
bro.
goes low.
That's one thing. Renegade's been away, man. Collect hasn't hopped off the sticks, and this guy can move, bro.
Deal with at the
He
very
is
top
gross.
level. You can make great plays, but what
Eco
the best of the
qualified, yeah.
world is at the other
He's in
side
lower
of your
bracket
reticle,
final.
they can get right back at you.
Now I'm playing that tight angle, is able to get that kill. And
Man's been busy playing Call of Duty. He wasn't ready for
Faze
that
has been
action.
Able to at least keep the trip cap pressure
Yeah, K's on a
off.
good team.
And
Back with the
Все, оставляю как было. Во-первых, мне нужна новая вебка.
And Tylenol, I think, on the team. Was that the team? Way
А вот с лампой не знаю.
now he's back on SSG.
Все-таки она же доехала сюда. Конечно, она уже в отвратительном состоянии.
Oil me. Wait, what do you mean?
Что есть? То есть, да. Ну,
SSG been holding the lead the whole game.
Что
Like,
сказать?
some moments out of phase, but
что сказать?
no guaranteed control.
Ничего не
Trying to
хочу
triple hit
говорить.
their way into this.
Но что-то сказать придется. Что-то сказать придется.
Okay, 3-day.
Скажу, что оставляем как было, вот это типа сверху вниз.
Trip cap. Big
Вот так вот
momentum
будет.
swing. Grapple secure.
Свет.
Renegade. Exactly
Я
where he
свяжу. Хотя бы фон красивый.
I know, bro. That lobster's ripping.
Если вообще что-то видно. А там дулю с маком вон видно, я так понял.
Yeah, I believe they are D-Labs. Now that they're qualified, it would be a good time to announce that they're being signed. I think they are.
Camo and the sniper to work
Who's the
with.
leader?
Brown Spartan would look so funny, это точно.
I feel like Legend might take, more of a leadership role, being more OBJ conscious, and
Camo
he
combination
seems to have like more of a ideology on how they should play together.
over toward the
А, еще надо подумать.
It's quick to notice what goes wrong when it does. Or Stellar. Maybe Stellar can step it up. I don't know.
Бру-ту-ту-ту-ту. Так, что мы делаем? Мы сейчас смотрим на Фейс против... Ну, в принципе, тут уже не важно. Самое главное, что SSG и Фейс прошли.
I need to
Сейчас,
see a
тут
bracket. So Nico's waiting.
Ушая закрепили.
Nico's waiting on the winner of this game.
We have a league.
Is that correct? Yeah.
У нас получается 4 организации.
Until these spawns come up.
Bro, they're cooking them with a trip cap.
Shopify Rebellion, собственно, они как бы и спонсоры.
Grapple, and all of a sudden
Если
it's
бы
a
не они,
different
это
scenario.
вообще это все движухи бы не было.
Rinsed.
Shopify,
Foot in the neck.
Cloud9,
36 and counting.
с
And it's a very
возвращением.
different ball game versus
Face,
FaZe.
SSG.
At least they're
3.
qualified. Because they're not safe right
Ой,
now.
в смысле 4, 6, сказал 3.
49-50.
Не соображаю. Да я тоже за SSG, ну ты шо, бляха,
And that was it.
Люсит.
They were down
На,
by
живчик, ты шо?
one little... Yeah, wow.
Ты, ну, конечно, как бы. Бляха, Фейс
Once these
выиграли.
guys get going,
Первую
they're gonna be
карту.
difficult to stop.
That was a game.
Ну и хрен с ними.
The first half looks like they weren't
Наши еще отыграются.
You guys ready? It's about to hit.
Я просто думаю, что делать. Решили, значит, мне надо будет перепройти первую миссию не полностью, чтобы там подобрать одну аудиозапись изгнанников, потом
the trip cap where they have spawned come
миссию с Эшеромом, придется полностью ее пройти,
18 assists out of
подобрать там последнюю аудиозапись изгнанников и победить Эшерома, при этом не допустить того, что у нас будет полностью снят щит, у Чифа в смысле. И потом почти полностью перепройти в самую последнюю миссию.
in those end.
И там подобрать череп.
Right now, I think a matter
Это последний череп. И все, я, получается, все найду. Все находимые предметы будут открыты.
that home run ability. Right now, I think they've been having a struggle on getting that
Ё-моё.
base.
Что это за звук был?
Ace Tylenol nated
Это не у меня.
Gonna bring the guys off of Halo 3. They don't even want to play it. I don't think Ace wants to play it, but
Такое дурное освещение получается. Я помню, я у вас, ребят, спрашивал, брать мне лампу на монитор. Вы сказали, купишь тут. Ну ладно. Но просто сейчас такая проблема с освещением. Кстати, где Алекс? Он смотрит? Он смотрит и не пишет? Или как? Он за SSD болеет? Спроси у него. Он мне никогда не говорил, за кого он болеет. Он, наверное, болеет за киберказаков, но киберказаки не играют. Играли один раз на какой-то европейской Halo лиге, и то не сыграли нас. Но мы типа нас автоматически записали в проигравших, потому что мы не пришли. Какие вот мы красавчики. А че она так криво? Вот сюда. SSG. Капец, какой-то это, какие-то эти, смотри, я сейчас ужастики буду рассказывать, вот так вот. 5 ему $100 дали. Он просто сидит, жрет что-то на своей жирной жопе, сидит там, сидит все время, который час уже, ему просто $100 кидают. Уже американцы, вот я буду вот так вот.
Sticky going insane. Love to see it. How we doing, Sticky? Not even a message. Nothing. Bam. Did you not? I thought he was looking for the sub button, but then in the end he came back to YouTube. YouTube is home.
Camouflage over towards the middle of the map.
Так.
Double kill, but he was momentarily the final player alive.
А мне еще фэнтли. Она прохладная еще. За счет того, что сейчас на улице прохладно. И у меня в комнате тоже, кстати, не жарко. Ну давай, вафельку съем. Что-то очень делать теннис, это не получается ничего. Походу. Куда мне микрофон поставить? Он что-то ни туда, ни сюда.
No, they already qualified. They're good to go. If you lose, it's okay. You still play in the Pro League. We're in the good timeline.
We're in the good timeline. Это точно.
That's possible timeline. This tournament could have got.
They could have overwhelmed the weak players that were behind. Instead, they gave
Threw that on each side. Foul swept up by Stellar. He finds him.
in this game.
Phase win.
I think that's one thing that a lot of players get caught up.
There's a part of me that wants to say optic. It's like my brain's hardwired. Like I almost, like, you know what I mean? When I see like Renegade Bound, like get their kills.
Ну да, Phase тут действительно оптик с прошлого года.
Still not, you know, it hasn't processed yet.
Но оптик же слились. Где они, а? А все понимаю. Сюда.
Bro, we are brawling. One kill game.
Чего еще? Где этот центр?
You're right. It's kind of like old optic versus older optic, technically speaking. Or half of older optic and 2/3 of old optic.
Это ракурс интересный, конечно.
So long range to use the sidekick right there, but he backed him down. Good damn out of foul, man. He definitely cooking.
Капец, я сейчас представляю. А, так это же у них еще день. Ты думаешь, что у него так светло? Ну, конечно, и освещение хорошее. Мне бы вдоль стеллажа тоже придумать что-то, подсветку какую-то. А то у меня максимум, что есть, это... Оно, наверное, даже и не дает света. У меня, короче, вот там люстра. Halo. Кольцо. И там есть вот такое, типа, ночное освещение. Теплое, желтое. Ну, я ставлю 10% яркость. уровень яркости. Есть еще передо мной сверху, но я не очень хочу ее качать, потому что она возле окна, чтобы еще не позалетали комары. Я, если его и включу, наверное, оно не сильно много света даст. Но и важнее, кажется, что передо мной свет был, поэтому мне по-любому, наверное, придется купить лампу, которую я поставлю на монитор. Вообще я не понимаю, а почему у меня все скрываю вебка? Во-первых, она у меня криво сейчас стоит. Подожди, давай мы вот она у меня, по идее, вот так. Вот.
Hey, Millhouse, how we doing? Good, Halo, yeah, all day, bro. All day. We got a long day ahead of us. Should be an easy kill for Collect, but anyway, we've been through a lot already. But easy. Oh man, that might be the hardest kill in the game. Yeah, I had to work for it.
Collect will stay alive here.
Okay.
Right now, it's
Team does look scary.
Way too far behind. Meanwhile, FaZe on their side of things,
as they should.
Ultimately,
trying to give it the 5 on foul.
Ну, вот так вот.
Interesting to see Renegade having the most trouble right now.
Так у меня тут... Вот ракурс другой.
45, 5 to close it. Up convincingly. 46, camo available. Foul with the bait with the nades. Looking for 2 here. Good attempt at a foul. Got damage on both. Can the team help? Found impossible to kill. Some pieces stay up. The shields. Cleans up Collect. Camo still sitting in the center of the map at 48. 49, 50.
Сзади чуть-чуть видно там.
And FaZe will close it out.
Чуть-чуть что-то видно.
A 9-kill advantage.
FaZe up to 0. Да, они сейчас выиграют 4-0. Ну это ж кошмар какой-то. Absolute humiliation. Тут еще дело в том, что я же не на кресле, ну, профессиональном, скажем, офисном. Я на... Ну, это типа как маленький диван, получается, больше. Просто одноместный. Ну, это как бы кресло, но по факту диван. Обшивка как у дивана, все как у дивана. И оно очень низкое. Низкая посадка, не очень удобно сидеть. Я как бы проваливаюсь, я упитан в нем. Не очень удобно. И я низко сижу, то есть я должен быть, моя голова здесь, она должна быть где-то вот здесь. И, соответственно, вебка не будет сильно вниз смотреть. И будет больше видно чего-то поинтереснее свыше. И, может быть, света тоже чуть больше будет.
Are Optic about to win in COD? Oh yeah, they have 4 wins, bro. They gotta get one more, right? And they're up 3-0.
Так, 8 зрителей под историей. 2 человека точно. Ну, понятно, короче. Я понял. Ладно.
Yeah, it's an anti-Shopify weapon. That's what this team is. Anti-Shopify weapon.
Ни о чем, короче.
Pure ego. Ego is the only fuel.
Все, Шейва, я тебя наслушался, я возвращаюсь к оригиналу. 2000 зрителей, неплохо. В целом, где-то со всеми вот этими вот вводными где-то 3000 будет.
Getting to their spots, getting to the win condition that they like, which is that 3-4 down hyper aggressive gameplay. You know, it's not necessarily that.
Oh, you're now eligible to get bull
I think there needs to be maybe a little bit more emphasis on the first kill, right? Making sure that you don't have a 3-4 down that only comes at the cost of 1 life.
Вот это реально тема.
I think first blood going to be so important between these two teams.
Капец, это было 2 месяца назад, как будто вчера. Так, а ну давай посмотрим на сетку. Сейчас... она даже так показывает. Тут не обновили, 2-0. Ну все, это получается... это сейчас битва за 4-е место определяется. Тот, кто заберет 4-е место, потом 3-е место, но скорее всего Виталити будет. Ну, в финале, я так понимаю, Фейз... Кстати, Фейз опять встретится с Mercenaries. Это те, которые их выбили изначально вообще. Мне кажется, что Фейз выиграют квалификацию, но это ж... Я не знаю, они, наверное, просто потом будут Shopify сразу играть, когда будет шоу-матч. Я не совсем понимаю, как это эти сидинг, как эти места работают. Как оно там вот это сейчас влияет все. Но и так или иначе, SSG прошли, Фейс прошли, все довольны. Еще парочку там каких-то побочных команд. Я только за.
The camouflage coming in clutch as might be enough to get them back into this hill, but still a lot of work that's ahead for SSG to maintain.
Clean up from across the map there. Another 3 down, go phase. Continuing to score right now is Collect and Phase so close to taking this first hill, but SSG coming right back at him right now. Feels like 1 or 2 wins go their way and they could steal it away, but the melee refuses to connect, and Stellar gets himself a double. 3 down, go SSG, and Phase feel like they're taking back what felt like was rightfully theirs.
Yeah, SSG, and this might be dangerous. The next 2 spawners get spawning out as well. So this rotation isn't necessarily won by SSG yet, as you see Renegades all the way in these back ranks. Now, first couple kills do go SSG's favor, meaning it's just Renegade and Stellar left behind, and with that, should mean clean time for SSG on the second kill rotation.
Players getting cleared out over toward the mud side. Stellar, though, another multi-kill goes his way. That's a double. Like this fairly weak, and there's a clean up. It's Legend cleaning up both players, in fact. And now, not only should they be scoring, but they have a prime position here for the camouflage. As Legend takes space, finds a kill. Camo's coming up. Can Legend survive? Maybe not. Collect is here, and here come Phase.
That was crazy to witness because they get the 4 down. Not one player's trade out for Phase on that 4 down. The dueling pressure on both perimeters from Legend and Renegade. They flew up green and to screens. And you can see the downstream effect. Like, what eventually happens is, although they get the camouflage, because they were so aggressive up on the map, they left a lot of open space on their flank, which allowed the flipped spawns to eventually come in. But that's not necessarily a problem when you're super aware of what is actually happening and what you're manipulating. And that's what FaZe has done. They're just a step ahead right now against SSG, and it's been the outslay that's made the huge difference. Stellar 11-4 so far this game, and well, 6 bullets of sniping camouflage. Those numbers are going to start adding up, as that's the 10th in the row.
Stellar 12-4, 13-4.
3 down, go SSG. FaZe, you imagine, should be scoring once again here soon. A player did drop down over to the bottom mid side. Looks like Stellar was aware of that, so now watching every angle and moving in for a running ride if things continue like this.
There's one player that was underneath. I was trying to make a flank. I believe Renegade catches that, so that one not going to come in. And I believe Stellar just 1 or 2 kills away from the running riot at this point. That will be number 14 as Stellar finds the head. Number 15 in front of him. Stellar with the double kill. And looks like I guess I miscounted. He's 1 more away, but at the end of the day, Stellar has taken over this game.
That he has, and once again, we have Caster's cursed it, as he in fact was 1 kill away from that running right. But wait, 14 kills in a row from Stellar, 16-5. I mean, clearly his presence has been felt here as 3 down go SSG once again. You're already up 2-0 in the series, but you're also up 2-0 in this game right now. SSG, they need to find some momentum.
Yeah, maybe that momentum can come in the camouflage, but look how tight they are right now. 3 players trying to get out of that rat tunnel, and fortunately for them, it hasn't come at a big cost yet, but all these players are weak and close to each other. But SSG maintain, able to stay alive for a bit longer, but eventually it comes to bite them. Legend with the double kill, able to route his way back out. Lucid did get the camouflage in the process, but a nade that catches him on the unsuspecting side will get the kill.
continues to attack, finds a weakened player, ends up finishing him off. Great movement to try to buy as much time as possible, get that extra damage in for Penguin to come in for the cleanups. Once again, it is SSG with the numbers advantage, finally on the hill, but you see how quick FaZe are to attack.
Stellar's found the back door here, and with it, Collect goes down. The repulse sends it back to get the double kill. It's just Penguin that's last alive, and he'll have to vacate the premises. Eviction notices are out as FaZe has taken back their home.
Still 2-0 here. Stellar with some damage, but looks like Falcade actually doesn't get traded out. Falcade will survive and collect a bit of a new angle, routes himself into the face of Stellar and takes the challenge there. That's a huge 1v1b1 by Falcade. Some great extra damage on top. Penguin trying to stay alive with this sniper, and he needs it. It's he versus Legend.
Legend trying to be a frustrating kill here, and I think he's accomplished that fairly well. Still have not been able to take him down as he's just maintained tension on the front line, not allowing SSG to accumulate time while he was alive. But at the end of the day, SSG has a strong position with a lot of snipe ammo for Penguin to work with.
Snipe still in the hands of Penguin. 5 bullets here. Nice little body shots of the player that was trying to make their way over towards sandbags. But once again, FaZe come in like a wrecking ball and wipe SSG off of the face of live fire.
You see Legend take a small route there. He doesn't commit over out to green, but his responsibility there, he's blocking out the first couple spawns for his team so that they can try to get that pressure right onto dummies immediately. And then when he comes back to leave green open, they're trying to split out the final 2 players to keep them split and staggered on the map. And so far, it's working very effectively for their team. Heads up awareness from Legend, and those are small moments in the game where he's not shooting his weapon, but the space and the timing in which he's taking it is doing dividends for his team.
2 bullets in the sniper here for Stellar. We know how dangerous he can be with even 1. 1minute 23 seconds worth of neutral time right now, and so much just advantage here that you have here for FaZe. 1 player goes down, 2 almost immediately. 3 members of SSG onto the respawn screen, and FaZe are looking for the spawners.
Stellar's been unbelievable this game as well. He's got a minute to try to figure out how many more he's going to put up on the board, because at this point, FaZe is not going to step into this hill for the rest of the game.
Just playing Slayer at the moment. And right now, Stellar is winning every single gunfight. It's going to be so tough for SSG to stay in this hill when Stellar and the rest of this FaZe roster are just winning fight after fight. Eventually, a cleanup does go the way of Collect. Now we're starting to see a double push out of SSG on the opposite side of the map. And this SSG that gets some map control that they desperately needed all game long.
A rare moment where we saw 3 kills with no trade-outs for FaZe there, especially with SSG having 2 players going down to 1 shot during that engagement. And there's another that gets away as Collect hits that quantum translocator to change his position and to stay alive.
44 seconds of neutral time. 3 down is not what SSG want to see here. Legend just going to stay alive for as long as possible. Make sure that nobody steps foot in this hill, at least easily. He's using that hill as bait. He finds the route that Lucid is taking, wins the fight, and then hops right out and continues to let time wind down.
SSG trying to bully their way through. There's just not a lot of clock for them to work with. And oh no, they've gone down, and Stellar has a full snipe to work with here. Players gonna try to make their way through. Rare misses from Stellar will give them an opening, but a very slight one. Just 15 seconds of neutral clock that keeps ticking down. They need 3 hills back to back. I think unlikely doesn't even do it justice. This looks damn near impossible as SSG go 3 down. The final player will be taken down, and that is game 3 for FaZe.
3 games in a row and just 1 more here in your best of 7. SSG, we talked about how close they were playing it in the early series. Well, to be honest with you, that live fire hill just didn't feel all that close at all. It felt like all FaZe's game, almost from start to finish. As we go on to a Imperial flag here soon, why don't we take a look at the stats? And I mean, stop me if I sound like a broken record, but Stellar in the slays. I mean, man, does he feel comfortable on this roster.
That I would look at Stellar having an unbelievable game. You see 14 kills in a row there on that max killing spree stat line. He took over the game. The sniper playing such an important part of that. And we look into game 4, we're going to Empyrean, probably one of the snipe heaviest maps in Halo's history. So this looks all primed for Stellar to take over once again. We'll see if that comes to fruition as SSG is on their last.
Так, срочно надо зайти в Roblox. Я ж сегодня не заходил, сегодня 3-й день.
Everything you guys give here on LVT goes back into the community, goes back into throwing on these tournaments, these matches throughout the year. We have a lot that we want to accomplish this year, so if you have any of this, we appreciate it.
So we're looking at 3-0 series here for FaZe. SSG would have to pull off an insane reverse sweep in order to move forward into this elimination bracket. It's a tough ask. It really is. I mean, FaZe have just been playing excellent. I mean, specifically Stellar and those stats that he's putting up, whether it's Slayers, whether it's the objective, he is finding his kills, and it's crazy to see. One more game here needed for FaZe, but so one thing I feel like I've learned throughout my Halo Infinite career here as a commentator is don't count anybody out on this SSG roster.
А нет, тут уже они проиграли. Что могу?
Stellar going to be able to find the first kill of the game. The snipe, the second comes in the form of the bandit after the snipe shot, but caught out Collect. Not only going to get that overshield, but he's also accumulated all the snipe ammo that's left behind. He's got an 11 bullet sniper here to work with.
So much snipe ammo. Collect over toward the back sword side.
Игры я не заходил тоже. Сегодня не заходил еще.
As I don't imagine Collect and SSG want to start pushing the side of FaZe and catch the straggler, the flanker in Stellar. It looks like Renegade ends up going down as well, and now Collect eyeing the base of FaZe.
Legend able to stay alive for a bit longer. Oh, Collect catches Renegade's shoulder. That's going to put him down to 1, and you see a flood of blue players getting up on the map, and Lucid's going to be the first player to try to break his way in as he's gotten his way over to the flag. Collect started this play. Lucid's trying to finish it.
7 bullets in the sniper here for Collect. Some great damage onto Stellar, but still doesn't actually find the kill. Looked like he thought about maybe playing that snipe off the map, and he doesn't, and now a Renegade has it in his hands.
FaZe put a lot of emphasis on that snipe side. It seems that they want to get that sniper out and into their hands. I really don't blame them. They have so many fantastic sniper players on their team, but it also feels like all the opening plays that FaZe have come off the back of how they control. I think if SSG can keep control of that sniper throughout the game, especially if they can start wasting the ammo of their opponent's sniper, that's going to be their way to start to find a victory in this series.
See Stellar getting into a bit of a fight with Falcon, and there moonwalks his way out danger, and now we're starting to see FaZe really favoring that high side, that long side of the map. Legend with some great damage, ends up getting a double kill of his own until Lucid comes in for the cleanup. Both players fighting for every power weapon, and Lucid does get spotted, now is forced out of that angle.
See flag coming back for Stellar. Lucid trying to get the cut off. The snipe shot not going to connect. 3 extra.
Что это за наклейка такая?
Back does find the kill. That is so far away from the flag. That is out and now
Кошмар.
scored.
Ой, а что-то у меня так долго заходит в игру. Что такое? Что случилось? Серваки тоже? О, никогда не было. Что так долго забежало?
Left and refused to go down easily, but eventually Legend does find that angle. Trying to find his as Renegade used that height advantage, and now goes in after Lucid. Cleanup is there and bound. He's already infiltrated the base of SSG.
And this is shocking because SSG had rockets and overshield pressuring into the base of FaZe, but yet they go 3 down, only getting 1 trade in that process, allowing FaZe to get back into an attacking position. At the end of the day, if you have big advantages like an overshield and a rocket, that's inexcusable. You cannot afford to give up 3 deaths in those situations. Right now, SSG, they don't have a score on the board. I think the sniper being taken out of the hands of FaZe has helped them a lot this game, but something needs to change. They need to be able to be more attacking, more aggressive. It feels like FaZe isn't wasting any time trying to get up on the map, whereas SSG, very slow and methodical.
FaZe как будто на допинге. Ну так это же сброд наркоманов. Я почему перестал топить за них? Ты видел вообще, кто там? Прыщавые какие-то, секта у них своя. Ну, с Баундом непонятно. Он то с ними, то не с ними, тоже типа непонятно было. Уже типа, мужик, ну ты определись уже, ты играешь или нет, ну там, типа, ты в деле или как. Ну, он, ну ему, что это, то, понимаешь, прикол в том, что у него подружка в Италии или, короче, где-то в Европе, и он постоянно с ней в Европе. Он в пятницу только вернулся к себе домой в Америку. И они даже не тренились. То есть, это, что это за команда, они вообще не тренятся. Это ж вот эта тактика Стеллара, не смотреть в ад, и вообще Скримс тоже не надо, они практически, то есть, всегда, где есть Стеллар, вот мне почему он перестал нравиться, и почему Люсид с ним, ну скажем так, поругался, посрался, и, ну, Пиджи, поскольку он здравомыслящий, он как бы с Люсидом принял решение уйти из SSG, когда они там проиграли свой же мейджор в Солт-Лейк-Сити, это было, кажется, до июня вроде бы, или это было как раз в июне-июля, это стало переломным моментом, это стало переломным моментом для них, в частности для Люсида, и он сказал, все, хватит, это типа, ну, безрезультатно, скажем, его методы безрезультатные, ни к чему хорошему не приводят. Люсид ушел, Пиджи вместе с ним, и они ж перешли типа в фейс. Вот, и все по-нормальному тренятся это. А Стеллар, он такой, зачем нам это надо? У нас это в крови. Мы ж типа лучше, там это. Ну, у него ж типа еще ж, понимаешь, эго. А они же еще выиграли чемпионство в 24 году, типа он с SSD же выиграл. И он говорит, вот, все, мне не надо никого слушать, я типа лучше всех все знаю. Но извините меня, Томми как бы тоже не человек с улицы, он как бы... Сколько он, один раз, кажется, один раз чемпионство выиграл с оптиками, когда еще и PG был. Или 2 раза, я не помню, 1 раз или двукратно он. Наверное, все-таки 1 раз выиграл. Так или иначе, как бы тоже. И он вроде MVP был 1 раз. Ну, то есть, как бы Томми, ну, шарит, ноузбол, скажем так, да. А Стеллар такой, нет, типа, ты... кто ты вообще такой, что ты мне будешь рассказывать? Вот. И... Ну, вот, с тех пор, вот, после того великого раскола, ну, после фиаско SSG, скажем так, у них же дома, произошел вот этот великий раскол, и там же так получилось, еще и FaZe тоже распался. Отделились Folkated Suppressed. Наверное, тоже ничего-то там не очень хорошо справились. Я вообще не знаю, почему они ушли. Может быть, SSG сами им предложили, я не знаю. Может быть, у них там контракта как такового не было. Не знаю, короче, какие-то причины, видимо, были. И так и получилось, что у нас 2 ушли из FaZe, перешли в SSG, и 2 из SSG перешли в FaZe. Вот. И с тех пор как бы Томми дружит... С кем он дружит? Подожди, с Триппи он и так дружил с Джои. С Пиджием, наверное, он сдружился. Я как-то спрашивал у Пиджия, как ему было работать... Ну, я как бы спрашивал работать, но я имел в виду как бы в команде. Каково быть в команде с Томми? Он сказал, ну что, классно. Типа, нормальный поц, все дела. Вот. Ну, к сожалению, получилось так, что Триппи основал свою ж команду. Потом они жестко обделались на LVT LAN. В феврале перед моей днюхой ж был LVT LAN. Из-за Descendant, который все запорол. Они тогда были за Luminon, кажется, да. Они представляли Luminon Gaming. И Luminon отпустили... они не отпустили Descendant, у него был контракт, они просто основали второй, типа, Luminon Black. Это как бы вторая команда Luminon была. И там был Descendant и какие-то левые челики. Вот. А Trippy предложил Пиджию, и Пиджи, конечно же, согласился. И с тех пор у нас как бы есть команда Trippy Пиджи. Ну, и еще там их не знакомые, что тут... кто там? Пиги? Или это не Пиги там? Бляха, я забыл. Этого четвертого. Короче, этот... Бляха, я их ники позабывал. Подожди. Precision, да, нормальный челик такой любит со снайперкой бегать. И я забыл вот этого. Толик, точно, Толик, конечно же, куда же без него, Толик. Наш кизак, ну, не наш кизак, конечно, это просто... Ну, у него просто имя Толик, как бы, ну... Как бы этим уже как бы все сказано. Да, Толик, Snakebite, Trippy и Precision. Вот, с тех пор они же были Luminon, но потом у них закончился контракт, что-то Boys... Boys это, типа, основатель Luminon, или как CEO, скажем так. Какой-то Вася, короче, он что-то не угодил ребятам, и ребята сказали, ну иди ты лесом туда. Что там напридумал своих условий в контракте. Он контракт им скинул новый контракт им скинул за 2 дня до того, как заканчивался предыдущий. Кинул, причем еще и на выходных. Когда там адвокаты не работают и все это, короче. Что-то там наломал дров. Этот Бойс, который руководит Luminon. Вот, и с тех пор как бы команда Snakebite Trippy без организатора. Без представителей. Вот. Я говорил про Стеллара и Томми. Вот, почему же они ушли? Потому что я помню, там тоже люди не поняли, что произошло, что такое. Типа, во-первых, у них отвратительные результаты были. То все. Во-вторых, поотписывались друг от друга и там вообще типа не играют вместе. Ну и потом, я не помню, это, кажется, у Шая на трансляции кто-то рассказал про Стеллара, про его поведение, и у меня с тех пор как-то уважение к нему упало до 0. Ну или до минимума. А к Томми, наоборот, выросло. Ну, тем более, мне понравилось, как играли Фейс в прошлом году, я же за них топил до последнего. Но, к сожалению, они сильно обделались на чемпионате мира, но они... вроде бы заняли 2-е место у себя дома. Ну, типа, на Face Major. Тогда 2-е место считалось это как великая победа, потому что Shopify же всех разносили. Вроде бы, я могу ошибаться, сейчас я гляну. Кажется, они 2-е место заняли. Если говорили, ну это победа. Сейчас я точно гляну. HCS 2025. Такой интересный год, конечно. Третье, 5 октября. 3-5 октября. Phase Major. Major number 3. Major number 3. Rebellion goes back to back. Congrats to your HCS Charlotte Major champions.
Really tough for SSG. Obviously a huge win coming out of phase there, but that throughout the entire series, it felt like SSG were able to keep it close. It felt like even
Да, Фейс заняли 2-е место, они побороли оптиков и SSG. SSG, кстати, 4-й заняли. Да, отвратительный год был для SSG в прошлом году. Отвратительные результаты были. Да, 2-е место. Я же так как-то запомнилось, как будто победа. Ну, тогда это считалось победой, потому что Shopify, что тогда были неостановимы, что сейчас. Но периодически команда Trippy и Snakebite умудряется их скидывать в нижнюю сетку, в сетку проигравших. Но, к сожалению... Проиграли 4-0-4, проиграли. Ай, ладно. Я думаю, они уже расслабились. Я думаю, что и Томми, и все остальные просто расслабились. Главное для них, главное было просто квалифицироваться. Все остальное это все остальное. Я считаю, это наша маленькая будет победа на сегодня. Мои фавориты прошли, все. Фейз, я же говорил. Мне только Баунд нравится, но Баунд тоже как что-то выделывается слишком. У него как-то аура какая-то есть, но и вот это тоже. Он просто с Стелларом же ведется, ты знаешь. С кем поведешься, от того и наберешься. И вот это вот со Стелларом, оно вообще... Legend еще нормальный паренек, но тоже непонятно. Тоже непонятно, что он там, как он. Я ж не знаю, он же в Call of Duty играл все это время. Я не знаю, что у него, как у него. Вот. Но он участвовал в Doubles in Dallas от Face. Турики, но они там что-то топ-3 или топ-4 заняли. А вот, кстати, Баун со Стелларом выиграли. Но там же трениться не надо, это ж как бы, ну 2 на 2, ну, просто надо иметь взаимопонимание между твоим напарником, и все. Мы ж с Сашей играем, мы же тоже практически никогда не проигрываем. В 2 на 2 ранговом, это же такое, это очень легко. А в 4 на 4 ты, да, во-первых, вы должны понимать, кто у вас лидер, и доверять ему. Если он действительно, конечно, ну, шарит в своем деле. И слушаться его, но при этом тоже как бы иметь что-то делать вообще. Не быть просто как бы, не занимать ячейку общества, занимать там место в команде, а именно тоже что-то вносить какую-то свою лепту. Да, интересно, сможет... Нет, я думаю, что Фейз уже выиграли сегодня. Ну, в смысле, они выиграли все остальное. Я поэтому предлагаю пойти в Infinite и пройти вот эти 3 миссии. 70% у меня достижений. 20-20. 20-20. Не видно, я ж не включил. Теперь мы знаешь, как сделаем? Поскольку тут не очень интересные будут часы, я сейчас поменяю кое-что. Я сейчас... где вы вообще? Ну да, я ж здесь выкидывал. А почему? Capture card, сейчас, короче, выкину сюда. Видал, какую монтажер мы вместе? Раз. Кстати, музыку классно. А мне, наверное, прилетит по шапке за вот эту всю музыку. Я уверен, у меня такая чуйка. Что мне прилетит сильно по шапке за вот эту музыку LVT. В прошлые разы, да, мне прилетало по шапке. Что-то у меня есть такое предчувствие, что мне опять прилетит по шапке. Так, а мне, наверное... не видно, да? Блин, я не хотел это закидывать в эту папку. Нет, и в эту я не хотел закидывать. Да оно задолбало уже. Короче, сюда. Ага, оно не... Поэтому не отображает. Да? Вот, оно появилось. Значит, это сюда. Можно вот так сделать. Все. Короче. Вот. Таким образом. И... Ну, действительно, надо это переставить. Ё-моё. Что это за кошмар? Ну, понятно, я понял, в чем проблема. Игровой rewards, конечно. Мне надо вот это уменьшить. Ну, в принципе, как бы уже... Ну, что-то не сильно попадает. Кошмар какой-то. Короче, життя цікаве, мотивація то і сильна. Так, что там завтра у тети день рождения? О, я вот так сделаю. Вот эта песня 100%. 100 миллионов процентов. Вот эта песня. Вот эта песня. Вот эта песня, вот эта песня. А что она это? Это песня лицензионная. А у вас нету звука. Да. Я что-то не понял. Бляха, что-то я сломал. Ну тут я слышу. Options. Не понял. А почему? Почему нету звука? Properties. Какой-то ты слабак. Слабачок. Я, наверное, закрою OBS и зайду еще раз. Почему-то нету звука. Так, я вернулся. Звук должен быть. Да, звук есть. Ура. Который час вообще? Так только 12 в Бельгии. Но час в Киеве, да? Мне пора. Куда тебе пора? Завтра... Так каникулы сейчас. Куда тебе пора? Кто тебя ждет? Запомни, мы никому не нужны, кроме наших родных и родственников. Тише сделай этот кошмар. Лицензионный кошмар. Я вообще чувствую себя наркоманом. У меня сейчас вот это какой-то... Это... Я не знаю. Это не азарт, это... Мания какая-то. Вот эти достижения, больше достижений, дайте еще достижения. Я сейчас каждый день просыпаюсь такой, так, мне надо включить Xbox, и мне надо посмотреть, что я еще не выполнил. У меня и раньше что-то похожее было, но сейчас это... Ну, типа, раньше я такой, ну так пофиг, ну там что-то осталось, ну и бог с ним, это ж 10G, знаешь. А сейчас такой, нет, 100%, надо 100%. Понимаешь, ну, вот это, наверное, после еще того, что Аша сказала, что до конца года появится аналог платин. Ну так, а у меня мало того, что их уже там некоторое количество. Так у меня еще и по Хейлу будет. У меня вот-вот, да, завтра я там, например, постараюсь CE, ну, CE я, наверное, вряд ли завтра пройду. Я сегодня только 2 миссии прошел, 2 бонусные миссии. То есть мне еще 11 миссий надо пройти в этом Campaign Remix. И... Тогда, да, у меня будет 100%. Да, не самые честные, но сейчас у всех как бы оно такое. Бляха. Опять кто-то марихуану курит. Вот. Потом у меня Infinite будет. Ну, не знаю, в пятерке там уже вроде невозможно получить. Или очень-очень сложно из-за многопользовательского режима. Ну да, вот Death Stranding режиссерская версия у меня 100%, это уже ни хрена себе. Там не так уж и сложно, там просто надо быть внимательным, расчетливым и терпеливым, как бы, и оно придет. Да. Ну, еще там пару игр по мелочи. От Telltale, Ходячие мертвецы, несколько частей. Кстати, 4-й сезон я не покупал себе с Клементиной. Я покупал себе сборник, и там я прошел 4-й сезон. Но там неинтересно, там всего лишь 1000 G, и там нету достижений за секретики какие-то, там вот эти вот моменты какие-то там. Там нету спойлерных типа достижений, там есть просто пройти эпизод сезона такой-то, эпизод такой-то, все. Это прикольно, с другой стороны, что если ты во второй раз проходишь, потому что это технический ремастер этих всех сезонов, потому что там, получается, все сезоны, которые выпускают Telltale, и это как бы дополнительные достижения, ну, то есть это как бы дубликат. Это типа лишняя 1000. Но проблема в том, что это всего лишь 1000, и они не удосужились, Skybound Games уже ж выпускали этот сборник, они не удосужились перенести достижения, которые были во всех остальных частях. То есть, по-хорошему, если взять 4 сезона, плюс Мишон, это где-то 5000 было бы. Ну, выходит, да. 5000. И плюс 1000 можно было бы с этого сборника. То есть... Это не как в МСС, где прям заморочились, все там пособирали с 360-го и прочих. Они просто взяли, сделали, типа, на тебе там 50 или сколько это джиша за то, что ты прошел эпизод. Ну, таким образом, получается, то есть мне не очень было интересно проходить 4-й сезон. Хотя 4-й сезон мне очень понравился с Клементиной, прям. Да, к сожалению, он был короткий, но он был охрененный. Там и ходить можно было от третьего лица, там в некоторых сегментах. Ну и в целом как бы очень проработанная игра была, и история очень интересная была. Вот, поэтому я думаю в будущем, ну я бы и так хотел бы перепройти все сезоны. Единственное, что я, получается, сделаю таким образом, 3 сезона и Мишон я пройду в сборнике, а 4-й сезон с Клементиной я пройду, как он выходил, отдельно. Наверное, типа такого плана. Потому что у меня во всех вот этих от Telltale входящих, у меня 100%, но там очень легко их выбить. Вот. И все. Вот такой прикол. Где у меня еще? Сейчас, поскольку вам хотя бы это видно. А кто там еще? Ребята, привет, кто зашел. Там это, не стесняйтесь, как бы. Присоединяйтесь. Прикольно, я в рифму сказал. Ревигор тоже 100%. Ну, это чисто потому, что они не обновляли. Список, да, тут 1000 как была на выходе, так и осталось. Roblox тоже не обновляли, спасибо. Кстати, 200G дадут за то, что 20 дней подряд играешь. Ни хрена себе, 200G. Bungie Kazooie очень хочу. Скоро будем проходить. Да, это... И Bungie Tui хотелось бы. Ну, не знаю, посмотрим. Сколько меня хватит на Bungie Kazooie. Там все-таки такие замороченные есть достижения. Какие-то там вот эти... 900 музыкальных нот. И там написано Real gamers collect them all. Ну, понятно. Я вас понял, ребят. 900 музыкальных нот найти. Это я умру, наверное. В Helldivers 2... Да, это я уже говорил. Doom TDA, кстати, надо будет добить. Там какие-то непонятные достижения. Я не знаю, я вообще смогу их выбить? Может быть, я недостоин их, я не знаю. Кстати, я забыл. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Надо будет тоже выбить 100%. Надо будет. Вообще, по-хорошему бы перепройти игру. Бо я не знаю, где там, что я... А, не. В принципе, я могу просто продолжать проходить, как я делаю, типа, в Infinite. Просто бегать, искать. То есть они сделали open... Ну как, это не open world. Там просто можно перемещаться по локациям. И находить все, что ты не находил. Я бы не тратил время на ноунейм игры, только то, что интересно. Да, я знаю. Так Bungie, Kazooie, это ж легендарный платформер. Это ж на уровне Марио. Только он был на Nintendo 64 изначально. А потом Microsoft же купила Rare, соответственно, и права на франшизу. И потом они шпортировали на 360. Ты же видел там 360. И потом Rare сделали Nuts and Bolts. Ну, это вообще катастрофа была. То есть во франшизе есть 3 игры. И 2 из них вроде как шедевры. Эктмен же постоянно их вспоминает. А я знаком с этими персонажами по Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Я ж, как говорят игроки, мейнил этого персонажа. Это был, наверное, один из первых DLC персонажей, которых я купил. Я не знаю почему, мне трейлер понравился, я потом посмотрел на механики персонажа, думаю, окей, мне интересно, я его купил, я потом за него разносил всех в онлайне, в ранговом. А это было как-то время, действительно в ранговый жестко играл, в SSBU. Короче, мне надо будет вот это все сделать, это будет даже намного интереснее, чем в Infinite. Но это пипец долго, наверное, будет, я не знаю, это чтобы тут 100%, это надо, наверное, 100 часов, наверное. Collect all journal notes in the game. 100 G дают. Hit an enemy with fly sweater. Complete savage predicament field work. А, еще некоторые сюжеточки небольшие у меня остались. 3 сюжетки у меня осталось. Тоже интересно. Короче, вот это вот у меня в чек-лист надо будет добавить. Добить на 100%. Потому что, во-первых, первое, игра охрененная. Ну и все. Я хотел что-то добавить. Короче, просто игра охрененная, и за счет этого интересно там и проходить, и искать, и все тому подобное. Вот. Тут... Булли, в принципе, можно было бы вернуться к ней 1 сентября, потому что здесь очень легкие достижения. Здесь просто надо все найти, ну и пройти сюжет. Все, как бы. Я тогда забросил, потому что никто не смотрел, но... вот есть даже достижение 100% completion, perfectionist. 2 и 37% игроков разблокировали это. Ну, это... Потому что это, просто надо полностью зачистить игру, но... Это же игра от Rockstar, почему бы нет. Так что да, тоже на чек-лист. Я не знаю, сделали это в этом году или нет. Я не знаю, как я в Bungie Kazooie... Бляха, это только в первой части там 900 нот. А что будет во второй части? Это ж кошмар вообще. Да ну это... Я не знаю, это вообще... В Скорне 100% 1000. А я не могу посмотреть здесь. Я могу смотреть, типа, те игры, которые у меня есть. Либо знаешь, что я могу сделать? Если у тебя там... Хотя ты вряд ли там подключал. Смотри, я могу сделать таким образом. Нажать на тебя. Go to full profile, gaming. И попробовать здесь. Нет, хотя 4 игры. Halo 5 Forge? Что? 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 Подожди, что? 1000 G? Просто Halo 5 Forge? Ты что, прикалываешься? Это что, халявные 1000 G? Complete 117 custom games on player created. Complete a custom game was this 10KD. Ты что, прикалываешься? А можно это на Xbox скачать? Не, в принципе, в теории у меня ноут потянет. 60 кадров, наверное, даже, может, не знаю. Может и будет, может нет. Ну, в принципе, ладно, то такое. Что это? Я не знал, они что, гении? То есть, вместо того, чтобы полноценно портировать Halo 5, они портировали Force, я это знаю. Но зачем добавлять список багнутая... Блин, обидно. Win one custom game not your offered. Надо сделать скриншот. Вот это, да? Сделать скриншот на Xbox One и перенести сюда. Но... А почему багнутая? Ну смотри, скриншот сделать... Только почему Xbox One? Хотя нет, технически Xbox Series считается за Xbox One, поэтому я думаю, пусть... 83% игроков разблокировали это. Посмотрим гайд. Может быть, действительно оно не работает, но... Но, я в шоке! Я в шоке! 22 достижения! Зачем? О чем они думали? Это какой-то прикол. Короче, я просто могу в True Achievements глянуть. Вообще, я обычно просто пишу название игры, пишу Xbox и пишу Achievements, и оно мне сразу True Achievements выдает. Да, вот как, например, сейчас. 12 достижений 1000G. 12 достижений 1000G. Это ж вот этот стандарт. Не заморачивались, короче. Не заморачивались. Ну и ладно, как бы. Обычно и не делают больше, это нормально. 12, это значит там где-то по 80, по 90 дают. Ну или где-то 50, где-то 100. Friends, following, gaming. А тут что, сколько? 46. Ну тут какие-то тут задрачивать надо, тут не очень интересно. Rocket League, видишь, тоже добавляли. 2200 уже. А вот в Резик 5, я не знаю, что это за прикол, 1400. Как такое может быть вообще? А чё у меня так мало? А что тут я не находил? Obtain all treasures in the game. Save partner team 10 times when dying is displayed. Find 4 types of X. On professional. Ой, ну такое, если честно. 1540. А там, скорее всего, добавляли те, что связаны с DLC. Тут 1500. Как такое может быть вообще? А, это я получил. Да-да-да, ЗЗЗЗЗ. Ага. All timeline events. Тут, кстати, не такие уж и сложные. Наверное, я не уверен. RDR, ну тут... А, кстати, тоже смотри. Но здесь... А, кстати, смотри, в чем прикол? Тут можно тоже дважды пройти игру, у тебя будет 2500. Что несправедливо, в ремастере, ну или это типа... Да, это технический ремастер. Новый RDR идет в комплекте Undead Nightmare, сюжетная DLC. Но 1000G всего лишь. Раньше было 1500, то есть еще 500 накидывали за сюжетное дополнение. Нормально, то есть, да, так ободрали на 500G. Ну, это та же самая ситуация, что случилось со сборником по ходячим. Вот это тоже, кстати, DMC. Ну, DMC, он же так и выходил на 360-м, сразу HD Collection, тут ничего не поделаешь. Поэтому тут в любом случае, как бы, оно так и есть, не с чем сравнивать. А, кстати, Dead Space Remake, а я же проходил еще оригинал. Боже, такой шедевр был. Но надо будет, наверное, все-таки ремейк пройти. Я же его когда-то начинал проходить. Записи прохождения были. 605 из 1000. Записи прохождения были, Series S, но никто не смотрел, поэтому я перестал. Ну, вообще, если честно, неудобно было. Подожди. В смысле? А как такое может быть? Как такое может быть? В смысле у меня в этом? Кажется, я начинаю вспоминать. Видимо, я начинал проходить. Я купил сборник, я проходил. В смысле 2%. Я вспомнил, короче, история жизни. Все сезоны есть, ну, по крайней мере, почти все были в Game Pass. Я их проходил по Game Pass. Потом я дошел до 4 сезона, я смотрю, его нету. В Game Pass я думаю, бляха-муха. Ну, добавят же рано или поздно. Ладно, я хочу проходить и узнать, что там дальше. Я купил сборник. Да, видимо, да, если у меня 2% 20G, один трофей. Я, видимо, вот это прошел только начало, там чуть ли не пролог, а потом, я вспомнил, а потом объявили список, типа, следующих игр на месяц, и там был этот 4 сезон. Я такой, бляха-муха. Все, пауза, типа. Да-да-да, действительно. И, ну, видишь, что-то оно практически сразу. Да, и потом я прошел тут. Слушай, круто. Тогда, если я буду делать марафон, то можно сразу ремастер проходить в сборнике. Супер. Удобно. Но у меня тут не 100%. Не 100%. Надо это исправить. Я тут какие-то секретики упустил. Да хрена секретиков. Rabbit Season. Какие-то жестокие тут. Они... Achievement Zero Sense. Что это за названия такие? Achievement 17. 1922. Не знаю. Возможно, там были типа альтернативные сценарии, может быть, этого плана. Потому что я по второму кругу не проходил. Это тоже надо спрятать. Так. Тут что? Это вообще игра еще существует? Непонятно. Вот это очень обидно. Почему-то я вообще ничего не успел выбить. Ну так эти вообще уже невозможно выбить. Complete 50 crew versus crew PvP events. 0,02%. Охренеть. Что-то я там чуть-чуть наиграл, напукал 3 часа. И серваки закрыли, очень жалко. Вот у меня вот эти 100%. Первый, второй. Подожди, второй. Третий. Nickson. В смысле 90? Там забагованное достижение. Кстати, точно, я ж помню, я это сделал, мне не засчитал. Или не? Made the decision. Не, там, короче, из вот этих дополнительных 400 дней, или как они? Может быть, мне попробовать перепройти? В смысле, 0 часов наиграл. Какой-то прикол вообще. Надо попробовать перепройти, чтобы тоже было 100%. Это как-то некрасиво. Да, надо будет как-то... Обязательно. Вот эту игру я очень хочу все-таки добить. Я там проходил. Там же есть же куча концовок, но я не все открыл. Я хотел, но игру убрали из Game Pass, а я пожлобился, не купил. Я не знаю, сейчас если что, может быть, мы с Максом купим. Тут, во-первых, игра очень интересная, а во-вторых, 1000G. Ну, в моем случае 740. Тут, кстати, это было очень легко. Тут это было сложно, в какой-то момент сдался. Что это за бжжж? Что за вибрация была? Кого это было? Может быть, у соседа. 1250 тут добавляли. Что тут у нас есть такое? Kill a legendary boss in Warzone. Я не знаю, это возможно вообще сейчас выбить? Find and claim all skulls. Finish evacuation within 18:00 with their down and heroic difficulty. Какие-то замороченные немного тут достижения. Мне уже что-то страшно. Давай дальше. Вообще-то я не знаю, почему мне это я в это не играл даже. В это я тоже не играл, в это я не играл, в это я не играл. Вот это я... У меня была на диске, мне она не понравилась, я ее продал. Да. За видео, кстати, там... Вроде не сложное. Вроде не сложное. Давай глянем. А что они все скрытые? В принципе... А, да нет, там вот эта куча тоже там предметов надо искать. Это такое заморочено. А почему у меня Way Out только 3 достижения? В смысле, я ж с кентом прошел, и это мы делали. Бред какой-то. Ну вот, в 21 году мы проходили с Дэном. Странно, конечно. Но тут тоже халявное. Надо будет... Кстати, я могу Макса позвать. Точно. Точно. Я думаю, он только за будет. Что это? 10G? Ладно. Подожди, если есть Xbox One, значит есть Xbox Series. Тут GTA Online. Ладно, это уже такое. Вот это, кстати, я прошел на Nintendo Switch, но не подтянулись. Не подтянулись достижения, очень жалко. Так что 0 показывает. Да, показывает большой 0. Да, а вот это же подтянуло. Dungeons. 3000, ни хрена себе. Понаобновляли что-то. Кстати, Ори. С тем контроллером, в принципе, можно будет попробовать платформеры. Можно будет попробовать. Потому что здесь отвратительный D-pad. Он же кликабельный просто. О, я обогнал Максика. Да, обогнал. Пашка тут. Максик этот другой. Что он проходит вообще? Он в игры играет? Серьезно? Ну, в Rocket League, да, он задрот еще тот. Интересно. Цікаво. Ну, добре. Нехай вже так. Так, я пошел на первую миссию, буду искать аудиозапись. Что у нас там? Фейс сейчас выиграют 2-0, понятно, тут все без изменений. Scuttle the ship. Наверное, мне лучше через YouTube. Все, короче, кто там хотел спать, идите спать. Я не вижу смысла, типа, дальше сидеть. Тем более, зачем себя заставлять. По LVT Shopify квалификации тут все понятно, как бы. Вот, я сейчас просто буду искать остаток и тоже пойду спать. Найду тот череп, найду еще одну аудиозапись. Как я там пропустил? Как я там пропустил эту аудиозапись? Ты что вообще? Ну, давай, replay mission. Easy. Peasy, lemon squeezy. Recommended for players new to Halo. Ай, комедия. Это мы пропускаем. Это мы пропускаем. Пропускаем. А, ну да, у нас же сейчас эта херня будет. Или не? А, это катсцена была? А, это можно было пропустить, все, прикол. Не, ну классно, классно сделано. Надо будет обязательно перепройти, вспомнить, как оно было. Поностальгировать по 2021 и началу 22-го. Какая анимация классная была. Да, все-таки Infinite в плане играбельности самый приятный, самый лучший. Окей. Фернандо, мы поняли. Спасибо за экспозицию. Паркурчик, подожди, нет, еще нет. Ой-ой-ой, аккуратно, аккуратно, аккуратно. Класс. Эх, вот бы еще эта игра вышла сразу на Serious, а не на One. Чтобы она красивая была. И Couch Co-op бы не вырезали. И вообще я немножко потерялся. А, да. Пока. А, нельзя. Нельзя. Поехали. Да. Конечно. Что Фернандо несет? Последние 2 человека оставшиеся. У него здесь. А здесь это где? В этой галактике? Что такое здесь? Фернандо, будьте поточнее. Я еще сижу, как какой-то воско. Какой-то инвалид, блин. Эй! Открывайте. Ну понятно, мне же вообще не сюда. Вот тут где-то, я помню, череп был. Тоже я как-то прошел мимо него. Чи тут это было? Вот тут, кажется. Не? Короче, где-то тут, где-то там. Это уже не важно. Все, пока. Или тут. Или тут. Где-то да, вот там вот надо. Либо череп, либо там аудиозапись. Какой пафос. Ну я не знаю, тут надо... Вот оно. Вот эта херня. Вот эта херня, которая столько шумихи подняла. Подожди, она же у меня тут теперь отображается? Да. Ну что, погнали теперь к Atrix, ой, к Эшруму. Yes, let's go. Тыц, тут уже надо будет напрячься. Напрячься надо будет. Потому что... Нельзя терять щиты. Нельзя терять щиты. Что-то там about to come up.
I thought perhaps that I had misjudged you. You would allow your code to die. Greater. It is no accident that the banished were able to win so decisively. Arm yourself, Master Chief. Scavenge this battlefield. Know that each item you find is a remnant of their sacrifice and a testament to our strength.
Так, надо почитать гид, чтобы я сразу все правильно сделал. Подожди, Cowbell Skull? Так, еще важно, чтобы был чекпоинт перед тем, как Чиф теряет щиты. Классная музыка. Ох и красивая. Но смешные это. Хера себе у него снегуха. Не круто ли? не охренел? Грунтик, а? Кто? Кто?
Not let up. Break him.
Оп. Бля.
I think that's it. We should keep moving.
Created the false god. Destroyed my home.
Why is he telling you all this?
Death changes people. It forces you to look at yourself, make a choice.
And what did he choose?
Same as I would. Fight.
Do you recall the siege of Paul once held out against my forces for 19 days?
О, тут башня из Qualifier. Ну, очень похоже на нее.
This was never about ceremony, but about observing choice, reactions, fear. Gather what you need, Spartan. A storm approaches beyond these walls. Each misstep you make is the ammunition I need to dismantle your spirit. Prepare yourself for the end.
Ладно. Окей. Молодцы карандаши. Была. Victor's runs.
Another test awaits you. Look out, incoming!
Этот самый шторм.
I've prepared for you some of our best and brightest.
Я сейчас понял, Мега никогда не делали берсерков. Обидно. Опа. Что там надо суицидника? Я не напрягаю. Ну что, мимо него постелилось.
Well, you did it.
This world, looping, peaking, forever. You were there when he struck the infinity. The first
Сейчас будет. Это таз в аду? Или как его? Ой, ты что тут забыл? Да, точно.
But first, a last surprise. Blade Master. Show him why I chose.
А, Джегердом, да. Джегердом. Таз в аду. Что-то я не конкретно перепутал. А, я себе не назначил. Ну, ладно. Ой. Не туда. Да бляха. Что ты херня? Всё. И пропал. Мы же знаем, что ты выжил.
He wanted to kill your friend, but I promised him a sweeter kill, or a warrior
didn't realize where the danger was coming from. Eventually went down. The sniper did move over to Eco and took some damage in, but not going to be able to get away with any kills with that sniper.
Kind of locked in here for phase. Legend trying to cover his teammates back all the way down to one shot. As he gets his shields back, Legend sees his opportunity to fly right through the middle of the field. Connects with the melee and exactly get the kill.
Whatever the outcome, know this. The Banished control this field. Came for war. 1,000 legions occupy this world. The auditorium will give up its secrets. Your interference is just an irritation. Fleeting.
Other danger of a trip cap phases, and Renegade comes out with this win. Huge fight by Jackson there to stall out the trip cap opportunity.
Camouflage ready to be stolen here by Vitality. You only have Alpha at the moment, but that camouflage can definitely turn into a whole lot more as we finally see it at the hands of Jackson. And now, two down a piece. Charlie in their sights. Can they finish this?
The questions where is the spawns for Acid?
Ну, окей.
Power side, there's a lot of space in here for Phase to work with. They're still the ones that are having tempo and having the attack here. You like to see that flip for Vitality and the way that works. Reacting.
I'm getting a read on Echo 216. He's right above us.
Yeah, no shit.
There he is. We need to get him out of that.
О, чекпоинт у меня здесь супер.
Heads up routing by Jackson, you know, not getting too distracted by the objective over at tower, understanding that the kills are more important there, and not only gets those, but also
Вот оно.
patient back to B.
Ура! Ура! Я понял, дорогой. Точно.
The machine is connected to Escherum's shield. Any damage you inflict on Escherum is transferred to Echo 216. The power is transmitted via a series of relays around the room. Let's see if I can... Got it. Relays exposed. Destroy it.
Humanity's last hope dies.
Relays down, and so's his shield.
I will crush you, fool.
Ну ладно. Да.
Escherum's shield reactivated. Expose the relay.
Got it. Go. The shield's down. Now's your chance.
All too human.
Просто. А, дальше я сейчас сделал. Зачем я стрелял?
Next relay's exposed. Take it out.
Let us see what you truly are.
And it's down. You know what to do.
You refuse to break my challenge. It will do you no good.
О.
Final relay's exposed. Destroy it.
Ох, чекпоинт.
That's it. Last relay destroyed. Echo 216 is safe, Chief. Escharum wants you to prove your legend. Time to prove it.
Окей. Сначала догонит. Бум. 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 Бум.
Did it. Help me get him out.
GG. Есть. Есть.
Under their belts. Charlie started. What does Renegade do? Out-rotates and pushes over towards Alpha. The moment Vitality playing one, it's FaZe is simply moving for another. And could this be the last time? I don't see any players. FaZe had pulled off yet another sweep.
Вот это, скорее всего, я мог получить на первой же миссии. 0,9% игроков получили. Что-то маловато.
Dividends for them as they're able to win by just shy of 100 points in that Strongholds game. Despite, I don't think them having necessarily that much better of a slaying performance against Vitality. Tempo playing a huge factor in that game. In fact,
4-0 FaZe.
I'm doing the math. Not one player went positive for FaZe. The best was at even for Renegade. Everyone else was negative in the lobby. So a big outslay performance by Vitality, but the tempo and the pacing from FaZe keeping them in a scoring position.
And that is a crazy stat line to see. I didn't see that entire game. It really felt like FaZe were in control, like you said, especially with tempo and the momentum, but somehow got outslayed. Renegade, I saw they saw shooting 76% accuracy. By the way, that's one of the highest that we've seen in this tournament here. We've seen some 70s, but 76% is crazy.
А что у меня показывают? 99% это в смысле? А, ну да, у меня же череп остался. Ух. Да. Ну классно. Залагало все.
Qualifier, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. We'll see you soon.
Устал у меня Xbox. Ё-моё. В прямом эфире еще это все. Все, выключился, короче. Причем я на механическую кнопку не нажимал. Ну, тут все понятно. Поздравляем Фейс с победой, я пошел спать. Все. Завтра будем продолжать проходить CE. Campaign Remix. Ой, сколько? Ну, где-то 6 часов точно было.